young trainer riders for however many laps they're going to end up doing. And we're going to kick off our racing day here with our 17-18 boys, junior men, 17-18 in 2 different heats because we got just so dang many of them out here to race today. They are in the final period of staging. We'll go this second call to staging for our first wave of the junior men 17-18. Report to the far end of the queue. And we will then turn you over to the UCI officials for proper staging. We have the call-ups rolled out and get these racers to the line.
All right, riders, we're just a few minutes away from starting call-ups on the day. While we wait, once again, want to welcome everybody to the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Bike Park. Again, as Jim mentioned, 3 unbelievable days of racing here in Southern California. Starting today with short track. Tomorrow's going to be a full day of UCI XCO racing and tie a bow on 3 days of racing here with amateur cross-country racing on Sunday. This is round 2 of the US XC Open Series presented by our friends at Vail Farms. The US XC Open Series, it's a 5-round national series. It's going to crown 10 champions in June, including Elite, U23, Junior 17-18, Junior 15-16, and Junior 13-14 riders. It's going to feature the country's top XC venues with over $80,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs on the season. This is America's premier cross-country mountain bike series.
So fantastic to see all the brands getting associated with the event like this in the series. It just shows the growth and the great participation of the athletes that's being able to expand this out year in, year out. So really a great sign as we approach the Olympics being here in Los Angeles just in a couple years. Mountain biking exploding in popularity. Got a lot of new local grassroots events springing up all over the country, and it just shows that the fact that the parents and everybody that are supporting these athletes are out there and helping the industry grow and helping racing grow in America. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about the Olympics. We have some Olympians with us this weekend. We'll be able to call them out. I think we're going to see the likes of Christopher Blevins, Riley Amos, Sophia Blanc, Haley Batten, all of the Olympians representing the United States back in Paris. Exciting to have them here with us this weekend. We're still outside of that qualifying window for the 2028 Olympics, but it's coming up quick. I think that starts in May of this year, and so these races over the next couple seasons are going to be real meaningful as we all ramp up to LA in 2028, Jim.
Yeah, getting that tune-up in, getting the fitness dialed, getting the machines dialed the way they need to be able to earn those valuable points to make those teams. It's super exciting. I was a big proponent of having Vailocity here be the chosen venue, but alas, they picked Industry Hills, which isn't even yet a mountain bike venue. They're going to have to build it, purpose build it up there at Industry Hills. So I know the UCI and the Olympic Committee will do a great job at building up that course.
Yeah, and they did select a little Arkansas connection. It's actually there's an Arkansas trail building company selected to build that Olympic venue. Pretty cool. Shout out.
Love it. I grew up not far from there, so I know that area really well. I can't wait. I'm going to be planning on being there every single day that they're going to be racing out there. It's going to be good fun.
All right, at this time, we're going to start our call-ups for this Heat A of racing. I'd like to see the line for Ruler Devo, Miles Perry. For Bear National Team, Michael Zyamek. We Development, Charles Thomas. Tanner Beat. For Bear Devo, Thomas Agnew. For Bear National, Tommy Rowley. Team Soho, Jude Martson. For Tribe Racing, Enoch McNeese. For Team Bear Devo, Joaquin Salas. For Donovan Racing, Emery Huzar. For Tribe, it's Noah Biggerstaff. For Oz Race Team, Park Bishop. For Velo Paz de Hunt, it's Rafael Solner, Jake Mercado, Ryland Zacharek, Caden Yacht, Jack Billowitz, Henry Stevens, Flint Drummond, Jackson Cope, Ethan Leonard, Clayton Merle, Johnny Peterson, Tarek Nelson, Owen Duty,
Smith Hastings, David Koibian, Maddox Tommen, Zealand Bowers, Rockwell Alexander, Josh Dix, Axel Coulterman, Matthew Bigmezian, Miles Crockett, Owen Frazier, Farrell Gallagher, Milo Peterson, Walker Snyder, Jack Brown, William Wallace, Milo Human, Benjamin Andrea, Oliver Collins, Gavin Wagner, Drew O'Keefe, William Fay, Ryder Warnock, Monson Lovelace, Garrett Lent, Gunnar Smith, Charlie Hickson, Ollie Seufert, Caleb Hoops, Caleb Lenny, Ryan Sullivan, and Romig Ronan.
And there you go. That's going to round out our call-ups for the first race of the day. At this time, we're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
All right, gentlemen, you were just about 2 minutes to start. This will be roughly a 10-minute race. We will convert to laps as soon as you finish the first lap and announce so everybody knows. They will also be posted here on the lap counter. If you're not going to finish, let myself or another official know. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. We'll give you a 1 minute, 30-second. Anytime after 15, the start will come on the whistle. Team staff, remove your umbrellas. One minute to start.
All right, we're back to racing. Orange Seal Pro Cup. Beautiful Southern California. Thanks for tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Race one of several on a day. Full day of short track racing. My name's Brennan Pack. With me in the booth, Mr. Jim Miller. Excited to be back this year calling the race action. Looking for a clean start, Jim. Early on, look at the size of the field. This is just a quali heat.
It looks like we got that clean start as riders start to snake their way through the first bit of this 1.2K long course. And purpose built here at Vail Lost City Bike Park, and a real special one at that. 10 minutes of racing. This is an all-out effort. Empty the tank. Leave nothing out on the course. Put it all out there if you can.
Well, and there's a little bit of, strategy there. I mean, obviously, where you finish time is going to decide our call-ups for the main later this morning. So this is the first of two qualifying heats for our junior men 17-18. You find yourself in the front. It's the top 30 they're going to be in advance, but its time is the deciding factor. So you may finish 5 in this race, but depending on the pace of this race, you can see yourself in a third row call up depending on how the time shakes out between the two races. So initially these athletes trying to make that top 30 selection in these qualifying heats, they want to be racing in the main later today. As we see some riders getting tangled up there early on, their shoulder to shoulder for sure, starting to string out here early, Jim. But yeah, where you want to be in this position, obviously within the top 30. To me, I want to be in that top 10, kind of settle in there somewhere. You don't have to win this one, but definitely you want to be towards the front of this bike race.
And what we saw right there emphasizes that point. That starting position so important. You get caught up in that log jam, you are in a race time of just 10 minutes, you are virtually out of the contention and for any of those good spots. So yeah, that starting position so important, and looks like Bear Devo taking over the lead of this race here with a couple of riders at the pointy end.
Yeah, we saw some Bear Devo athletes have a strong showing in Fayetteville for round one. They're back out here today. Looking at the short track results for Fayetteville, top 3 for our junior men went to, I'll get it for you here. Kean Reed took the win, Rowan Nastall in second, both racing for Bear National like you mentioned, and then Jude Martson with Team Soho rounded out our top 3 for our junior men short track competition for round one. We'll see if those same athletes going to carry that early season fitness and form here into Southern California.
I love the fact that there's some traveling going on. People coming from all over the country for both rounds so far. It's not just a locally infused event here today. We got folks who are traveling, these teenagers and their families coming out for the whole series. That's fantastic.
Gentlemen, this will be a 4-lap race. You were seeing 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go.
All right, the racer's being told now it's going to be a 4-lap race.
Yep, here they come making their way through. And we'll get an idea on their lap times to be able to keep up with that, but they're being told 4 to go. They're seeing 3 to go on the race card. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Is the dust kicking up here to start finish? Now we got to look back here at our leaders.
Yeah, we're going to be a sugar cookie by the end of the day. We're right here at the finish line catching all the action, and being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com. Folks here at the venue, you can certainly check it out there, but tell all your family and friends at home that they can follow the action live, InsiderMTB.com, and if they can't catch it live, it'll be there for them the rest of the time.
Yeah, they stream live on YouTube on their channel for free. Today's broadcast being presented by our friends at Orange Seal. I want to give a quick shout out to Orange Seal. Looking at this race action, though, here early on, it looks like we got a lead selection's been made now. It looks like at about, I don't know, what are you seeing there? 8, 9 riders up the road here as the separation starts to string out. As they come through, they're going to see 2 to go next time through. Again, this is a qualifying heat. This one's going to wrap up quick. Top 30 going to advance into the main later this morning.
Gavin Wagner that led him across the line at the end of that first lap, and now he's being chased by 2 Bear Devo riders and one other rider. We're going to get his number when they come across the second time here. Yeah, you mentioned Orange Seal. I can't think of a brand that's done more to support the sport in the last number of years than John at Orange Seal, and it's just fantastic. I mean, there is, first of all, no better product you want to have on your bike, but let's just talk about for a second the support that he's lent to the sport overall to help it grow, and especially promoting the younger riders like that. So hats off to John, doing a fantastic job, and I know the sport really appreciates him.
Jim, you've spent some time at this venue over the years, I'm sure. Pretty familiar with it. This is, again, shout out to the crew here. On-the-ground crew, year over year, continue to just build out this mountain bike park, right?
Yeah, it's fantastic. And even the features they've added for this year's event, the over-under and the Connex boxes that make a tunnel that we'll be racing on tomorrow. I've raced here a number of times over the years, and it really is a special place. And you can create a different course every day. There's so many miles of trails and things like that that they can build here. You can create a new course every single day.
All right, leaders should be seeing 2 to go on the lap card this time through.
And what's unique about this, you notice that it's not just flat-out speed the whole time. There's some tight corners that they have to navigate here, too. So there's going to be that start-stop. There's going to be that big expenditure of energy having to burst out of these corners that can create gaps and things like that. So the savvy riders know that. They've pre-ridden the course, and they're able to know these spots where they can pick and choose. And it looks now like our selection is narrowed down to a group of 4 riders as they come through start-finish now, chased by 2 more.
Yeah, some riders trying to get back on terms there as they're going to fly through here.
Some gaps starting to open up. Donovan Racing there trying to close that gap down and put their stamp their place. Again, all these racers racing for position in the main and in terms of their startup their call-up position. So you may not win the race, but how you place, how you finish based on time is going to determine your position in the final.
That main coming up later today at 11:45 a.m. will be the final race of our morning round of racing.
And we've had a regrouping now, too. That lead group has now amassed to a more like a 8 or 9, 10 rider group as they go up the hillier part of the course that will then narrow down into a tight single track. So getting that position into the single track important because it's better to lead than have to follow through a narrow single track section like that because you can ride your own speed and not have to ride the speed of the rider in front of you.
Yeah, all single file as they make their way through there. But still, in appropriately short track fashion, plenty of opportunities to make a move, right? The course kind of breathes, like you're talking about. It gets pinchy. It opens back up. You'll see that as the racers go through. So, not a lot of opportunity, though, to really get off the gas, right? I mean, this is all gas all the time when you're here at short track. Today's short track, it is a ripper. Like Jim said, 1.2-kilometer course packed with 30 meters of climbing. That's about 50 feet of elevation. It does include a mix of steep, short, punchy climbs and the longer pedaling sections. And we'll show you what, we're really going to see what riders have found that early season fitness. And, who's still got some work to do out there, Jim?
A couple of them showing it off there, too. Little tail whips off the nice jumps and stuff like that. And, that's the kid in every bike rider, right? When they get these chance to flow that bike around and have some fun with it. That's the best part of racing.
Yeah, style points up for grabs for sure here this weekend in Southern California.
So very important.
All right, leaders of this qualifying heat going to see 1 to go this time through. Next time through, leaders going to get the 1 to go. We saw several sprints here last year. I think the venue set up very similar, so if you're hanging out the start-finish line, you're in for some thrilling action all weekend long. There's a shot of that tight pinchy. It does kind of pinch up right towards the end. Then these riders got to get right back on the gas. Goes out here at a big does a big loop here, big horseshoe before they turn around, and then it's just up and out of the saddle side by side and all-out effort to the finish line.
It's looking like Bear Devo there, 1, 2, 3, coming through start-finish with 1 lap to go, racers, 1 lap to go.
1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Yeah, nobody giving up here, nobody at all. They know that starting position in the final is so important. Advancing, one thing, but, man, getting that better starting position, better call-up based on time alone, not based on finish, but time alone will determine the starting positions for the final. And, again, now we're 5 wide, coming up the climby part of the course.
You see those light blue kits of Bear National, pretty easy to pick out there.
This venue already abuzz with activity. The riders in their upcoming races already on the rollers. It sounds like a beehive around here. And like I said earlier, all the great, powerful Devo teams represented in the lineup here today. And as we work our way up to the 2 marquee races of the day featuring the elites and the former and Olympians and national champions and World Cup champions. So we got it all going on here at round 2 of the Orange Steel Pro Cup.
Yeah,
nice move there on the outside by that rider, taking up 2 positions on that little kicker of a climb. Final stages, final half a lap here in our first race of the day, which is a heat race for the 17-18 junior men.
Yeah, I do think that's Tommy Rowley with Bear National now setting the pace there on the front. Looking like he's going to be comfortable to bring this one in. I mean, at this point, you've made the selection, you've set the pace. I mean, if you're up here in that top 6-7 lead group, Jim, I mean, you're trying to, at this point, conserve energy because in 2 hours you got to do it again.
Yep. You know you got your spot. Matter of maybe if you want to try and vie for the win.
There's two up right here, though. A little bragging right's going to come down to the line, it looks like. As they got that final sweeping turn here, drop down, and then it gets about 6 wide here in this finish line stretch.
Here comes the drag race. Always a good amount of pride in taking a race win, any win, heat race or not. These riders going to duke it out right to the line. It's got a 3-up sprint right at it. Very well done.
Yeah, that does look like that was Tanner beat with Tommy Rowley, Thomas Agnew in that 3-up. So a couple Bear National team riders there and Bear Devo team riders in the mix early. You'll see all these athletes as they race for that top 30 for that transfer position, going to get so critical. They want to be featured in today's main later today.
So what do these riders do now? We've had our heat race. We got another one coming up, but they don't race for another couple hours. What are they going to do? What's their recovery like for the next couple hours?
I'd have to talk to their coach, but something tells me you got to keep those legs fresh. That start-stop in this when you're having to race qualifying heats, and you've been through this as a racer as well. It's so hard to go through that stop-start process where you're racing multiple times in a day. And so obviously nutrition, hydration. It's not real warm yet. It's about 65 degrees right now, a little bit over 60 degrees here. Really no wind to speak of. The dust just kind of holding in the air, but temps are going to get up there later today. It's going to get about 74, 75, abundant sunshine. It's going to feel hotter than that out there on the course.
Yeah, get off the feet for a bit, and then maybe an hour or so before that final, get that warm-up period back started again, get the legs rolling on the rollers, and get the heart pumping again, and then be ready for that intense effort that's going to take to win the final here.
Well, that was just race one of several, Jim. We already saw a 3-up sprint there. So, I mean,
bodes well for the rest of the day, I think.
I think that's probably going to set the tone for what we're going to see for the rest of the day. And now we get to do it again. So we're just a few minutes away from calling the call-ups for our next heat of racing. Once again, I want to thank those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Brought to you free professional and elite level mountain bike racing today, presented by our friends at Orange Seal. This is round 2 of the 2026 USXC Open, presented by our friends at Village Farms. This is the Orange Seal Pro Cup here in beautiful Southern California. Stick around. We'll be right back. We got about a 5-minute break until we go right back to race action.
All right, this is our first call to staging for the second race of the day, which is the second heat of the junior men's 17 and 18. First call to staging for wave 2 of the junior men's 17-18, qualifier number 2. First call to staging.
All right, welcome back on the live stream, InsiderMTB.com. I want to thank for those that are tuning in live here today, joining us this morning for a full day short track race. And reminder, InsiderMTB.com, you're welcome to, if you like what you see, this product being brought to you for free, feel free to donate, and we'll give you a shout out if you want to donate and maybe give one of these athletes' names a shout out. I mean, they'll take your money, and good way to little call out to some of the development teams and other here. If you're watching from home and want to give one of your athletes a shout out, feel free to donate, and we'll make that happen on the live stream. Throw $1,000 our way, we'll follow an athlete the entire time. I mean, all bets are off out here, I've been told.
We'll do a meet and greet. We'll do whatever you want to do for that kind of money.
Whatever you want to do.
This wonderful production truck needs gas, and at today's prices, man, we got to make sure this thing gets around to all the rest of the rounds of the Pro Cup.
That's right. But no, shout out to the crew at InsiderMTB.com. Once again, being brought to you free. I mean, this elite level early season competition. When I met Ty Katie, race director for the first couple rounds of the U.S. Pro Cup, as well as director of the U.S. XC Open Series, we had this vision. We talked about it, about this early season quality competition, give these North American-based athletes the opportunity to, gobble up some early season UCI points and kick their season off in a meaningful way. We've seen athletes as up towards Christopher Blevins talk about how valuable this has been in his career, as we've seen his career truly launch in the last couple of years, going off to win both the short track and the UCI World Cup Series championships and just last year. And so just pretty impressive to see, that kind of investment that everybody is making in sport here in North America come together, and it's all coming together around this U.S. XC Open Series.
Yeah, folks like Chris Blevins, Riley Amos, Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, they can race anywhere they want, but the fact that they get to stay here in the warm weather of Southern California on U.S. soil and race early season like this, get points, get the engine tuned up really well, is just a great testament to how well the sport is growing, and guys like Ty Katie are at the front end of that, so it's really, really special.
Yeah, and we're going to see those athletes in just a little bit. Looking at the schedule this morning, 9:30 going to be the start of our second heat. Just tuning in, we'll give you a rundown of this morning's schedule. 9:30 going to be the qualifier number 2 for our junior men 17 to 18. Had so many junior 17 18s, we're breaking them up into heat racing. We'll have that main later this morning. 10 o'clock going to be our junior women 17 18. 10:30 going to be those elite women, the Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, some of our elite athletes taken to this short 0.7-mile course. 11 a.m. going to be the elite men as well as our 19+, so any of the U23 athletes will be in that mix as well. And then 11:45 going to be the finals for these first 2 heat waves of racing we're seeing this morning. 11:45 going to be that junior men's final right here at Vail Bike Park. Beautiful Southern California, and beautiful it is, Jim. Right now, race temps setting around 65 degrees. I mean, it's just going to be a beautiful day, abundant sunshine. You know, something exciting happening here in just a little bit. 5 o'clock local time, 5:07 specifically, Artemis 2 is going to splash down just about an hour from this venue out in the Pacific Ocean. And so pretty exciting. We got stuff happening all over Southern California. The race action going to be out of this world as well.
Yeah, and here we are on a Friday. My guess is some of these kids are playing hooky. They're traveling across the country to race their bike, which is really, really cool. But I know they're all good students. They're going to take care of those grades and take care of that schoolwork. But they joined us here on the West Coast, and we couldn't be happier to have everybody out here and expose this wonderful facility to them and the rest of the world as well. Hope everybody's enjoying the coverage, brought to you by Orange Seal. And I was looking on the schedule. This crew packs up and heads up to Sea Otter next week, which is a really special event in the bike industry in general, but glad to have everybody continue on this great coverage of the sport here on the West Coast as the weather has just been spectacular here. We don't complain too much, those of us that live here in San Diego, because we get to enjoy this pretty much all year round.
Well, and you think about the ecosystem of mountain bike racing here in the States, these things need to line up. And this year, the fact that the Orange Seal Pro Cup lines up so nicely with, like you said, coming up in just a few weeks is another high-quality competition. Now these teams can travel in and, really get back-to-back. You can get a lot of race action while you're out here on the West Coast. I actually flew in. There were some athletes on the plane when I was flying in yesterday coming from New York, and it is their spring break. It's towards the end of it, okay. But depending on where you're in the country, we're still within that spring break window. So some of these kids aren't playing hooky at all.
We flip-flopped the first 2 rounds this year, right? This year, we were Southern California was first, and then we went out to Arkansas. Why was that switch made?
I think that switch made is exactly what you were talking about. When you think about the industry and the opportunity for these teams, when you're looking at how this now lines up with Sea Otter, great opportunity. If you're going to invest in that travel, you're going to travel out here to the West Coast, how awesome it is that you can come here to beautiful Velocity Bike Park, bridge that with some high-level competition just up the state now.
Yep. Love it. It's about a 7-hour drive up to Sea Otter. I'll be on the road on Tuesday getting up there to go be part of that great event and do a little riding and a little exploring around there. It's always a good time.
That's the whole idea. Just really supporting, sport, Jim. And a lot of that has to do with the calendar and how these promoters work together to line up the calendar year over year.
We'll make this our second and final call to staging for the second qualifier of junior men 17 and 18. It is your time to be at the back end of the queue. We're about ready to start our call-ups.
In this field, I'm seeing some names that were out there in Fayetteville. Kean Reed finished first in Fayetteville in the short track competition. He's out there in this next mix, as is Rowan Nastall, finished second in Fayetteville. You'll be seeing him on the start line here shortly. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and start call-ups for our next heat of racing, starting with Racing for Bear National Team, Rowan Nastall. For Bear National Team, Kean Reed. Dirt Camp Racing, Asher Bogner. For Ruler Devo, Vince Edwards. Ruler Devo, Easton Day. Ruler Devo, Lucas Kirsch. For We Development, it's Isaac Cole. For Donovan Racing, Dylan Reed. For Wild Rockies, Eden Teague. For 149, Achilles Montiel. For B17 Racing, Simon Hewitt. For Tribe Racing, it's Finn Cromwell. Dylan Hall. Quinn Dressen. Riley Grimes. Isaiah Ward. Dylan Nofziger. Odin Olsen. Daniel Castano. William Greger. Ben Garmany. James Mahami. Cooper Puffett.
Johan Soders. Lucas Miller. Clark Johnson. Kipton O'Neill. Joshua Porter. Teague Halverson. Elijah Kemp. Carson Klotz. Cutler Reschke. Braden McNichols. Maverick Tiller. Brendan Beer. Rocco Lawrence. William Martin. Patrick Senkier. Pearson Votts. Chance Miller. Bryce Ferguson. Wyatt Dewey. Marcus Diana. Miles Pronti. Owen Hawks. Emmett Smith. Julian Wilk. Wyatt Sparks. Trevor Gillette. Peyton Shoresman. Elijah Nunez. Jackson Allen. Nicholas Hutchinson. Cash Miner. And James Umberhant.
There you go. That's going to finish up our call-ups. And at this time, we're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
All right, gentlemen, good morning. We're just over 2 minutes to your start. This will be a 4-lap race. Top 30 riders will qualify. 80% will be in effect. If you are pulled, you will be asked to remove yourself from the race on the left-hand side of the course just after the finish line. Otherwise, we'll give you a 2-minute, which we are at now. 2 minutes to start. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Your start will come anytime after 15 seconds on the whistle. Team staff out of the grid, please.
It dipped down to 300 and it went back up now.
One minute to start. Thirty seconds.
All right, Jim, back to racing here, hoping for another clean start. Big field, probably close to 55 athletes in this second heat of racing for our junior men 17-18 here at Short Track Day, the beautiful Vail Ossity Bike Park.
Top 30 going to advance to the final as these riders start to string out around the first big turn nice and wide, but it's going to narrow down as they come up the main climb on this short track course into a single track. So that's an important position. That's an important spot to earn and get as they're, 4 or 5 wide now, narrowing down, rounding around the big corner.
6-7 wide in that turn as they came approach to where it's going to start to tighten up here real quick, right? As soon as they're about to approach this first section of single track, everything starts to narrow up pretty quick out here. Again, just about 0.7 miles around each and every time. For those here in the States, about 50 feet of elevation gain found. So you can do the quick math here. We're looking at about a 3-mile race with about 200 feet of elevation in this short qualifying heat.
And you can see, look, riders having to get off their bikes even because it pinched up so bad and narrowed down like that. Look at that. Oh, just a log jam.
Yeah, you got riders running their bike now just to move up in position as they're all fighting. Again, top 30 going to advance to the main later this morning at 11:45.
As if that start wasn't hard enough, now those riders got to chase to earn back those positions to try and claw their way back into that top 30.
Again, in this mix is Kean Reed and Rowan Nassau. They were 1-2 out in Fayetteville during round one. Kean Reed taking the win for Bear National in short track competition in Arkansas. Rowan Nassau finishing second. And last year, both those gentlemen found success here as Rowan Nassau finished second in the short track competition here in Vail Lake, and Kean Reed was fifth. So they know how to get it done here on short track day.
Well, compare and contrast those two courses for us. You've seen this course here now a couple of years. What would you say the big differences are between this and the course these guys raced just a couple of weeks ago?
Race conditions this year for sure. I mean, we are dry and dusty. Last year ahead of competition, I pre-walked the course last year ahead of competition, and well, let's just say there was a lot of slipping and sliding going on out there on course, and so it's great to see. It is dry, and I mean dry and dusty at this point, so definitely year over year I would say the biggest difference is the changes in course conditions make their way in. If we can't pick out here, they're going to come in fast, so it's hard to call them as they come through. We'll be see who that top kind of 5, 6, 10 riders are as they blaze through here, seeing 3 to go.
Look like a couple of Ruler Devo riders there on the front end of that lap. A collection of about 15 riders there as they come through the first main turn on the course out of the start finish chute. Alarm bells being set off here at the back end of the pack. Everybody just absolutely sprinting to try and reattach to that top 30 to be able to advance to the final.
Still a big group there, but probably about 10 riders now working together off the front. Well, I don't know if they're working together, but they're riding together off the front now. Still setting a pretty good pace.
Southern California and San Diego, or maybe this part of Southern California in particular, a big haven for bike racing this weekend. We got this race going on, of course, UCI level racing. Redland, a couple of big gravel events going on right now. So Southern California just hopping with great bike events. Great to see, too, look at all the family, friends, and fans that are already here joining us, Brandon. Like, this place is packed. We got teammates and family members and the support crews of all these Devo teams out here. It's really great to see the support.
Yeah, excited to see everybody joining us here today. And you can see there on the live stream, if you're tuning in, well, you're missing out because this is a beautiful place to be today. No better way to catch a bike race than live. And that's what I love about short track racing is, as a fan, you really can move around the course and catch a lot of the action. And really from a few vantage points, you can see it all because it's an action-packed short course. I feel like they designed short track racing for the fans. It's a gift.
Yeah, absolutely. The racers love it, too. I think they love the intensity. They love to be able to go out and give it all they can for a short period of time like that and have these fun, flowy courses like that is really a bike rider's dream.
Well, fun and flowy it is out here as you've seen riders throwing little tail whips, getting little style points out here today. And things will change quickly, though, as we get into tomorrow. So if you're tuning in today, reminder, this will be happening. We'll be bringing live elite-level mountain bike racing to you at home, to your couch on InsiderMTB.com all weekend long. So tomorrow, a full day of UCI Olympic-style cross-country racing. Quick shout out to a few of our sponsors as we wait. Shout out to Experience Fayetteville. They're the official sponsor of this weekend's Junior 17-18 competitions. Fayetteville, Arkansas, a lively mountain town known for its cycling culture and vast network of trails. An official stop on the U.S. XC Open Series for 6 years running. Discover your next mountain bike destination at experiencefayetteville.com. And many of these athletes are no stranger to Fayetteville, and now here we are in beautiful California just about 3 weeks later.
Yeah, you guys got it going on there in Arkansas. That's become the hotbed of cycling in the United States, if anything, in terms of the great trails that have been built in, the great racing that's going on, both road, cyclocross, certainly mountain bike. Gravel's got a big contingent out there, too. So, man, you guys are doing it right out there. It's really cool.
Yeah, that Northwest Arkansas, it's the Southern California of Arkansas. There you go. You guys have a lot going out here in Southern Cali as well, as you just ran down. There's tons of racing happening this weekend alone.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Look at this. They're side by side as they go back into that single track. All that battling for positions now happening all over course at this point, though, Jim. We're about halfway through this race. Leader's going to see 2 to go this time through. And, you know, really at this point, if you're not up there in the front in clean air, you're really just jockeying for position because you know how critical it is to make it into the top 30 to advance to that main later today. If you showed up today to race, I mean, you want to be in that main later today.
No, you have to. We come a long way. You got to put it all out there in this short 10-minute race. And even if you lost track of the number of riders in front of you, you still absolutely are sprinting the entirety of the rest of this race here just to gobble up whatever position and make those fast times that you can to be able to advance and get a good starting position in the final. This one's now starting to stretch out. That group of 11 is now kind of thinned out to a group of 3 through the single track part of the course. And this really demonstrates, too, the lumpiness, let's call it that, of this course. It's not exactly a lot of even power climbs. It's more just these hard rollers that these riders are having to race their way through and using the dropper post to be able to gain and slingshot their way up and over these rollers all throughout the second half of the lap of this short track course here at Vailocity.
Yeah, definitely a different elevation profile out here. I mean, we are nestled in. I mean, this is a mountain range we're sitting in the middle of. I know you can't see it from our vantage point, it's pretty beautiful out here. Last year, I was promised great weather. Come out here, and these mountains were snow-capped. Yeah. And so in early March, and so definitely a different. As I spoke, the difference this year over year, is just a change in the schedule, swapping this round with Fayetteville. And definitely blessed with better racing conditions this weekend than we saw in 2025. Leaders team 1 to go this time through. There's those leaders we were talking about. That is Rowan Nestal, Kean Reed as they leading him through in that light pink kick of Bear National. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Yeah, Rowan is the 25 junior men's 17-18 national champion.
That's right. We'll see him tomorrow in the Stars and Stripes jersey.
And the 15-16 national champion in 2024. So Rowan got some stripes to bear there. That's very impressive. And he's going to be a force to contend with all throughout the series based on just how he's done so far in the first couple of rounds. Already on the USA radar for international races. That looking to promote him up the ranks here and continue to grow his talent and expose him to high-level racing.
Well, you're off the front now, and Bear is picking up the pace. They've shredded this field down to a lead group of 3 now, and 2 Bear riders are up there in the mix. Now you're racing for time. At this point, you're on the last lap. You know how critical, time's really going to decide where your call-up's going to be in that A main later today. At this point, I mean, you're all gas. Just you want to see how quick you can make this last lap. It's a burner of a lap.
Yeah, you're not going to sit up and just take the place. You want that time. You want that first or second row call-up at worst. To be able to have a great starting position for the final, because that's going to be 60 deep. You do not want to be the back half of that group for sure.
Still time to be playful out there, as you saw our leaders there catching a little bit of air, a little tail whip. So they make their way around here. Just a sprawling venue here at Vail Lake.
It is, and they're constantly reshaping it, adding stuff, to putting in they built a rock garden because there wasn't a proper rock garden, so they just built one. Put one in here. They put in a couple of Connex boxes to make an over-under, a proper over-under, and a tunnel. So very creative, very crafty. These guys are hard working out here all the time, playing in the dirt, moving it around to make it a premier facility of its kind anywhere in the United States.
Yeah, they had just finished that Connex box last year, right ahead of the race. So it was pretty cool to see that kind of over-under figure-8 course design that it allows. Pretty ingenious by the builders there, and that'll be featured in tomorrow's XCO competition.
Winding up now for the finish. Looks like it's going to be a parade of...
Yeah, you got 2 Bear riders. Look like they're going to lead them in. That's right. Yep, 1, 2. That is Rowan Nestal going to come across the line in first. Kean Reed in second. And then with him is Isaac Cole with We Development in that blue kit. Simon Hewitt there with B17 Racing coming in. More riders making it. All these riders going to make that top 30 selection.
No doubt happy that this one is over. That's an intense 10-minute effort there. And
saw Dylan Hall there with Gravity Collective in the mix as well. And look at the dust they're kicking up here at the start finish. You can just see course conditions, just how dry it is out here. Is like you said, we're all going to look like sugar cookies by the time the day's over.
Yeah, it's already starting to crust up on us. I don't mind. I love it being out here. I'm biased, but this beats sitting out on a dusty softball field somewhere or a soccer pitch in the middle of nowhere. I'd rather be out here with all the bike racing people and the fans and friends that are supporting them.
Couldn't agree more. And don't stick around. Once again, thanks for tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Race action coming at you all day long. Up next going to be our junior women 17-18 taken to this 0.7-mile short track course here at Vail Bike Park. We'll get that call up here started shortly. We'll go ahead and do our first call to staging. So go ahead and do our first call to staging for our junior women 17-18. This will be your first call to staging as we wrap up Heat 2 of 2 for our junior men 17-18 here for round 2 of the 2026 U.S. XC Open Series presented by Vail Farms. You are tuned in to the Orange Seal Pro Cup here in beautiful Southern California. If you're not with us, well, you're missing out, but at least you're tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. Being brought to you free by our friends today at Orange Seal.
You don't get this kind of coverage at soccer matches and things like that. It's only because of the largesse of the great group Insider MTB and all their ability to get this massive production truck around and set up and looking good and getting out all the great images of the racing we're going to have all day long for the next 3 days.
Yeah, and if you can't travel in, I mean, there's plenty of friends and family that can't make the trip in. With a lot of these development teams, it's the who's who of the future of the sport with us. I'm looking out here, and there's a ton of development teams that have joined us in Southern California. But what a great opportunity just for even family to be able to catch the action of some of their family members that are here. If they couldn't make the trip out, just a good opportunity. A reminder, if you like what you're seeing, you're welcome to make a donation there on InsiderMTB.com, and we'll give your company, we'll give your racer, we'll give you a shout out on the live stream.
These development teams growing too. I saw a post from the Donovan racing team there. They bought this rig. They've got this massive rig to haul their gear and their team around the country like that. Rob doing a great job at growing the sport and building athletes and a community of racers that is really doing just amazing job at helping develop the talent and promote these riders through the ranks of junior racing like that. It's super impressive. It's a labor of love for the most part, and all of them, they do a great job at it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things feeding sport these days. NICA's doing a great job of introducing mountain biking at a scholastic level as early as 5th grade now in the United States. And, when you look at sport, from stick and ball, just pick a sport, when you see the level of junior competition and how large, look at 17-18, so big we had to split them up into heat racing. That tells me we're onto something, and the future of mountain bike racing in North America is in a really good place. It's in a really healthy spot, Jim.
Well, it tells me, too, that these are good kids, right? Like, you don't get to do stuff like this and travel around the country and buy expensive bikes and equipment like that if you're not doing well. So props to the families that are supporting that. It's not cheap. It's not easy. There is a glut of bikes to get, though. I'll say that right now. The industry is in a position of having a little too much equipment out there. So the equipment availability is certainly there. But the fact that these kids are doing good in school and being good citizens in the community and doing well at home, and the families support that by bringing them out to races like this, is really bodes well for the continued growth of the sport.
Well, and it's what we're seeing, at least in Arkansas and the Fayetteville areas, as these kids are being introduced with mountain biking now in as early as 5th grade. Your kid comes home and says, hey, I want to get into mountain biking. And if you're a mom and dad, you're like, okay, let's give that a try. And what we see before we know it, the whole family is adopting mountain biking as a healthy, active lifestyle choice as that kid starts to get into sport.
Yeah, we have our local grassroots community racing here, Quick and Dirty. We start every night off with a kids race. We got kids out there on Strider bikes, 5-6 years old, in the first wave of the beginner kids. It's fantastic. The look on their face, the enthusiasm they get to move their bodies around on their bikes and playing around in the dirt like that is just fantastic. Some of those kids that started in that kids race will be racing here tomorrow in the cross country with the elites. We're really, really proud of that.
Well, that's pretty special because, Jim, you're sitting here giving, a lot of accolades to people here investing in the sport, but you yourself correct me if I'm wrong, but you're putting on that series. You're part of that series, investing in you yourself are part of the story. So thank you for your investment because we know what it takes to put on those types of races.
I tell you what, Brandon, it's so much fun. Victor Sheldon is the real head of that, and he does such a great job at promoting and growing it. It's so fun to be part of that every week in the summertime here, and coming up in the later spring we kick off our summer series. There you go.
So that's is it a one and done, or is it like one season? Do you do a spring fall? How do you position that each and every year here in Southern California?
Yeah, we do a summer series. That's 8 weeks of midweek racing on Thursday nights right here at Lake Hodges, not too far away in Escondido. And then we have a couple of more marquee one-day events throughout the year. The big one is the Filthy 50 in the fall, right around Halloween time. We get 700-800 riders rolling through a 50-mile course all through and around Lake Hodges. But it's grown over the years. It gets bigger every year, and I know Victor takes a great amount of pride in how hard he works at putting it together, and the crew of us that come together to help him out are always we have so much fun doing it, and it's just a real special treat to be part of that and see what's grown in the local community here in San Diego.
And as you know, you're part of that ecosystem. As you mentioned, some of those kids that came up through the ranks racing those local series are going to be featured tomorrow in the Elite U23 competition. That, sir, has got to feel pretty special.
It absolutely does, yeah. And Victor himself, he'll be racing here on Sunday. He's a multi-time national champion, so we'll see him more likely than not at a feature of whatever race he's in.
There you go. A reminder, call to staging. We're doing our call to staging for our junior women 17-18. We're going to get those call-ups started about 5 minutes out. So call to staging for our junior women 17-18. Again, today's junior 17-18 competition is being presented by our friends at Experience Fayetteville, part of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Round 2 of the 2026 USXC Open Series presented by our friends at Village Farms.
It's fantastic to see such a long list of starters in the junior women's 17-18. We almost had to do heats in this category because there's so many riders, and fantastic that the junior women are filling out and showing up and making a very stacked field of racers here for what will be our third race of the morning.
Yeah, looking back at Fayetteville, it was Scott Wellmeyer taking the win in the short track competition for Bear National, Lily Agnew with Voz in second, and Sophia Triptovich with Gravity Academy in third. And something tells me we're going to see several of those ladies that had a strong showing in Fayetteville. We'll be calling their names up here shortly to the start line. So I think our top three are all joining from Fayetteville, are all here in or at Vail Ossity Bike Park this weekend.
Go ahead.
As our riders start to enter the start chute down here, Jim, like we talked about this venue, I want to give a quick shout out to Vail Ossity and the Temecula KOA. I'm staying here. It's an amazing venue. I mean, not only have they made this huge investment and continue to make this year-over-year investment, but Vail Lake Resort, home to the Vail Ossity Bike Park and Temecula KOA Resort, is it the premier mountain bike destination here in Southern California?
I can think of nothing better. There's really nothing else that has the build out. There's nothing else that has that camping. They've got a restaurant, a bar. The lake itself is just beyond the boundary of the property here. It is a full-on family destination. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider, flowing single track, epic climbs, twisty descents, and plenty of fun features like pump tracks, jump lines, and ridges make the Vail Ossity a heaven for serious riders and those looking for train for their next podium. I imagine this is just a destination. If you live in Southern California, you're just looking to ride. This has got to be a destination. If this venue is not putting on what is some of the most top elite level, kind of the pointy end of racing in this country, it's just a place for this community to come out and rip around, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the regional event promoters put on events here. I know the Big Bear event puts on a couple of events here. You got NICA racing here a couple of times throughout the year. So yeah, it's getting good use and getting exposure on a national basis now with bringing the Pro Cup here and being able to show off what we got going on here in Southern California. Really special.
Yeah, I love that. Love to see the investment in venues being made across the country. Centennial Park in Fayetteville, very similar story, right? Hosted U.S. Pro Cups, 2022 Cyclocross World Championships, our NICA State Championships. Now we're hosting a NICA Regional, bringing students in from like 12 different states. You know, that's what you get. Like when I love when people have the foresight and can see that vision. When you invest in, build it and we'll come, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned cyclocross, and that's a personal goal of mine, is to get cyclocross back and bigger here in the States. We just can't seem to make it catch here. There's a couple of promoters trying really hard to make it grow here. Dorothy does a great job at putting on the events she does, but man, we just can't seem to get the numbers out there, and we haven't figured out that mix. But I'm determined that we're going to make cyclocross grow here, and maybe this is the place. Maybe that we need to bring it here and find a good cyclocross course here at Vailocity.
Well, I'd say they've got the infrastructure to support it, and that's really the key. First off, where are you going to park people? Where are you going to put the food trucks? Where are you going to put the teams? And so if you can solve for that at a venue like this, then now all you got to do is figure yourself out a 3-kilometer course, and you're ready to go. And so, yeah, that's there still is an investment in cyclocross being made in the state. Fayetteville going to be home to the 2026 USA Cyclocross National Championships this December, so that'll be at that same venue that hosted the 2022 UCI World Championships. But you're right, we're no longer, for years we hosted 2 World Cups there in Fayetteville in the cyclocross space. But this year, for I think the last couple of years, we've finally seen there's not really that elite level, that pointy end, that international competition. It's all gone over to Europe in that cyclocross space, and I think some of that, Jim, is just, unfortunately, when you see a sport like gravel, cyclocross used to be the winter sport for cycling. That's what we all did in the off season. That's what we went to. But now with the popularity of gravel, I don't know that hasn't come at the cost of a little bit of that cyclocross kind of boom we saw there in the aughts.
Yeah. Part of that problem is cyclocross is hard. It's not easy. You want to contend, you want to be good. That's a hard event, man. Off and on the bike, that intensity that it requires, that's not an easy thing.
Well, and some of the athletes here, though, they are still racing it. It is it's still a formidable sport here in the States, because I've talked to a lot of these juniors about how they spent their off season, and several of them said, well, I race cyclocross.
Yeah.
So great way to kind of hold on to that fitness and prime the pumps for the mountain bike season.
Yeah, keep the engine tuned up really well. And many of these athletes, they're racing every single genre of the sport. They're on the road, they're on the mountain bike, they're on the gravel bike. It's bikes, and that's really good for them to learn it and find the one that they enjoy the most, and then really put their time into that training and be able to excel and place and keep up their enthusiasm for racing like at that level.
Just living their best life, Jim.
Man, I wish I would have gotten into it at that. I was too stick and ball oriented back in those days, my teenage years. It wasn't until my 30s I found out my true love for bikes and started getting into them. By then, all those people that had built those engines in their 20s were way ahead of me.
Well, you're speaking, I think we're from the same generation, Jim, because very similar. But, we went to what we had, and the investment back then, and I don't want to date us, but I'm going to say that, the 80s, 70s, 80s, the investment was being made around stick and ball. Now this has changed. Now this investment being made in sport and venues like right here at Vailocity Bike Park. Now these kids have direct access to world-class mountain bike infrastructure. For me and you 30 years ago, Ty Katie 30 years ago, it might have, it was stick and ball.
Yeah, it just wasn't available. Now it is, and look at it, it's growing, and man, let's keep it going.
So I'd say accessibility is the key. If you're looking to bring something like this to your community, well, like we said, build it and they will come. And yeah, when you build a venue like this, it's accessible by the community. I just think sport's going to grow around it. All right, at this time, we're going to start our call-ups for our junior women 17-18. It'll be our junior call-ups. This is the main event for today's short track competition for our junior women 17-18. Starting off, racing for Bear National Team, Scott Wellmeyer. For Voss Cutaway, Lily Agnew. Gravity Collective's Zana Zogar. For Donovan Racing, Katya Offner. For Donovan Racing, Alina Fernies. Wild Rockies Racing's Payet Spangenberg. For Accel Cycling, Aspen Fonger. For Donovan Racing, Ellie Warren. For Bear National, Nora Cruz. Racing for the Gravity Academy, Sophia Triptovich. For Donovan Racing, Siri Crum. For Donovan Racing, Hazel Lazar. For Gravity Collective, Raina Loger. For Spry Development Racing Team, Anna Keller. Reality Bikes, Haley Nelson. Emma Daly, Cadence Preston, Ansley Haas, Molly Tila Clausen, Ella Voigt, Nora Clayton, Riley Nelson, Mariah Dickerson, Charlie Albright,
Ami Boyle, Scout Harrington, Laura Carlin, Eliza Price, Graydon Daum, Ellen Sproul, Elizabeth Lindsay, Jane English, Adalyn Garibray, Vesper Klausner, Sydney Mellett, Gabriela Dominguez, Danielle Walker, Sydney Wyatt, Emmeline Jarnovich, Galen Teller, Izzy Crandall, Taylor Allen, Mara Williamson, Coco Liritz, Riley Kuhlman, Addison Hodge, Whitney Warnk, Quinn Profsky, Sophia Alexander, Jordan Cooper, Molly Mitzel, Aaron Aston, Hazel Anderson, and Penelope Stewart.
All right, at this time, we're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Good morning, ladies. This is the women's 17-18 final. This will be a 20-minute race. We will convert to laps after the first 2 full laps are completed. 80% will be in effect. That pole area will be just past the finish line on the left-hand side. If you are a did not finish, please let one of the officials know. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. You are at 2 minutes to start. We'll give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds. Anything after 15, the start will come on the whistle. Team staff out of the grid, please. One minute. Seconds.
All right, we're back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, start of our junior women's 17, 18-year-old short track competition. Always looking for a clean start, but we know, I mean, you are elbow to elbow at this point, Jim. Anything can happen early on. Somebody snaps a chain, somebody goes down, and it can take a large portion of the field with it.
Miss a pedal stroke off the start there, and you will find yourself mid-pack real quick. And this is a final. There's no heats here. There's a 20-minute race. The winner, it will be the champion of round 2 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
The final. Love that. Speaking of finals, looking back at race 1 in Fayetteville, it was in third place Sophia Triptovich, Lily Agnew, and Scott Wellmeyer taking the win. Lily, second step. See if those young women don't carry that same energy into Southern California this weekend. I know that Scout and Lily had the front row call up Sophia a little farther back on the second row. Whole shot so critical. Going to be 20 minutes of competition. We'll get settled in, let you know how many laps they're going to do. But this isn't a qualifying heat. This is the main event for our junior women 17, 18-year-old.
Still very much a sprint. 20 minutes still very much an all-out effort for that entirety of that 20 minutes. And already, look at that, a nice little lead being built out there by the front two riders. The front two rows, by the way, were just stacked with Bear Development and Donovan Racing riders. So a couple of the top programs there growing out the sport and stacking our field of these junior women 17, 18 riders.
Speaking of stacked, you see the fans there. They're about 4 deep in that corner. That must be a great place to catch some of the action. We talked about the vantage point. There's a few places you can hang out here at the venue and see almost the entire race course. That's evidently one of them. And just follow the fans, Jim.
Yeah. We can maybe set up a tent up there. We get a crew up there, and I'm sure there'll be some costumes and things like that out there tomorrow.
Yeah, this is one rider now off the front. We'll get an idea who this rider is if she makes her way through. Pick it out.
They've even built in some interesting A and B lines here for riders want to choose to maybe try and gather up a position or a spot. They can take the long road around the corner instead of the bumps through there. So all kinds of craftiness going on here by the course developers. Ty and his crew, and the crew here at the Vailocity Bike Park doing a great job at building a really fun course for the riders.
Yeah, the eye in the sky, the drone camera there really kind of shows you the expansiveness of the venue. Settled right here in between what's the mountain range here, Jim? There's mountains all around us, kind of parked up here.
This might be in the San Jacinto range, I think, of the mountains. We're close enough to that area.
Well, definitely a beautiful place for a bike race. We're going to get an idea of who's setting the pace. And look at that. They've already got about 10 bike links. They're going to bring them through again. 20 minutes all out. We'll settle in and see who. It looks like we might have some teammates here as they start to make their way through. And that rider does not have a body number on, so hard to pick her out as she came through. But that's Payet Spangenberg setting second. And looks like Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy setting the pace.
I'm sure she's going to have a talking to by the officials for not having that number properly placed.
Yeah, Sophia out there in that white and black kit setting the pace early here. That was a 2:53, sub 3 minute effort there on that first lap. Looks like it's all come back together on her. She had some separation early, but looks like we got a separation, maybe a selection now of looks like about 7 riders now, Jim, off the front. A few more riders trying to get back on turns. This could come back together and be a group of 10 here as they make their way back into the single track section of the short track course.
What type of rider would you say a course like this favors? Is it the rider that just has that explosive speed and can really hold that full gas effort? Or is it more the rider that has more technical handling skills and somebody who can really weave their way through traffic and find their way through a single track?
I think this is an engine. This is all engine for a course like this. There's not really a lot of technicality. I know there's some twists and turns, but even the elevation compared to other races in the series, looking back at Fayetteville, really, Fayetteville almost favored somebody that had that kind of short burst energy, somebody that had spent a lot of time doing interval training because you were really on it or off it all the time. It was very steep and then, very technical. All the descents very technical. Out here feels like a little bit faster, flowier type of race. Not a lot of elevation, about half the elevation that we were seeing in the short track competition for round one. And so I think a race like this really does favor, if you got a big engine and you can fire that thing up early, there's really nothing standing in front of you at a course like this.
Yeah, tomorrow I think is when we introduce a little more of that technical features with the rock gardens and more of the single track and the higher elevation climbs like that. It's going to put more of a demand on the bike handling and more a demand on the ability to stay out in front and hold that effort when you can.
Yeah, it's a race for a V8, Jim.
Gas prices, though, you just can't run that engine that hard these days. My goodness.
Well, it is Sophia Triptovich on the gas. See what I did there, Jim? Currently setting first in that black and white kit for the Gravity Academy. But she has a whole line of athletes behind her. There's that tight turn you're talking about. Something tells me, I'm going to call it, we're going to see a pass made there at some point for the win. I think that's a great place. If you're setting second or third wheel on the final lap, that to me seems like a real a real good opportunity. If I'm setting up a racer, if I've been riding second wheel, I've conserved some energy, that seems like a great place to maybe try to put in a dig, go on the inside, make that pass.
Yeah, if you're an F1 fan like I am, they're going to know that. They're going to see that, set that up maybe a couple of laps before and know how to carry that speed through the turn now as we get a nice bunch of riders coming across the line. Gravity Collective leading them.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, Gravity Collective 1, 2, 3. That's Sophia Triptovich, Reina Logar, and Xana Logar, sisters for Gravity Academy. So 1, 2, 3 Gravity Academy currently setting the pace. Scout Wellmeyer with Bear National in there in the top 4, as is Lily Agnew rounding out your top 5 with Vaz.
We're talking about folks that travel. The Logar family coming all the way out from West Virginia to race with us here. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that.
So sisters battling it out for second and third, but strong showing here early by the Gravity Collective. You know, there's some tactics here, though. I mean, I know it's early in this race. Riders seeing 5 to go on the race card as they come this time through. 5 to go, ladies, 5 to go. But, you know, something tells me as this race moves on, I see a few of those like light blue and pink kits of Bear National starting to make a move up, And so as this race unfolds, you know, you talk about it, you know, do you have what it takes to go all out for 20 minutes? Or, you know, we've only got one book of matches. Some of these athletes, this is a really fast start race, and you've only got a limited amount of fuel. And if you burn all those matches early, you're going to find yourself peeling off the back 10 minutes into this race.
Yep. And you got to know that. You got to know that about your current level of fitness. Or maybe you're just going to throw caution to the wind and say, I'm going to just put everything out there to see if I've got it today. Look at that great crowd up at the top of the climb. That's fantastic.
Still a lot of riders in. I think the selection's been made, though, at this point, Jim. Riders this time, they saw 5 to go. Next time through for a leader is going to be 4 to go. Gravity Collective letting their dominance be known early here, but still plenty of opportunity for a lot of these other athletes to get up and make some moves. But it is Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy setting the pace.
Yeah, she's been out in front from the gun and now towing that group around behind her, but is showing no signs of backing off and is handling any of the technical sections and certainly putting those punchy climbs to her advantage.
Well, in team tactics in a race like this, at some point those are going to come into play, right? If you're up there and you're setting 1, 2, 3, at some point you're starting to really, you have to start having a little bit of team mentality. I know when it comes down to it, it's anyone's race, but at this point in the race, you know, Gravity Collective, you know, did they have a plan based on that? Did they say, hey, let's get up front, let's control the pace of this race, let's get up there, see if we can't position one of us for the win?
Yep, we can control it, and then maybe it comes down to whoever's there at the end. Then we can sprint it out and see if we can't get a 1, 2, 3, and who's going to win that. And here they come through the line there. Gravity Collective 1, 2, and then in the bunch there, 3 of them. Donovan Racing Rider mixed in the bench there with another Bear Development team.
Yeah, Bear Development Rider coming up on the outside now. I'm starting to see a couple of those Bear Development Riders made that selection in this lead group. So see if they can't get up there. You see setting third wheel with Bear. That's Scott Wellmeyer. Again, Scott taking the win in Fayetteville, so she knows how to, she knows how to get it done in short track competition.
Well, no, this is the time, too, in the race where you are kind of measuring that effort, right? You've gathered yourself back up into the select group. You kind of know, you've got a good feel for what your other racers are doing that day. And now you're kind of trying to position yourself and realizing what you got left in the tank to be able to make that hard effort on those last 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, but look at that Gravity Collective 1, 2, 3. It's the Logar sisters from Gravity Collective making the trip all the way across the country to be here with us. About 9 or 10 riders made this selection, Jim, and it has been all Scout Sophia Triptovich off the front here, setting this pace. where do you make your move at this point? I know we've eyed a few sections of the course. You get in the single track section, it looks like everybody's comfortable just to kind of filter in single file. Not a lot of places to make that move. They make their way up at kind of the highest point. Love to see the fans hanging out at the high point of the course. Great vantage point to take in all the race action. You can carry a little speed right here, and then it starts to get pinchy real quick. And so I really think that, as you're looking at where can you make that pass, it's going to open up. The course kind of gives and takes, breathes a little bit throughout the 0.7 miles each and every time around.
Yeah, that savvy racer is looking for that spot. They're going to know where they have a chance to be able to put in that burst of speed. And I think for my money, that might be as you come out of that first turn here after the start-finish shoot on that uphill section, get a good burst of speed and lead into the single track if you can, because then you can control the pace.
Yeah, we've seen that as they make their way through the start-finish each and every time. It seems like it does have a little immediate elevation leaving the start-finish area, and so a chance to, like you said, kind of throw a dart, hope that it sticks, and see if you can't make that pass. Because other than that, then you really do need to settle in for, about a half lap of single track until it gets pinchy right here, as you're seeing on your screens on InsiderMTB.com. And then now it's a big horseshoe, wide sweeping loop, and then the course opens right back up. You can go 6 wide all the way to the finish line.
And we've got that 6 in this long, thin line here at the front as they're barreling down here on the finish line with the 3 to go as they come across.
Leader's going to see the 3 to go. A couple riders, look, you can see they're trying to get back on terms here, see if they can't latch onto this lead group, but they make their way through. 3 to go, ladies. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
This is an impressive. None of these women look tired at all. This is anybody's race at this point. Anybody in this top 7 or 8 group of riders could win this race right now with 3 to go.
Yeah, that selection is Sophia Triptovich and the Logar sisters, all with Gravity Collective, Scott Wellmeyer with Bear National, Lily Agnew with Voz, Nora Cruz with Bear National, Offner with Donovan Racing, and Payette Spangenberg with Wild Rockies Racing. That's that lead group of athletes. And there's that spot you're talking about. The elevation starts to pick up.
Yeah, if you can gather a few spots here, if you can get out of the saddle and take a really big dig here, you can gobble up 4 or 5 positions and really put yourself in contention for the lead, if not the win.
Yeah, it does look like our Bear National rider now making her way to the front. We're about halfway through this race, Jim, and that's what I was talking about. You kind of sit back there and wait, and then you comfortable letting somebody else set the pace, but looks like we do have a new leader. We do. There's one of our Bear National Team athletes. There was a couple there in the mix in that top group, but that's going to be Scout Wellmeyer, your winner, round 1 in the short track competition. Now sitting at the front of this race course. Doesn't surprise me a bit. She was just sitting and waiting, happy to let someone else take a turn. She saw 3 to go, knew she was halfway through the race. Now it's her setting the pace, and look at she has picked up the pace out here, Jim.
She was second place at the 2025 17-18 short track, so she's no stranger to this format. Handling that bike really well through the whoops. Getting some nice air over the jumps. Positioned herself really well for the second half of this race. Now trying to stamp her authority on it.
Once again, speaking of racing, reminder, today's junior men's and women's 17-18-year-old competition being presented by Experience Fayetteville, official sponsor of this weekend's junior 17-18-year-old competitions.
Like you mentioned earlier, Brandon, it could come down to that second to last turn. Positioning critical on how you carry the speed on the downhill through it.
Well, it took about halfway through the race before we ever saw a lead change, and so
this turn right here could come down critical to the outcome of this race.
I mean, if you don't close down that door, you see the doors open right there, and if you've got a little bit in the gas, if you set, if you're setting on the right gear, you're setting back and waiting, that's definitely an opportunity to put in a big dig and see if you can't create that separation, then carry the lead. And that's where do you want to be in a sprint? I mean, where do you want to be in position as you're going? I mean, do you want to be setting second wheel for a sprint? Do you want to be the first to go? I mean, that's just, you want to talk about cat and mouse.
When in doubt, lead it out. Isn't that the phrase in bike racing?
That's what they say. 2 to go, ladies. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Everybody looks just so composed and just so calm and settled in. This is going to ratchet up here over the course of the next few minutes with 2 laps to go in our junior women 17 to 18 short track race. This is fantastic racing, a great show being put on here by this talented group of women racers.
Yeah, that is Scout Wellmeyer setting the pace there with Bear National. Sophia Triptovich sitting second now with Gravity Collective. Xana Logar in third. And then Lily Agnew moving up to fourth with Voss. Lily finishing second in round 1 in Fayetteville.
Another traveler, Lily, coming all the way up from Charlottesville, Virginia. She was a junior national silver medalist in 2025.
Yeah, I talked a little bit of that team while they were in Fayetteville. Voss actually predates NICA. They've been investing in junior development before the NICA days. And so Voss been around for years and years and years. And you can see that development working for them as Lily obviously finding success early in the 2026 season. All right, at this time, we're going to do our next call to staging. We're going to do our call to staging for our elite women. Call to staging for our elite women. This is your first call to staging.
Some stretching out now being done as she's putting a little bit of speed into the field here, being able to, because you're out front, you can ride at your pace. And if you know you've got some gas left in that tank, you can really start to stretch it out. Give yourself that comfort of knowing I've got a few bike lengths behind me.
Yeah, you got about 1.5 miles racing left. Now closing in on just about a mile, as it's about 0.7 miles each and every time around here at Vail Ossity Bike Park for the short track.
The legs and lungs are just burning, and you want to try to avoid any mistakes, avoid any washouts of that front wheel in any of the slippery corners. And be able to continue on the pace and be able to stretch everybody out so you don't have to worry about being run over on the backside of you, and you can take the turns and everything at your speed.
Yeah, tire selection was definitely a conversation in round 1 in Fayetteville as we saw that course just chew up tires. Pretty technical sections of that race course, not necessarily in the short track, but as the action unfolded throughout the weekend. It'd be interesting as, you know, maybe course conditions changed a little bit. You talked about we hadn't seen a lot. There's been really no weather to speak of rain-wise in the last few weeks here in Southern California, so conditions definitely dry and dusty, but that's a specific type of tire as well.
Yeah. And now it looks like we've got our selection, our final selection here, the top 4. Here comes your podium, if you will. And they're going to hear cowbells because they're going to come across with 1 lap to go in our junior women 17-18 race.
Yeah, but that is going to be Bear National athlete.
Now it's all out. Now it's the power
One
dump.
to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, ladies.
Anything, everything you got being put into that bike, turning those cranks as hard as you can.
And look at the separation. They've already spit the 4th place rider out the back. That's Scout Wellmeyer, Sophia Triptovich, and Xana Logar with Gravity Academy. But look at Scout. She is all gas, no brakes this final lap.
Yeah, she's completely pinned out of the saddle, charging up the hill, stretching out her lead. Looking very smooth, very composed. So far has run a really technically great race.
Yeah, we talked about it early on. I've seen this tactic by Bear before. They're comfortable setting and waiting the first half of the race. As long as they find they're at the pointy end of these short track competitions, you'll see those light pink and light blue jerseys start to make their way up in the field. And we're seeing that now as Scott Wellmeyer has exploded this competition. She's created about 10 bike links between first and second place, and Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy.
And now a nice comfortable lead, a good 5-6 second lead out in front for Scout.
One to go, ladies. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Still bragging rights to be spoken about here in terms of everybody else in the field. Nobody's letting up. Everybody's still giving it full gas effort. But
yep.
Scout so far has run a very technically astute race and is now stretching out her lead coming into the last half of the final lap.
Yeah, podium's going to be 5 deep. So, like you said, a lot of series points up for grabs and available in our 17, 18-year-old competitions, and bragging rights, finding that first podium of the weekend. And the second place isn't even in the screen. Eyes in the Sky being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com. Today's broadcast presented by our friends at Orange Seal. the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Good look there at our leader.
Zip him up and post him up. She is nice and comfortable here.
Look at that. Wasn't even a door to open. She just created that separation. She wasn't even going to wait. Didn't want to risk it.
One long sweeping turn left, and she makes the head down to the start-finish line here, crowning our first champion of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Racing for Bear National Team, taking the win. She won in Fayetteville. She's going to take round 2. Scout Wellmeyer. And a strong showing as they wrap, coming in second now. Sophia Triptovich with the Gravity Academy. And teammate Xana Loger. Oh, we got a 2-up sprint there, shooting for podium. Both those ladies going to find themselves on the top 5, though. Nora Cruz and Lily Agnew taking it to the line.
That was a bike throw for the final 2 podium spots. So that was fantastic. Shows you just how hard they're willing to go right to the end. And like we said, bragging rights and points available, too, all the way down the list here.
Once again, we've done our call to staging. Call to staging for our elite women. You should already be making your way over to that staging area, but final call to staging for our elite women. That race coming up next at 10:30 as we wrap up our junior women 17, 18-year-old short track competition here today. Big field, Jim. Almost 60 junior women athletes in this competition.
That's just fantastic. It's great to see the growth of the sport that way, and especially among the women. We need more of them. Need them to get their friends and schoolmates involved in the sport. Look at that, still racing hard for the lower seedings. That's really great.
Well, that's just good coaching, right? I mean, you see that with good coaching. You just see race doesn't stop till you cross that finish line. Short track points awarded 10 deep, and so there you go in the overall series. So still points up for grabs, or there were for our top 10. Looking back at our top 10, it was Scott Wellmeyer, Sophia Triptovich, Xana Loger, Nora Cruz, Lily Agnew, Raina Loger, Katja Offner, Payet Spangenberg, Anna Keller, Graydon Doomey, and Emma Daly. Rounding out your top 12. I just kept reading names there, but strong showing by all those athletes.
Our next race, one of the 2 featured races of the day, the Elite Women, that will also feature a good number of U23 riders that are some of the top in the country, in North America, if you will. Brought a couple of names here that we're going to be talking about over the course of the next half an hour or so. Haley Batten, Sevilla Blanc, Gwendolyn Gibson, Kelsey Urban, Maddie Monroe, and Jen Jackson. Canadian, 3-time consecutive Canadian XCO champion. A lot of other local riders here in the mix here too. This will be the second call to staging for our elite women. Second call to staging for elite women. Please report down to the far end of the start-finish chute.
we're about to get our call-ups underway for our elite women's short track competition. We're filtering them into the start chute.
This is as stacked of a field as you're going to find anywhere for the elite and U23 women. We've got national champions abound. We've got World Cup racers in the mix here. It is going to be a fantastic race. 20 minutes of the most elite level racing you're going to find anywhere in the country.
Yeah, I'm excited about this field for sure. If you tuned in 2025, the names on this list are back again, the top three. Created a great weekend of racing for our elite women's field. Let's get that started right now. We're going to start our call-ups for our elite women's short track competition here at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park. Starting with, for Orbea Fox Factory team, Jennifer Jackson. For Decathlon Ford, Sevilla Blanc. Racing for KMC Nuke Proof, Kelsey Urban. For Riley Vittoria Mountain Bike Factory team, Ella McPhee. For Trek Unbroken XC, Gwendolyn Gibson. For Live Factory Racing, Madigan Monroe. For Specialized Factory Racing, Haley Batten. For Live Factory Racing, Marin Lowe. McKenna Kellerman. Bailey Siopa. Alice Hoskins. Bailey McSpadden. Isabella Robles, Maya Blanchard, Landry McLean, Hannah Ray, Elizabeth Knight, Sam Paternoster, Avery Roberts, Estelle Slingsby, Lacey Munns, Emma Wilcox, Kaya Candelone, Camille Smith, Megan Anderson, Frances Amend, Olivia Nielsen, Ara Larrett, and Sydney Lally. Ladies, at this time, we'll turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
All right, ladies, you are inside of 2 minutes to start. This will be a 20-minute race. 80% will be in effect. That 80% location is just after the finish line on the left-hand side. If you did not finish, please let us know. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. Team staff. Team staff, out of the grid, please. Give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds, and a start anytime after 15. You are 1 minute to start. Seconds. Anytime in the next 15 seconds.
All right, Jim, and they're off. There you go. The start of our elite women's short track competition here, round 2 of the USXC Open Series presented by Violet Farms. It is the who's who of elite mountain bike racing in this elite women's field. Jen Jackson, Sevilla Blunt, Kelsey Urban. If you tuned in 2025, those three ladies, I mean, what a weekend of racing as they battled it out all weekend long. Great to see Sevilla Blunt back in action with the Decathlon 4 there in the Stars and Stripes, your current short track national championship.
A star-studded front row there, both the Canadian and U.S. champion represented there, and the word you're looking for is resplendent, as in they look resplendent in their respective national champion jerseys, and I think we're going to see an absolutely fast and furious race here, probably plenty of lead changes, and we're in for a real treat over the course of the next 20 minutes here with our elite women.
Yeah, if you tuned into round 1, it's great to see Haley Batten back in action. Specialized Factory Racing, your silver medalist at the 2024 Paris Olympics with us this weekend. Sevilla Blanc also raced at Olympics.
You know what her quote was at the end of that? The next one's mine. she's looking forward to Los Angeles here in a couple of years, like we all are, but she's certainly going to be a feature of that race and every race in between now and then. And right now you can expect her to be right in contention here over the course of the next 20 minutes on this short track racing here for round 2 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup, Vailocity Bike Park.
Early on, though, that is Jen Jackson in that maple leaf jersey, current national champion. Through international field here at round 2 of the 2026 US XC Open Series. If you tuned in last year, it was Jennifer Jackson, Celia Blanc, and Kelsey Urban. I mean, what a battle for the ages. Those 3 women battled it out all weekend long. Some incredible racing, and glad to see all 3 of them back with us this weekend. There, speaking of, there's Haley Batten coming on the inside, that kind of AB line you talked about. Really no penalty for either, but making move there on the inside. Haley won the short track competition in round 1 in Fayetteville on a last lap move. Pretty pivotal climb out there. Was able to make a move, put in a big dig, and made it stick. Something tells me she wants to get up there in that clean air early in this race, already moving up second wheel.
There's a lot to be said for it. If you know you have that fitness, there's nothing wrong with getting out there and trying to take that flyer and really just stamping your authority on the race early on.
Such a pinchy corner. See, just kind of almost some of those riders coming to complete stop as they make that turn. Yeah, and it's right back on the gas.
The way that fence line is set up forces that slowdown. You can't really carry very much speed through there, so that line can be very selective later on in the race. Bit of wind now picking up too. You can see the flag kind of pointing straight down the start-finish chute here. So no surprise that the riders are tucked in a nice long straight line trying to gain whatever draft advantage they can as Celia Blanc moves along the outside there and places herself right at the front of the race again.
Yeah, Jen Jackson leading them through, but Haley Batten right there. And then that was Madigan Monroe with Live Factory in those pink and white kits. Great overhead shot there of the leaders. Yeah, we talked about it early on. I mean, temps really don't seem to play a factor. We're getting close. We're probably about 60, still under 70 degrees out here, but we knew the wind was going to pick up a little bit, and we're starting to see that. I don't think it's going to be a factor in the race other than blowing around some of this moon dust that's out here at the park. But current temperatures right now, looks like about 70 degrees. There you go, already hit 70, so we're just jumping right up there on the day. Wind 6 miles an hour out of the southwest, but expect those to pick up a little bit more throughout the day. There's Gwendolyn Gibson in the mix. Gwendolyn taking the win in the HC competition in round 1 in Fayetteville. Her and Haley Batten battling it out until a late race mechanical.
There was a couple of those at that
there was
that race.
Where some great shots. Christopher Blevins walking out of the woods with his bikes on his shoulder. Trek had a great showing that weekend. Riley Amos taking the top step, and teammate Gwendolyn Gibson taking the top step for round 1 in those XCO competitions. Short track, it was Haley Batten and Christopher Blevins, both with that Specialized Factory race team taking the wins. So we'll see if they've got what it takes to get it done again here this weekend in beautiful Southern California.
Just shows to go you can't win them all. Sometimes that mechanical bug will bite even the best racers, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's not if, it's when. That is part of racing. As it is, Jen Jackson looks over his shoulder.
Jen Jackson looking on some really good form here, looking nice and smooth and starting to pad a little bit of a lead here through the upper sections of the course.
There's that. So Haley's taking that inside line each and every time, and there's that pass. We saw her gain a position on the last lap making that move, and here she is now out in front in that clean air.
And
really look at the separation.
Big
Jen Jackson.
Burst of speed there, too.
See if Jen Jackson can go with her as the rest of the field starts to splinter back a little bit now.
Might be cause for some alarm bells to get set off among those chasing racers there. If they don't catch on to this train, they might get left out in the lurch here.
I mean, Jen Jackson looks like she's having to put a big dig to stay on that second wheel of Haley Batten. Alarm bells for sure going off if you're mid-pack or back. Our leaders now coming through. It is going to be Haley Batten with Specialized Factory leading them through this way. Jen Jackson right there with her, though, as they make their way through.
Look at that. No movement in the body at all other than the legs powering that Specialized machine.
Gwen Gibson, Madigan Monroe, and Celia Blanc now coming through.
Every ounce of her body movement being just put into putting power into the cranks. No wasted effort here. Head down. Every little aero advantage you can. Is a nice slingshot pass on the inside there by Jen Jackson.
Yeah, it looks like Jen Jackson comfortable leading them back into the single track section. These two may be working together a little bit. I've seen them look over their shoulders a couple times. I don't know if there's not some like early race communication going on with these two. Is definitely early season fitness. Both these women have found that here. Look at that. Look at the separation now.
Right.
We're 2 laps into this race. It's 3rd, 4th, and 5th now. 3 wide. That's Madigan Monroe, Gwendolyn Gibson, and Sevilla Blanc there in the Stars and Stripes, your current short track national champion here in the States.
It's all hands on deck now for these chasing 3 riders if they want to have anything to say about the outcome of this race. We're not yet on a lap count. 20-minute race. So far, this has been the fastest laps, of course, that we've seen just yet, but that's no surprise because we've got some of the fastest of the fast of the female class anywhere in North America.
Plenty of development riders taking to this line as well. This weekend, not a U23 category race for today's short track competition. So a lot of these young women, 19 and up, you're out there racing with the likes of the Haley Battens and the Sevilla Blancs and the Jen Jacksons. But, you know, they're the future of the sport also in the mix out here. As you've got Landry McLean with Baird National, Avery Roberts, Donovan Racing, Megan Anderson with Maybird. I mean, you've got definitely, it's cool to, I mean, I know it's got, I mean, if you're lining up there, you're getting called to the line with the pointy end of this race, but I think just, you got to set that aside and just the race experience gained from competing at this level.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great experience, and if not a little bit of fandom as you're out there, you're getting to line up against some of the women that you cheer for and that you've supported over the years, and here you are being able to pin on a number and race against them. That's a whole lot of fun, a great experience for some of those younger riders. As these two now stretch it out, Haley took another nice pass there on the AB line around that corner. She's back out in front now with now showing 4 laps to go. 4 laps to go in this elite women's short track race here, Orange Seal Pro Cup. They look quite comfortable, and that chasing group is still a group of 3, closing the gap a bit. That was I'd call it about a 7 or 8 second gap.
Yeah, Sevilla Blanc setting the pace for the chase. Part of that decathlon forward. Sevilla heading over to South Korea after this to start getting some races in ahead of the start of that 2026 UCI World Cup calendar.
Yeah, those riders really doing what they can to come back on terms with the leaders here. They've closed that gap down considerably. Now they're going to make this a 5-woman race. Look at that, Sevilla just dragging them right into contention here. Riders working together now, but they're certainly not going to be over the course of the next 4 more laps as they try to have a input on the outcome of this race.
Yeah, we saw this with our junior women 17-18 about halfway through. Pace completely changed. You wonder if it's the same similar tactic here as you kind of settle in, see who's got what, testing everybody's engines early, but at some point you just got to go.
Empty the tank, do whatever you can to push that machine as fast as you can, hold those smooth lines.
All right, it looks like we do have one rider that's bridged up to this top 2 or is attempting to. That's Gwendolyn Gibson with Trek Unbroken. Trying to get back on terms here, see if she can't jump right back up and make this a race of 3 here. As Jen Jackson on the faster section of the course here. Again, just 0.7 miles around each and every time. So just now joining us on InsiderMTB.com. Thanks for joining us. Today's live stream presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. If you're here in the venue, Orange Seal is offering neutral tech support to all riders today and tomorrow at no charge. Just drop by the booth if you need some tuning or sealant for your bike. Thank you, Orange Seal.
I don't know if John's got his espresso machine over there, but I know John is a big fan of the coffee variety, and he's not afraid to whip up a mean cortado.
If you've ever had his spice, it's incredible. I had one a couple weeks ago.
Set you straight, tell you what.
Haley Batten now back in the lead, setting the pace.
Sevilia's not done yet. She's definitely part of it in contention here. She can cover that gap and get right back up in that lead group. But it does look to be a 5-woman race so far, so it matters now maybe just how this podium is going to shake itself out. As
Gwendolyn Gibson trying to get back up and bridge that as they come with 3 to go, ladies. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, Gwendolyn Gibson. Oh, conversation happening there.
I don't think it's about where we're going for ice cream after.
I mean, it's a good day for ice cream.
Today's a great day for ice cream. I always wonder, too, with some of these Devo teams and the younger riders, and they're all staying together in these big houses, what the over-under is on pints of ice cream after, a day of racing like this tonight. How many pints of ice cream is Rob having to buy for those kids to keep them happy and running around that house? Whole different race now. We got a lead group of 4.
Yeah, Sevilla Blunt now able to bridge back up. Maddie Monroe having a strong showing.
Yeah, now 5.
For Giant Live Factory.
Oh, this is going to get good.
They're all back together now as Jen Jackson setting the pace. Gwen Gibson setting 4th. Sevilla Blunt now moved up to 3rd. Haley Batten setting 2nd. Oh, 2.5 laps left to go.
This is the part where you can't afford to make any mistakes. Any extra brake effort could cost you 2 or 3 positions. Carry as much speed as you can. Use the rollers for your advantage and push every bit of power you can, every extra bit of speed you can get.
Saw him come over the high point of the course where the fans are gathered there at the top of the course. And the Maple Leaf jersey, that is Jen Jackson with Orbea leading them through. Leader's going to see 2 to go this time through. Going to have about a 1.5 miles left of racing.
This is where you're picking that spot. This is where you're looking for that place to pass. And one position can set you up for the win. Just getting that one position from 5th to 4th, from 4th to 3rd can put you in a lineup to be able to win the race. So now riders are picking that spot. They're looking for those little mistakes that the rider in front of them might be able to make and then be able to just dive on that position.
Here's that tight corner we talked about. From here, it's one big swooping turn. They're all single file, though.
Acceleration so important, just burning the legs to be able to get that speed back up to keep that position, not let any time gaps occur. No bike lengths occurring in between there. Nice pass here. Look at that big turn of speed along the outside.
Look at the move now. Look at the dig being put in by Haley Batten with Specialized Factory. Seeing who can go with her. Looks over her shoulder. Jen Jackson right there as they come through with 2 to go, ladies. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. But Maddie Monroe not able to keep that pace as it picked up, and she was not able to go with them. She's got 2 laps to get back on terms. But the race is going up the road, about a 1.5 miles left of short track racing in our elite women's competition.
Yeah, Jen covered that burst of speed from Haley quite well, and now they've all packed back up again and 4 wide on the very first part of the lap here with just 2 to go.
All right, going to be our first call to staging for our Elite Men 19-plus competition. This is going to be our first call to staging for our Elite Men short track competition coming up at 11 a.m. Look here, another dig now. Sevilla Blanc on the outside. Seeing if she can't make her way around. Jen covers that as well. Jen Jackson doing a good job of closing doors.
Yeah, she slammed that door shut, said, no, thank you very much. I am in the front position here. Still 4 now. Look at the technique, pedaling up and over the rollers. No freewheeling at any point. Always keeping power on the pedals.
No loss of momentum.
Use every bit of advantage you can get from the course.
Twisting through the hills here in Southern California.
Looking for that opportunity to grab an extra spot, to carry a little more speed into this uphill.
You got Maddie Monroe back there Live Giant Factory athlete. Don't know if she's got what in the tank to close this down with just what's going to be about a lap and a half of racing left. As it is Jen Jackson leading them through. Now, we've seen Haley Batten here. We've seen her test. We're coming up to that kind of spot where she has been pretty open to making passes, and we'll see if she doesn't take an inside line here shortly.
She's got proof of concept already. She knows that she's got that spot and can take that
Here
position.
Here it is. She stays outside this time, so next time through, leader's going to see 2 to go. We've seen her make a pass there on a few different laps. But now Jen Jackson still setting the pace in the front.
A few bike links in there they're putting into Sevilla.
All right, you got this one pinchy corner. You can just see how, if you want to, that door can open up right there. Jen looks over her shoulder, out of the saddle, though. You got one big sweeping turn here. And race car going to show 1 to go this time through, Jim. This is about to be exciting.
Get your cowbells out. We got 1 lap to go.
1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go as Jen Jackson leads them through. Haley Batten setting second wheel. Haley Batten going on the outside. See if Jen can cover that. Gwendolyn Gibson trying to go with them. Sevilla Blanc setting in fourth. Doesn't look like she's got what is left in the tank to go.
It's an all-out sprint now on this last lap in our elite women's race. Haley Batten, Jen Jackson, a number of lead changes throughout here between these two.
Impressive early season fitness by Jen Jackson. She didn't join us at round 1 in Fayetteville. She was the winner there last year in 2025, so I haven't really had a chance to see where she's at in her season, but I think she's showing everybody that she's got what it takes to hold it down, and she's looking to great start for her 2026 season.
Yeah, let's see if Haley can pull off that nice move, a nice smooth pass in the single track section here.
You wonder, does Jen try to take that inside line?
Yeah.
Is there a door that Haley leaves open?
Haley actually getting a few bike lengths here.
Well, and you said, I mean, Haley's not, she's staying on top of those pedals and
not even going to give her
the momentum of that bike is up and out of the saddle. They're at the high point of the course. We just got about a half a lap here to get this one done as they fly over that double.
Time is now. If Jen's got a chance, the time is now. About a bike and a half, 2 bike lengths there, but separating them.
Such an aero racer. I mean, when she is such a fast position when she's going. Races real low. She can almost kiss her stem when she's getting after it.
Yep. It's low and
very
tight as
efficient.
she can be.
Yeah, very efficient racer.
Looks like this is going to come down to a drag race around the final few corners here. Coming
Yeah.
into the slowest part of the course, and if Jen can accelerate with some sprinter ability around that corner, we might see a 2-up sprint here for the race win, round 2 of the U.S. or Orange Seal Pro Cup. They're both out of the saddle and digging hard here. Here they come.
It was Haley Batten leading them out of that corner. They got one big swooping turn. You've got Gwendolyn Gibson, Sevilla Blanc setting fourth. But here you go, ladies and gentlemen. On a final drag, it's a 2-up sprint. Coming around the outside. Too close to call. Jen Jackson, fist in the air, coming around Haley Batten.
What a final sprint that was, and a massive turn of speed for Jen Jackson.
Everything we call officially unofficial, but incredible 2-up sprint in our elite women's short track competition. Coming around the outside, it did look like fist in the air that Jen Jackson with a bike throw able to come around Haley Batten and take the win. We'll see if we can get a replay for those fans at home.
They're both completely spent. They're at the far end of the chute here. Camaraderie all the way around. All 4 of those riders giving accolades to their fellow competitors. But what a fantastic turn of speed there. We might have to fire up the high-speed camera to get the bike through at the line, but it did look like Jen Jackson came around at the end and bested the Olympic silver medalist to take the win here at round 2 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Very, very well done. What a great show put on by our elite elite women today.
Yeah, great to see Sevilla Blunt, Gwendolyn Gibson, and Maddie Monroe rounding out your top 5. Also strong showing. As we got more sprints happening here.
For the lower places, yeah, points abound. Every little point counts.
Points awarded 10 deep. Here's a look back at this finish. Look at this 2-up sprint right here. If you're tuning in on InsiderMTB.com, it is by about half a tire. Jen Jackson coming around the outside of Haley Batten and getting it done.
I just love this type of racing when you know that these elite athletes are giving it every single thing they have. It just shows you the professionalism, the amount of talent that we have out here to be able to go that hard for that long and that intensive a race, come down to half a bike length, half a wheel like that. Just fantastic. Thank you to all of our athletes for coming out here and putting on such a great show and showing off your talents. And really special day of racing here. We got another one on tap tomorrow. We'll see all of these athletes racing the cross-country course tomorrow.
And we're just getting started today. Those tuned in live, we got a full schedule of racing. So stick around. We'll be back up next. It's going to be our elite men's competition coming up in about 7 minutes. All right, at this time, we're going to start call-ups for our elite men's competition here, short track day. Starting with Racing for Specialized Racing, Christopher Blevins. For Trek Unbroken, Riley Amos. Giant Factory Off-Road athlete, Carter Woods. For Dirt Camp Racing, Devin Fehan. For Bear Pro Team, it's Robbie Day. For Trinity Racing, Dan English. For Team Segment 28, Ivan Sippy. Also racing for Team Segment 28, Austin Beard. Jack Springer. For Bear Professional, it's Dane Gray. Racing for Giant Factory, Cole Patton. For Bear National Team, Landon Dindy. For the Durham Shredders, Dylan Kerr. For Allied Cycle Works, Braden Johnson. Racing for Trinity Racing, Henry Coop. For Blue Ridge Racing, Soren Westlake. Toby Hassett. Samuel Elson. Colin O'Neill. Adam Moat. Preston Johnson. Carson Beard. Brady White. Justin Peck. Benjamin Brovman.
Logan Broadhead. Johan Paradin. Hayden Bikerich. Oliver Welker. Jacob Allen. Bryson Perry. Luke Osment. Brandon Gastelum Hoyos. Aaron Connolly. Chad Brown. Tyler Lambert. Cedar Bremner. Eric Asselin. Oliver Smith. Ryder Williams. Ethan Twisselman. Reiner Schmidt. Samuel Marsteller. Corbin Carlson. Tyler Smith. Anthony Griffin Ye. Jackson Paw. Sandy Florin. Liam Bezick. Ryan Schnalls. Marshall Schnalls. Jackson Carlson. Foster Yates. Ira Namazi. Rio Hawkins. Harry Newton. And Cameron Adams.
All right, gentlemen, this time we'll turn it over to our officials for pre-race announcements.
All right, gentlemen, this will be a 20-minute race. We'll give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds, and anytime after 15, the start will come on a whistle. 80% will be in effect. That zone will be just after the finish line on the the left-hand side. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. You are inside of 2 minutes. Team staff, leave the grid, please.
All right, back to racing here at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Vail Bike Park, and they are kicking up dust here at the start. Huge field for our elite men's competition here on Short Track Day. If you're just tuning in, hope you're not, but thank you for joining us on InsiderMTB.com. If you just missed it, an incredible finish to our elite women's short track competition. And it is the who's who of elite North American men here this weekend in Southern California. My name is Brendan Pack. With me, Jim in the booth, Jim Miller. Welcome, sir.
This is so much dang fun. I tell you what, if you thought that women's field was stacked, take a look no further than this men's field, led out right now by Christopher, none other than Christopher Blevins. And his success last year on the World Cup was just so impressive, something that's never been done before. And so proud to have him racing here with us at round 2 Orange Seal Pro Cup. Riley Amos right in there with him. Don't forget, don't look any further past Carter Woods as well. So some top level talent here, going to be duking it out in this men's course as they crimp down in that tough single track section already on just this first lap of this 20-minute race.
Yeah, just under 60 elite men, as well as some of the men featured in tomorrow's U23 competition out here racing, mixing it up in the short track. Points on the line for the USXC Open Series. Points awarded 10 deep. How that works for our U23 athletes, they race today. How they finish tomorrow will actually be, they'll be awarded points for today's short track competition. And so plenty of points on the line for the USXC Open Series presented by our friends at Vail Farms. And it is Carter Woods, it looks like, in that giant factory, is a current Canadian national champion in the short track. Easy to pick him out in the maple leaf jersey there in the front. There was a shot at Christopher Blevins. Christopher Blevins, Specialized Racing, coming off, you mentioned it, just an amazing 2025 season. He swept both the UCI Cross Country Olympic and short track overall World Cup titles, winning multiple races. That was an like a historic streak, 5 consecutive short track wins last year, and just so happens won the short track competition for round 1 in Fayetteville just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and how cool was it, too, that he got to lock it all up on home soil at Lake Placid. That was really special for him and his family, and just a great testament of how much longer we're going to be able to see him competing at this highest level possible here. This is fantastic.
Looks like Riley Amos in that Trek Unbroken. Riley having a strong showing at Fayetteville as well, winning the HC race as our leaders come through. But Riley taking the win after a mid-race mechanical for Christopher Blevins. We talked about it. We saw that. There's some epic shots of him, just smiles on his face. He knows it's not if, it's when a mechanical is going to happen, but just all laughs as he was hiking his bike out of the woods on that final day of competition for our elite men in round 1 of the USXC Open.
I hope everyone, too, is following all these athletes. Look at the nice turn of speed there. I hope everyone is following these athletes on social media because they're so great at what they do in terms of promoting themselves and the brands they work with. Christopher especially, just being able to, almost every post is just him having fun out on his bike, throwing it around, training hard, and they get a really good, up close look of their personality and just how hard they work to stay at this top-level form like that. Really special.
Well, and Chris, having spoken to him several times and seen his interviews, he really speaks highly of what, like, race director Ty Cady and those behind this U.S. Pro Cup Series, really the investment that's being made in early season quality competition, UCI level events for North American-based athletes. Chris will tell you it's been the springboard to his career.
Yeah, been doing it a long time, BMX and all that other stuff as a junior, and now I'm racing at the highest possible level and dominating the world scene the way he did is really, really a good sign for cycling here in the U.S.
Previous short track world champion.
Yep.
Seen him racing the rainbow stripes.
Saw those stripes on his jersey that he's racing in today, that he will get to forever wear like that. That designation, very special and very important in the sport. Now things are starting to, we have still a packed bunch of the lead group here, and things yet to really sort themselves out. Riders just kind of settling into that pain that comes with this 20-minute all-out sprint effort.
I mean, how about this Dane Gray with the Bear professional team out in front? That's an impressive effort by him. Still early in this race, but
he's a local guy.
Speaking to the development of, and he coming up through the ranks of that Bear development, Bear National, and now Bear Pro team. Dane Gray out there mixing it up with the top athletes in the sport.
Local SoCal guy here, showing him what's up on some trails he's probably very familiar with.
Carter Woods there as well. Carter Woods, a multi-time Canadian national champion, delivered a strong and well-rounded 2025 season. He had multiple victories on the Canadian Cup circuit and UCI Sancton races early in the year. Had a few top 30 finishes on the World Cup calendar and knows how to get it done here in California.
And just like that, Christopher Blevins says, hello, let me introduce myself. And he moves right to the front of the race and says, I'm going to take over the pace setting here now. 6 laps to go showing on the counter. I remember it was a couple years ago that Chris came out here and had a really good race, and his dad went out and raced on the Sunday during the amateurs and did really well, won his category. Really cool to see his dad out here still mixing it up.
That last lap through a 2:37, so almost at that 2.5 mark for our elite men's competition. It was Chris Blevins, Carter Woods, Dane Gray, Jack Springer, and Cole Patton up there in the mix last time through.
I'm not surprised at that at all. Cole, a mainstay on the mountain bike racing calendar and always in contention for stuff, and he mixes it up on the gravel bike too.
I would say last few years he's gone off and tried some endurance racing and found some success in the marathon, mountain bike marathon space, and won some big gravel events.
Yeah, I was on the scene when he had that breakthrough win at Mid-South a couple years ago.
I was there as well.
Just fantastic to watch him kind of not so much come out of nowhere, but he certainly wasn't one of the ones people were going to say had a real chance to win that race, and that really stamped his name as a contender for any time he pins on a number. Sitting comfortably now.
Back to Carter Woods here, setting the pace, and have to look back there. That could be. I'm seeing if I can't see who's in that all black kit. And I have that rider here in
another rider that's going to have a conversation with the officials at the end of the race because he's got no number on the back of his jersey.
Looks like that is Cole Patton out there.
He a fan of the all black kit, so yeah, I'm not pretty sure that's who that is there. Come down to the slowest part of the course.
Yeah, that's Chris up and out of the pedal, up and out of the saddle there, getting on the gas, stretching this field out a little bit. Testing his competition early on. Sorry, Carter Woods making that move. Here they come through. That is.
That's Jack Spranger.
Jack Spranger, there you go. See, that's what I was trying to pick out who that was in that mix.
Apologies to Jack. Riley now is considered a member of the Chase group.
There's Cole Patton coming through now, and so drop back a few places on that lap.
There is a look of hurt on the faces of these riders that are chasing now, man. This field is fast, and they are putting on a demonstration of just how hard this sport is. This lead group of now 4 riders.
So, yeah, Jack Spranger, part of that Bear development, come up through the ranks of Bear Devo. Setting the pace in that all-black kit. Carter Woods, Chris Blevins, Dane Gray, Riley Amos rounded out your top 5. Ivan Sippy up there in the mix, as was Austin Beard. And then Cole Patton falling back 3 positions on that lap.
It seems like every race I'm at and get the chance to call, and Ivan Sippy is at, I'm calling his name. He is always in the mix. He's always going to be part of what's going on.
Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, right there every time.
So very similar to what we saw in our elite women's competition. We got a lead group of 4 up here playing little games of cat and mouse. Carter Woods now setting the pace. We saw Jen Jackson do this as well, teammate to Carter Woods. Both of them part of that Canadian contingency.
Chris Blevins looking comfortable right now, just following the wheel, keeping the bike safe, keeping the bike upright, taking big digs when he needs to.
Different teams, though. Carter racing for Giant Factory. Jen now on that Orbea ride this year.
All the first 4 there taking the outside line there on that AB switch.
Carter, Chris, Jack right there. And Dane Gray, shout out to Dane Gray holding it down. Look at that, Dane Gray setting 4th.
Looking really comfortable, too.
Again, another athlete. We talked about just the investment in sport and the amount of development teams here with us at the venue. Dane coming up through the ranks of that Bear development, now part of their professional squad. Leader's going to see 4 to go on the race card this time through. And here they come. 4 to go, gentlemen, 4 to go. And Chris Blevins getting on the gas now. Carter Woods dropping back to second. Jack, but really just trying to see if he can't bridge back up, get back on terms with this lead group. But the pace now started to pick up as 4 to go this time through. And Chris Blevins now setting the pace. Carter Woods able to answer, though, as
from the hard pulling, but this is still very much
funny. Haley Batten and Jen Jackson, very similar situation in that last race. It was Specialized versus current Canadian national champion. And so if things play out like they did in the last race, stick around because you're in for a thrilling finish. hitting the high point of the course here. Again, just a beautiful Friday here in Southern California, and see the fans have come out, hanging out up there on the high point of the course. Great vantage. You can really take in almost the entire short track course from that vantage point.
From anybody watching, too, just watch the flow of these riders and how they move those bikes over the rolling terrain here and use every bit of speed they can milk out of this course to keep that bike moving, pedaling through every bit of it, too. There's very little freewheeling going on. They're constantly on the pedals and making that bike move forward, putting speed into the course.
Yeah, Dane Gray now looking like he may be struggling to hold on to that pace. Currently be set by Christopher Blevins. See if he can't get back on terms. He slide out, get a little loose out there. It is dry and dusty. We talked about it earlier. Difference year over year. We did last year, round 1 of the U.S. Pro Cup Series was here in California, and round 2 was in Fayetteville. Swapped them this year. Kicked things off a few weeks ago in March in Fayetteville. Now round 2, bridge this with some other events happening out here in California. Seattle Classic next weekend. So great opportunity for these elite athletes to come to California for a little 1-2 punch in competition, as now Carter Woods now takes a turn on the front. 3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Still anybody's race still among this top 4, I'd say. Because
Dane Gray digging deep to try to stay on terms with that lead group of 3. As here comes the chase. Riley Amos now falling back a little bit now, falling back into that chase group, settling in, and so maybe saving a little bit for tomorrow's UCI XCO C1 event. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go as more riders come through.
I watched a really neat post from Cole Patton yesterday about how he packs and unpacks his bike for a travel like this, and it shows you the care and attention that the elites need to put into their machines. It was pretty neat.
Now Jack Springer making a move, putting in a big dig. 3 to go. Yeah, Cole on that giant factory ride, all painted up in the stars and stripes. I think that's the same bike he races when he's representing at Marathon Mountain Bike as your current Marathon Mountain Bike national champion.
Jack showing no fear at all, mixing it up right in here with these 2 elite level riders, just like he is. But he said, I'm gonna go to the front here and take a really big pull and see if I can't be able to have a major impact on the outcome of this race. Now this group of 3 is now, looks like this is going to be where our winner is going to come out of.
Yeah, Jack, just 21 years old.
Chris Blevins just looking very comfortable sitting there right in 3rd, and I would not discount at all 2 lap to go or 1 lap to go, just blast of speed from Chris, and be able to take authority over the front end of the race here. Everybody coming out of the saddle around that slow corner to pick the speed back up. Great crowd here on site at Vailocity Bike Park. Thanks to everybody for coming out and joining us, and make sure to tell your friends and family who can't be here to tune in and watch the great coverage presented by Orange Seal on InsiderMTB.com. A little bit of looking around now as guys kind of start to sort themselves out. This lead group of 3.
2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. That was Jack Springer, Christopher Blevins, and Carter Woods now.
Our chase group assembling. 4 riders there trying to get back on terms and contend for that top 5 spots and be on the podium here a little later today. But this elite group of 3 in the front here now looking back at those riders and saying, well, we want to hold them off, or you guys are going to sit here and play a little cat and mouse and let them catch up to us?
Well, and that's what I was seeing. It does look like that Dane Gray falling off the pace a little bit as that chase group picking up a second on that lap. Jack Springer came through with a 2:37. That chase group turned at a 2:36, so able to pick up a second on that lap.
Yeah, look at the chase group now. They're really digging in. This is it. If there's a chance, this is it. This is the chance they have to do to cover any of that distance now between them and this lead group of 3.
Yeah, Carter Woods now setting the pace, looks over his shoulder. I think he sees that attack coming. Impressive showing by young Jack Springer. Been calling his name over the years at races around the country. Good to see him out here mixing it up this weekend.
Speed now being important. Now getting a little, the laps are going to start getting fast. These next 2 laps are probably the fastest 2 of the day.
Yeah, look at Carter Woods now. He has picked up the pace. Doesn't want to give this chase group any chance to bridge back up and get back on terms.
He's going to try, he needs to keep the 2 charging riders behind him at bay if he's got any chance, because...
Impressive showing by Carter. I mean, he's the one that's been testing everybody else out here. I miscalled it earlier, just saw that red kit and thought it was Blevins out there, but it's actually Carter Woods testing the rest of the field. So he has obviously found some really good early season fitness, and it's showing here today for the short track competition at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park. There's that pinchy point of the course.
Chris ditching the bottle there on this. Going to come by now and see 1 lap to go, so get your cowbells ready.
Woods followed by Christopher Blevins, Jack Springer. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And here comes the chase. Look at this now. They've got about 3 riders here. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go. Again, battling out for top 5. Podium going to be 5 deep. They're just looking around. They're not going to chase them down. They're just battling out. See, they're going to take that one down. Looks like they're comfortable just to set in at this point. Maybe save a little bit of fuel for tomorrow's XCO competition, because they know this race has gone up the road.
Here comes Chris Blevins in the charge around the outside, just as we called it. Carter Woods not giving an inch, though, although he did the slot back into the second place position.
But look at that. Jack and Carter both able to answer Christopher Blevins' charge there. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Chris now leading them into the uphill part of the course. Carter Woods not giving an inch.
And again, just strong showing by the young Jack Springer. I think Jack may be 22 now, but still early in his race career.
And look at him duking it out with some of the best in the world. Carrying all that speed into the top part of the course with a big collection of fans, and now plunging back down towards the finish line here on the last half of the last lap. Is there a move to be made? Is there a part left on this course where Carter can maybe make that pass?
Well, there's a door that Chris is going to have to close as this course gets pinchy right here towards the end. I'm going to draw it out here a little bit. There's that. We've seen riders just take an inside line there to make a pass, but everyone comfortable still single file. If this stays together like this, I think we're in for another sprint finish for our elite men's field. We'll see if they got just a few more current corners to create any kind of separation. It's going to get real pinchy right here. Does anybody try to make a move on the inside, or are they just going to ride it down to the line? They're going to get on the gas right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Another U.S.-Canadian sprint for the finish here. This is just a fantastic setup. Folks, get ready to the barrier. Start banging those barriers here. Let's see who's going to duke it out for the win at round 2 of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Right to the line. Carter Woods and Chris Blevins duking it out.
Chris Blevins going to lead him in. Carter Woods trying to come to the outside, but it is Christopher Blevins, Specialized Factory, taking the win. Hats off to Jack Springer. Strong showing.
Chris showing off those World Championship stripes and in great form to begin the season. What a great race of our elite men. What a fine finish there. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a great fun.
More athletes coming through here. Austin Beard having a strong showing for team segment 28, and Dane Gray rounding out your top 5 for the Bear Pro team. That is why short track racing is just such a fun day of racing. You're just, look at this. As the field comes in, they're too wide. We're still throwing it down, battling for those top 10 positions in our USXC Series. Points up for grabs in today's short track competition as more athletes come across the line.
so impressive, the level of racing that we get to watch here, and just knowing how much of their lives are taken up by this. This is their profession. This is what they do, and to have them be able to come out and show it off like this is truly special. So thank you to all the racers. Thank you to all the support crew that takes good care of them, because they certainly left nothing out here today, and we still got some of the lower places being determined here as riders continue to come across the line. But great coverage, too, by our Insider MTB crew.
Yeah, look back at the finish here on InsiderMTB.com. Carter Woods just didn't have what it took to come around the outside. Just ran out of real estate because he had a great race. Carter really early on was the one out there throwing blows, and so great to see time it come down to the wire like that. But at the end of the day, for our elite men's competition, it was Christopher Blevins with Specialized Factory taking the win. And don't go far. Stick around. We've got more race action coming up. In fact, the next one I'm excited about, it's our junior men's final. If you've been tuned in since this morning, what was almost 3 hours ago, we kicked things off with our junior men's 17 to 18-year-old qualifiers. We had 2 heats. Got so many junior men, over 115 athletes, that we broke them down into 2 qualifying events. The top 30 transferred from each of those events. So the top 60 junior men are about to take to the finals here at 11:45. So we got just a little break in the action, about 20 minutes. I want to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us here today. 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Vail Bike Park. Today's live stream being presented by our friends at Orange Seal. And just a reminder, our podium's going to be at 12:30. Elite men, women, junior 17, 18-year-old men and women. That podium coming up at 12:30. Top 5 going to be represented on the podiums for this morning's short track competition. So stick around. If you finish top 5, 12:30 going to be that call to podiums. All right, we're going to go ahead and do our first call to staging for our junior men's final short track competition. Call to staging. Still got a little bit of time, but this will be your first call to staging for our junior men's 17-18 short track final coming up 11:45. While we wait, a reminder, we got food here at the venue. Shout out to Zeph Barbecue. That's seen on Netflix, and they've been everywhere. Barbecue Brawl, you name it. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner here at the venue. They got California-style pulled pork sandwiches, Santa Maria-style tri-tip sandwiches, grilled hot dogs, grilled hamburgers, sides, and drinks, all available here at the venue for you. So as we approach that lunchtime hour, check out what Zeph's got up or on offer. Once again, call to staging for our junior men 17-18 final coming up at 11:45.
All right, let this be our second call to staging for the finals of our junior men 17-18. Second call to staging, junior men 17-18. Please now report to the far end of the start-finish chute for staging.
Little break in the action, but we're about to go right back to it. We're just a couple of minutes away from getting call-up started for our junior men's final short track competition. Top 60 riders transferring from this morning's qualifying heats. We'll have a little pause in the racing after this one. A reminder that from there, we'll get right back to it. 2 p.m. going to be our junior men 15-16. Not going to be a qualifier needed for that, so it'll be one final main for our junior men 15-16 scheduled for 2 p.m. 2:30 going to be our open men's 1939 and 40 plus. 3 p.m. going to be our women's open and our junior women 15-16. That should be a good competition. 3:30 our junior boys 11-14. 3:50 our junior girls 11 to 14 years old, and 4:15 our junior. Oh, sorry, nope. And that'll be the last race of the day there at 3:50 in the day with our junior men's competition. 5 p.m. Right now, we're going to stick with the schedule. We're going to say it's 5 p.m. We'll talk and see. We may move that podium up. I'll let you know if we're not going to need a separate final for our junior men. There may be a chance to move that podium up. I will get updated on that and let y'all know. But there's a rundown of this afternoon schedule. And a reminder, if you're hanging out in Southern California, kind of a once-in-a-lifetime chance, if you leave the venue today, 5:07 p.m., Artemis 2 is going to be splashing down just outside of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Pretty cool. Something tells me we're going to try to maybe see if we can't see that in the sky from right here at the venue. But pretty special day for, well, we got some pretty special moments happening here in the United States. And, well, like I said earlier, the racing's been out of this world today as well, Jim.
Yeah, about to wrap up our biggest category of the day. So big, in fact, we had to have 2 heat races just to get to, or 2 qualifier races just to get to a final, which we're about to do the call-ups for. But, yeah, a loaded field, a stacked field of talented athletes in our junior men 17 and 18. And we're looking forward to a really fast and furious race here as they wrap up the morning session, if you will, of our racing here at round 2 of the Orange Steel Pro Cup.
And let's get those call-ups started right now. Racing for Bear National Team, Rowan Nestal. For Bear National Team, Kean Reed. For Redevelopment, Isaac Cole. Tanner Beats. For Bear National, it's Tommy Rowley. For Bear Devo, Rylan Zacharick. Also racing for Bear Devo, Thomas Agnew. Racing for Bear Devo, Joaquin Salas. For Donovan Racing, Emery Huzar. For Team Soho, Jude Martson. For B17 Racing, Simon Hewitt. For Donovan Racing, Dylan Reed. For Bear National Team, Caden Yacht. For Ruler Devo, Vince Edwards. For Gravity Collective, Dylan Hall. For Tribe Racing, Enoch McNeese. For Contour Racing, Jackson Cope. Bear Devo rider, Jack Billowitz. Park Bishop, Dylan Knopfziger. Jake Mercado. Riley Grimes. Eden Teague. Flint Drummond. Tarek Nelson.
Rockwell Alexander, Henry Stevens, Easton Day, Raphael Saulnier, Isaac Ward, Lucas Kirsch, James Malame, David Koibian, Braden McNichols, Ethan Leonard, Peyton Shoresman, Clayton Morrill, Ben Garamay, Odin Duty, Ricky Warren, William Greger, Smith Hastings, Johnny Peterson, Ollie Seufert, Drew O'Keefe, Monson Lovelace, Patrick Senkier, Josh Dix, Axel Coulterman, Miles Crockett, Asher Bogner, Miles Pronte, Quinn Dressen, Johan Soders, Daniel Castano, Achilles Montiel, Kypton O'Neill, Brendan Beer, Bryce Ferguson, Joshua Potter, and Owen Hawks. 60 deep on the line here for the finals of the Junior Men's 17-18 Short Cup at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
All right, gentlemen, this time we'll turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Congratulations on making the final. This will be a 20-minute race. We will convert to laps after your first 2 full laps. 80% will be in effect. Same location on the left-hand side just after the finish line. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. We'll give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds. Anytime after 15, the start will come on our whistle. Team staff, exit the grid, please.
All right, back to racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. The top 60 Junior Men 17-18 taken to this 0.7-mile action-packed short-track race course here at Vail Ossity Bike Park in beautiful Southern California. Those tune in live on InsiderMTB.com. Thanks for joining us. It has been a thrilling morning of racing. My name's Brendan. Back with me in the booth, Mr. Jim Miller. Jim, I'm excited about this race. Look, this thing, we're looking for a clean start. Looks like right now we've got one. We know this thing pinches down quick.
Yeah, and I would say, too, if the future of the sport is in very good hands, if this field is any indication of what we got growing through the ranks here in U.S. and North American cycling, this fast and furious field is about to give us 20 minutes of excitement and racing probably the second fastest race of the day, short of the elites. But my goodness, already a huge fast start, and I see a number of Bear National jerseys at the front end of this race as they pinch down. Oh, look at that! A couple of unplanned dismounts.
Oh, we got riders down here now. It looks like we got some riders tangled up. Pretty decent. It looks like somebody took a pretty hard fall. Hopefully they can get up and finish under their own power as this race starts to spread out quickly, as we did early on. Talk about Roman Nestal, Kean Reed, Tommy Rowley, Thomas Agnew, Jocelyn Salas, so many of those Bear Development riders on the pointy end of this race. Again, started the morning with 2 qualifying heats for our junior men, top 30 from each qualified, and move forward to today's main event. What you're watching right now, we got 20 minutes of action-packed racing for our junior men. In Fayetteville, it was Kean Reed taking the win round 1 for the USXC Open Series. Rowan Nestal finishing second. Teammates on Bear National, as you see those definitely getting some style points early in this competition. You're out there just pinning it, and when you just can't not, right, Jim?
Not in a short track race. You have to go hard from the gun. XC is known for starting very fast too, but something like a short track race, you've only got 20 minutes, a limited number of laps, and you've got a pinch point early in that lap. You have to come out hard to get whatever position you can right from the start.
Reminder, today's junior men's competition being presented by Experience Fayetteville, official sponsor of this weekend Junior 17-18 competition. Fayetteville, Arkansas, a lively mountain town known for its cycling culture and vast network of trails, and was round 1 of the 2026 U.S. Open Series.
Things starting to settle back in, the group kind of coming to coalescing together again as they come across the line, and what you see at the front there is that pink and blue of the Bear Development Team, Bear National Team. taking control of the race after the first lap.
That was Tommy Rowley getting on the gas as he brought him through here that time through.
No selection as of yet. Still a tightly packed group of racers. 60 in total taking the line here for the final of the junior men 17 and 18. We talked earlier, too, a lot of these riders multi-disciplined. They're going to race mountain bikes. They're going to race gravel bikes. Some of them probably racing on the road as well. Race bikes, and that is fantastic. That just bodes well, again, for the future development of the sport overall here in North America and the United States.
Wind starting to pick up a little bit at the venue. We talked about this morning. It was really calm conditions. They started in the low 60s. Right now, 75 degrees, and we do have a 9-mile-per-hour wind gusting out of the southwest coming off the ocean over here, and really start to feel it at the venue. And so if you look down the start-finish, you can see the flag flying. It looks like it's pointing about due east, so definitely starting to see some wind coming from the west, blowing due east. Going to be a headwind as they come through this start-finish area.
Directly in their face as they come down the finish chute here, so that could be an impactful element of the finish. We've had a couple of tight finishes already today, and we probably expect another one here.
Yeah, with a group like this, just the level of competition. You know, the cream always rises to the top, but when you get to this level, I mean, you're talking, there's just not a lot of separating the level of these athletes. They're so equally balanced. Looks like one of our riders coming through, involved in that early season or that early lap accident. Good to see him on his bike and finishing under his own power. Look back here at the leaders of the race, setting the pace. That's Isaac Cole with Wee Development in that blue kit. Now taking his turn at the front.
Isaac coming and racing out of Flagstaff, Arizona, so he's got some altitude in him. He got those blood cells like nickels that come with training and racing at high altitudes like that. So he's trying to make a stamp on this race and make sure he has something to say about the overall outcome here. As now guys are kind of settling in the second lap here with 6 to go as they come across. A little bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of looking around and seeing who's going to be able to try and stretch it out or who wants to take a shot at stretching out. But all that's doing is giving that chasing group of riders opportunity to reattach and become part of the leading group of riders.
And look on our screen, some of our top riders: Nestal, Reed, Cole, Beat, Rowley, Zacharek, Agnew, Salas, Huzar, all up there in the top 10 as they came through that time. Again, 60 of the top junior 17, 18-year-old men representing North America in this field, Jim.
They're all very familiar with each other. They've all raced against each other probably since they were even younger juniors, younger teenagers. Now some of them on the same teams get recruited and promoted up through the ranks by racing on these teams together, and they come together at these races. They might live in different parts of the countries, but come together at these races. So there's some familiarity here. They're going to know who's on good form, who's not. And they're also going to know when their opportunities are to be able to take advantage of that. Certainly the course will have something to do with that, but also their knowledge of that rider's skills and ability to know when they can pass them and maybe make a big move up in the standings, in the placings on course in the middle of the race. Great coverage here being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com, and thank you very much, Orange Seal, for presenting this coverage for us today.
Yeah, reminder, if you like what you see, you can donate on InsiderMTB.com. So welcome to make a donation. And if you do, you want to shout out a rider or maybe you got a development team, make a donation and we'll call you out on the live stream.
Yeah, you pull that string, we'll talk about it. That's good for us. It's good for the sport. It gets this great coverage for all the rounds, hopefully, of the U.S. Pro Cup.
And a reminder today being presented by Orange Seal. Today's live stream being presented by our friends at Orange Seal. Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Orange Seal offering, and another cool thing, offering neutral tech support to all riders this weekend at no charge. Just drop by their booth if you need some sealant for your bike. Orange Seal stops flats dead in their tracks.
Yeah, if you're not running Orange Seal, you're doing yourself and your bike a disservice. You don't know how many flats you didn't get if you're not running Orange Seal. Nice race settling in now. Looks like about what? 15
10,
maybe?
yeah,
10 to 15 riders in that lead group.
Baker's dozen at least. And look here, who's now setting the pace. That looks like that's Jacques Gonzalez with Bear Devo. As they come through, seeing 5 to go, gentlemen. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go.
Well, Donovan Racing riders right in the mix there as well. And we might expect them to have something to say about this race.
Looks like Tommy Rowley still up there in the mix. Kean Reed, Simon Hewitt as the rest of the field makes their way through. 5 to go, gentlemen. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Still a lot of racing with 5 full laps. Once again, about 0.7 miles each and every time around, about 50 feet of elevation gain. We talked about it earlier in the junior women's race, talking about this course. I think it favors a big engine. I mean, this course, there's not a lot of technicality, not a lot of elevation. If you've got a big engine and can fire that up early and hold those watts for 20 minutes, well, this is your kind of race.
Yeah, the rider that can surge and be able to hold that throttle open like that and be able to maintain control and speed over the bike.
And just watch people just kind of filter back and peel off as you carry that pace, correct?
Yep. And especially this point of the course here, too. If you can be, whatever group you're in, if you can be first to this pinch point in the group, you've got a significant advantage because that's where you're going to put time in. Once it strings out into a single file line like that, that's when you can really go at your speed and carve that course up and be able to put time into the field around you.
You can see this, the faster section of the course, as it pops up real quick to the high point where all the fans are hanging out. Great vantage of the venue from up there. Great to see all the friends, family, fans, frenemies, everybody here in attendance at Vail Lake.
What's not to love, man? Watching these athletes of all ages show us what they got, put their talents on display, and have good fun ripping around this purpose-built course here at Vailocity Bike Park.
Yeah, we're here at beautiful Vail Lake Resort, home to Vailocity Bike Park and the Temecula KOA Resorts, the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. We talked about it. There's, really, this is the purpose-built venue for bike racing here in Southern California. Over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider, and excited to be back here this year for round 2 of the US XC Open.
Nice constant flow here with all these riders. No one really showing any signs of weakness or any signs of not being able to hold the wheel. No real gaps have been stretched out too far yet. And keeping it nice and bunched together. And they'll probably bunch up again together as they get in the headwind section here and not press themselves too hard to be able to take advantage of whatever slipstream they can by the riders in front of them.
Leader seeing 4 to go this time through, gentlemen. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go.
Looks like a club ride. Looks
Yeah.
like a club ride of the Bear National team.
That's Thomas Agnew with Bear leading them through. Kean Reed, Tommy Rowley there in the mix. Jacques Gonzalez as well, Rowan Nestal, all part of that Bear contingent. More riders make their way through. Not a lot of separation. I mean, the top 20 have already made their way through. The difference between, there's just not a lot of separation within. The distance from first to it's moving to 20th is 13 seconds. And so just not a lot of separation happening yet. As you see, the selection I feel like's been made. You see who's got the engine today. As you got this kind of top group of 12 or 13 riders have moved to the front, but still a big chase still happening behind them. And
still very much anybody's race. No one's shown a real sign of dominance just yet, but that may be a planned attack, and we're going to wait till that last 3 or 4 laps and be able to really accelerate, find a spot, and just hold it open for as long as you can to the finish line.
Reminder, podiums coming up right after this race, 12:30. Going to be the podiums for this morning's round of races. That includes our junior men, junior women, and elite men and women competitions. Podium's going to be at 12:30 at the podium here in the venue. Going to be top 5. As that looks like development rider Isaac Cole maybe moved back to the front. It's a little cat and mouse happening here as he's picked up the pace, having a little fun on his bike. Just a long line of those light blue Bear kits behind him.
It's a great time of the season, too, because, racing really kicking off, getting full throttle. You get to see everybody in their new team kits and the drip that everybody is pulling out
The
for
drip.
the year.
Love it. Yeah,
Just
rowing the stall.
spectacular.
Key and Reed up there in the mix. Didn't mean to cut you off. And what I'm seeing is so that you've got a Bear national team and then separately a Bear development team. And so that's the kind of green kit there. And so those are all part of that kind of Bear development system. But definitely, even just riders in different at different points in their journey to professional sport. And so, yeah, exciting to see the future with Bear. I mean, they have a lot of riders out here representing top 10. As there goes one of our Bear riders now. That's either, I'm going to guess, Rowan Nastall or Kean Reed making that move as he brings them through. That is Kean Reed now setting the pace, wanting to pick it up as they come through with 3 to go, gentlemen. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
Yeah, Kean already made the USA Cycling National Team radar. They're keeping a good eye on him, looking to promote him up through the ranks and get him racing on an international level. High-level junior racer to watch in the coming years. We're calling his name in the elites here, or U23 for him probably the next couple of years.
All right, Jim, we had donations. Shout out to Northworks Mountain Bike Team, fans from Minnesota.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thanks for tuning in. Love to see that. Like we talked about that, the fact, Insider MTB, being provided free, elite level mountain bike racing here early season in North America. And so shout out to those that are supporting today's live stream.
And we can watch it on normal times. Not to be up like early in the morning to watch the racing from, another continent. This is great.
I don't know. There's a few bike races that I just kind of enjoy getting up early. We get into July, Tour de France, stuff like that. It's just kind of just this time of week. I just get up early for 3 weeks in a row.
I was on my couch screaming last Sunday morning watching the racing from Europe. That was good fun.
All right, back and look here at our leaders. That could be Kean Reed now all out on his own. Really the first separation we've seen in this race. Again, Kean taking the win, round 1 in Fayetteville.
Showing off that speed, that talent that he's got. Yeah, he's got to put a few bike links in, maybe a few seconds, maybe more than that even. A nice attack here late in the race.
Teammate Rowan Nastall finishing second. Rowan, your current USA Cycling Cross Country National Champion for Junior Men 17-18.
My
See
goodness.
him tomorrow in the Stars and Stripes. But yeah, look at the separation here. He's exploded this
gap
race.
that he opened is just tremendous. Opened a full can on the field here. Really taking control of the front end of the race. That's got to be about a 9 or 10 second gap already in just one lap, half of a lap.
And it may, we'll get an idea on that number just to make sure it is 163. That is Kean Reed now. And you see the others, he's already on the approach here, and they're still trying to fight their way through that last corner. Might not have catch you. Wonder if somebody put a foot down or something happened behind them. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. And here comes the chase. But look, we'll get a good time. They split here in just a second as they make their way through here. 2 to go, 2 to go. The chase is on 9-second gap. 9 seconds in a single lap. He opened up a 9-second gap from first to the chase. What an impressive move by Ian Reed.
This race now in full throat with just 2 laps to go.
The wind starts to kick up here. 2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. If you hear a little bit of feedback, that is just because we got a westerly wind picking up, coming off the ocean here, starting to pick up at the venue, creating a headwind through the start-finish line. Kicking that dust around. Jim, like you said, I'm starting to look like a sugar cookie with all this dust out here. You weren't lying.
Already looking forward to that shower when I get home. This is a fun day at the bike park for sure.
Gonna have this stuff in my teeth, in my ears. It's gonna be everywhere, ain't it?
Uh-huh.
Sandy soil. I will tell you one of the big difference between race over race. This series moving around for 5 different venues, really all over the country. I mean, just the just the soil comp and the course conditions are just stark in contrast from going to that rocky, rooty Ozark Mountains there in Fayetteville and Centennial Park to this kind of sandy, almost, I'm guessing kind of, I mean, it's not loamy, but definitely sandy soil here in Southern California.
We are this is a Mexican desert, if you will. We got that surrounding, even though we got these nice green, lush hills and shrubs and stuff like that. Very much a desert environment.
We call these mountains in Arkansas. Oh, we got another rider down. And you can see, okay, so we've seen this a couple of times now. Course conditions are definitely, well, they're not stable. They're definitely loose out there. And like you said, you can wash out a wheel. I can almost see, you can see it places the soil's deep out there even. It's just so dry and arid.
One little slip in concentration can change the outcome of your race really, really quickly. Got to always be paying attention.
Well, speaking of outcomes of race, Ian Reed approaching. It's going to be the final lap. He's going to get one to go this time through. Still out all by himself. The split was 9 seconds, but it looks like the chase is on by his teammates now, as it appears to be 1, 2, 3 for Bear National, as Ian Reed now on approach into the start-finish line. Wind kind of calming down for him as he does.
For bragging rights among the team camp over there. A lot to be said for that as well.
One to go, one to go, one to go.
A little intra-team rivalry.
So Kean now leading him through. Gap was 9 seconds last time. Gap is now down a little bit. 6 seconds. 6 seconds now separating first to second and third. The chase is on as Isaac Cole with We Development now setting fourth. Dropping back a little bit. Thomas Agnew with Bear Devo in the mix as well. So right now, 4 out of the top 5 part of that Bear National contingent. One to go, one to go, one to go, gentlemen. Look back at some of the racing here. Well, that's a bad place to be, just out there in, looks like we might have one rider now trying to chase down our leader. See if Kean Reed's got what it takes to hold off his teammates. And it starts to string out a little bit, but it might be, that's either going to be like, I think either Rowan the stall or Tommy Rowley trying to move up and see if he can't bridge back up for first and take this thing down to a sprint. You know, you wonder, did Kean go too early? You know, does he have enough left in the tank to hold off this charge by his teammates?
Settle in, make no mistakes, keep the bike upright, keep putting power down.
And I think that is Rowan the stall there in second. And there's a look at your leader now. He's already hit the high point, and here comes the chase right here. So there's a good look at the gap. That's still 3 or 4 seconds back. Again, Kean taking the win round 1 in Fayetteville, in good position to take the win again here in round 2 at the Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Bike Park.
Yeah, looking nice and comfortable there. Final part of the final lap.
I mean, it's such a short course, you can see where the competition is. He's always got an eye of, you know, where his competition is. And so you can see there just how sandy the soil is. It gets deep in that corner right there.
Yep.
Kicking up some dust. He's staying on the gas. Really, he's got 2 big turns left. There's this pinchy turn here, and then there's a big swooping right-hander, kind of a big horseshoe shape that takes you to the far end of the course. And then it's just a sprint for the win for young Kean Reed.
Looks like he's got it well in hand. Looks nice and comfortable. He took control of this race with about 3 laps to go, put about a 9-second gap into the field, and now cruising into the final 2 turns. And he'll head for the finish here. Champion of round 2, the Orange Seal Pro Cup here at Vail Bike Park. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your champion, Bear National's Kean Reed. How about it? 2 for 2 at the U.S. Pro Cup. 2nd win in a row. 1, 2, 3 for Bear National. Great job, fellas.
Yeah, strong showing by Rowan Nastall. Finished 2nd in Fayetteville. Found himself 2nd step again today. Teammate Tommy Rowley coming across the line. Thomas Agnew in 4th. And Isaac Cole in 5th as the rest of the field comes through. Again, points awarded 10 deep in the U.S. XC Open Series for short track.
I just always love the look on the faces of the riders as they finish. They're glad, but they're also very glad to be done. You can just see that they've left everything out there on the course. It's always good to see it. That's what racing is all about. And like I said at the beginning, I think the future of cycling here in the U.S. is in very, very good hands.
Look at the racing still happening mid-pack and back as they're still sprinting it out for position. leaving it all out on the course. And then, like you said, now, Jim, the recovery begins because these junior men got to do it. You know, we got to get up in the morning and go back to racing.
A little longer form tomorrow. They'll be racing for probably a little over an hour tomorrow. So, yeah, recovery starts now. Get the legs up, get the massage guns out, and be able to get some good sleep tonight because they're going to need it. That field, this talented field, is going to go all out tomorrow for the cross-country event.
As we look at the finish of what has been a thrilling morning of racing, the finish here of our junior men 17, 18-year-old competition, our elite men, our elite women's competition. What an incredible race that unfolded. Jen Jackson taking it to the line, coming around, setting second wheel, coming around for the win, passing Haley Batten. Chris Blevins taking the win for our elite men, also with a sprint finish. Man, I love short track racing.
I do too. We're going to do all those podiums here in about 17 minutes, 18 minutes, 12:30.
Yeah, that's right. Reminder, all podiums from this morning's round of racing will be at the podiums out in the venue. Going to be at 12:30. If you finished top five for our junior men, junior women, elite men, and elite women, we'll be recognizing your race efforts here at 12:30. For those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com, we're going to keep this race action going. It's going to fire back up at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. going to be the start of our junior men's 15-16 final. From that, we'll have our men open, our women open, and then our junior boys and junior girls competitions later this afternoon. Beautiful Southern California. Thanks for joining us for what's been an incredible morning of racing. Just a bluebird day here in Southern California. This was the weather I was promised. I came out last year and called this race and sat out here and froze. They said I brought it with me, but this is what I was expecting when I was going to head out here and call a bike race. You couldn't ask for better race conditions. Pretty dry, dusty, a little bit of wind, but just a beautiful day for a bike race, Jim.
Yep, and a beautiful place to do it, too. So, yeah, thank you to all the racers for coming out and pinning it on, all their support crews, family, friends, and fans that are tuning in along the Insider MTB network. And, man, we're just grateful as we can possibly be to be able to enjoy this great racing day. And as soon as it wraps up, you and I are going to get a little recovery in. We got to get back out here tomorrow and then be able to call the great action tomorrow.
Yeah, excited for a full weekend of racing. We're going to go all the way through Sunday. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it lunchtime at the venue. So if you're tuned in on InsiderMTB.com, we'll be back live with you here in under 2 hours with that junior men's 15-16 short track competition. Round 2 of the 2026 USXC Open Series. This is the Orange Seal Pro Cup. And a reminder, coaches in the venue, 1 p.m. is going to be that UCI Rider meeting, managers meeting at the registration tent. 1 p.m. UCI Riders meeting at the registration tent right here in the venue. All right, this is your 15-minute call to podiums. 15-minute call to podiums. Podiums are right next to the registration tent. So if you're looking for where podiums are going to be, right next to the registration tent, it's going to be our ceremony. I'll need top 5 for our junior men 17-18, junior women 17-18, and then our elite women and elite men's competition from this morning's short track action. This is your 15-minute warning for podiums. reminder, we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes to podiums. 5 minutes, need top 5 from all this morning's racing. Check one. Reminder, UCI Rider Managers Meeting at the registration tent at 1 p.m. That's in 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes. We'll be doing that UCI Riders and Managers Meeting at the registration tent here in the venue. All right, welcome back. We're going to do our first call to staging for our junior men's 15-16 short track competition scheduled for 2 p.m. This is going to be your first call to staging, a little early. Got a big field, over 75 riders, so we're going to start call-ups a little early as well. So time to start making your way to that staging area. Junior men 15-16. Start heading that way. Once again, call to staging for our junior men 15-16. Time to start making your way to that staging area. Get back to racing here in about 15 minutes. Hopefully everybody had a chance to take a break, eat some lunch, amazing lunch. Shout out to our lunch partner out there, Zeph Barbecue. Man, that biker bowl, that's what I was looking for. Once again, congratulations to all our podium winners this morning. We'll be doing another podium this afternoon. Announcement on the podiums, we're going to move it up to 4:30. So parents, coaches, friends, family, frenemies, we're going to push this afternoon's podium up to 4:30. It's currently scheduled for 5. So 4:30 is going to be the new time for that final podium of the day. Everybody say it with me, 4:30. That'll follow our junior girls 11, 14-year-old short track competition and the final short track race of the day. 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park. Once again, all junior boys 15-16 need to be making their way to the staging area. Got a big field to sort out over there, and we're going to get call-up started here in about 4 minutes. So we're going to got a big field to call up here, so try to get in front of it a little bit.
So good to see such a big field in our 15-16 junior boys. The future of the sport continuing to look really bright. Over 75 racers going to take the line here for the short track race at the second round of the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Superstars of the future, and I tell you what, they're as pro'd out as it gets. They got the same treatment that the elites were getting. I saw them warming up with ice vests on. They got the umbrellas with their team handlers there in the chute. This is as pro as it gets for these teenagers.
Yeah, the Orange Seal Pro Cup, round 2 of the USXC Open Series, the premier cross-country mountain bike series here in the country. And yeah, down to our future of the sport, they get the same treatment. That's what I love about it. I mean, if you look at this weekend, we're starting out today with a full day of short track racing. Tomorrow we'll go to that elite Olympic style cross country, same type of discipline featured in the Olympics. And then Sunday, the amateurs get to race the same course towards the same finish line as those Olympians and world champions did the same before. And I think that's what makes an event weekend like this so special. You know, you can go to a World Cup race and you can watch that. You can come to a U.S. Pro Cup and you can race that. And I think that's truly what separates what Ty and team are doing with this series here in North America, and giving, you know, athletes as young, you know, our final race of the day, juniors 11 to 14, a chance to get out here on this short track and give it a go. And so, yeah, hats off to everybody involved. Shout out to all the development teams with us. It's a who's who of development. And like you said, it's going to be on full display coming up next for our junior men 15-16, as this truly is the future of the sport.
That's probably one of the best things about cycling is the fact that you can ride the same equipment on the same roads and trails as your favorite pros and elites, almost right alongside them. And you and I aren't going to go shag fly balls at Dodger Stadium, and you know we're not going to get out there on the pitch anytime soon and chase the ball around. But shoot, we can get out here and give it hell on a pro level course, Olympic style course, right here with some of our fan favorites. You and I saw Chris Blevins over here on the pump track. He was over here just airing it out on the pump track a little bit ago. Shows you the kid inside all of us that this sport brings out. So I think it's just a wonderful way to spend a day. We're so grateful for the great support of all the family, friends, and fans of all these riders that are out here. And this is where they're going to be on real display, too, as we get down into the younger age groups, younger categories of our junior boys and girls racing this afternoon of our short track racing here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
Yeah, camaraderie and community kind of stand out to me about the sport of mountain biking, and what separates it from other disciplines is, yeah, when you're out there on the race course, sure, it is a race of one. At the end of the day, somebody's got to win, but it's the investment being made behind the scenes with these coaches and these teams and building that community and, you know, really fostering the future of the sport like we're seeing at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
The pro setup all the way around. Every one of these development teams has legit pro style setups you'd find anywhere at a World Cup event or anything else. The trailers, the tents, all the trainers, and all the access they have to other equipment, you know, cool down, warm up, recovery, all that, all available to these athletes. And it's great that the brands are getting, endemic or not, are getting behind the sport and helping it grow that way.
Could not agree more. Well, speaking of sport, we're just a few seconds away from starting these call-ups and getting back to race action. Those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com, thanks for joining us. If you're just joining in, reminder, all this morning's races, this weekend's races, they'll be on the YouTube channel. So if you didn't get a chance to catch the action live, you can go back and watch what has been an incredible morning of racing. Both our elite men's and elite women's came down to 2-up sprints for the finish. What a fun morning that was. But here we go. Let's go. Starting call-ups for our junior boys 15-16 short track competition at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Starting off, racing for Team Booger, Isaac Sproul. For Roller Devo, Braxton Maybe. For Oz Racing, it's Grayson Wimberly. Free Fly Elite Development Athlete, Brody Lake. For Team Bear Devo, Jack Abel. For Gravity Collective, Rowan King Ellison. For Bear National, Nate Beaver. Accel Cycling, Hendrik Wasso. For Bear Devo, Broskin Biesel. For the Thaden School, Gwillem Stevens. For Atlas Racing, Callan Husser. For Bear National, Reed Pfeiffer. Let's see Luke Johnson. Jake Huzar. Daniel Flukinger. Crew Melicor. Grayson Stevens. Brayden Kerr. Leo Carlin. Sean Davies. Jack Peed. Anthony Salner. Eddie Sylvia IV. Dylan Farbane. Asher DePietrio. Ross Bowman. RJ Kazawick. Wesley Borger. Nigel Burke. Cruz Garcia. Ronan Kroll. Solomon Perkins. Aiden Kaplan. Miles Fitzinger. Henry Murphy.
Treffen Sizelove. Lincoln Sanchez. Christopher Higdon. Dexter Veneman. Finley Arnett. Nolan Glandorf. Oliver Spriggs. Jamo Telford. Cormac Kinchlow. Keelan Nelson Castagno. Ivan Brown. Bryce Chard. Sitzy Hoff. Samuel Dewey. Stetson Provost. Ziz Chenault. Benjamin Packer. Jackson Grover. Sebastian Grant. Eli Hawks. Jaden Rand. Caden Waukese. Tyler Sackett. Axel Parker. Tyson Walker. Callum Walcott. Reese Teller. Peter Thompson. Nathan Baer. Liam Buell. Ryan Levi. Connor Wilson. Evan Ashenbrier. Bowden Hastings. Nicholas Russell. Judd Eldridge. Boston Eldridge. And Smith Carson. Fielder LeCompte. Zach String. And Luke Day.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to turn it over to officials for pre-race announcements under 3 minutes.
You are within 3 minutes to start. We will give you a 2 minute, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Anytime after 15, the start will come on a whistle. 80% will be in effect. 80% zone is just after the finish line on the left-hand side. If you are not going to finish, please let an official know. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. Team staff, we will have you exit at 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Two minutes. 2 minutes to start. 1 minute. Seconds to start. 30 seconds.
All right, and we are back to racing at the 2026 Orange Hill Pro Cup. Looking for a clean start. Huge field, though. Man, look at the size of this field. That is the future of the sport. Our junior 15, 16-year-old short track competition now officially underway. 20 minutes of action-packed all-out racing here at this beautiful venue at Vail Lake Resort in beautiful, sunny Southern California.
Yeah, fast start to our afternoon group of racing. A big, big field here of the future of cycling. And again, I'm going to say this again. The future here is in very, very good hands. This is as talented a group of juniors as you're going to find anywhere in the country.
Yeah, 75 junior 15, 16 men taken to this 0.7-mile short track course. About 50 feet around, 50 feet of elevation gain each and every time around. Race scheduled for 20 minutes. You'll see it get pinchy right here as they enter the single track for the first time. This thing's going to bunch up a lot. Hole shot so critical in a competition like this.
That is the whole shot part of the course, right? Like you say nothing about this first corner here. That is where it all comes down. Some riders even there carrying their bikes around to get around and navigate this section here. Try and get back on terms with what has now become a very fast, thin line of racers at the front end.
Yeah, you see the crowds out there. That's the high point of the course. It's where it seems to be the popular place to hang out all day. As we get a first look at some of the leaders out here as they make their way around. They'll get settled in at some point, right? The short track starts really fast. I mean, it's all gas, no brakes from the get-go. Then you see about halfway through the race, Jim, it starts to settle in a little bit, and then that's where the strategy starts to come in. Really early on, it's just fight for that pole spot, see how far you can push up early on, settle in, and then start to gather yourself for the final bit.
Yeah, very cyclocross-esque in its nature in terms of how fast you got to come out to establish that position. And then it's now I got to measure that effort. Now, how much I know I've got to expend here. 20 minutes is, it seems like an eternity when you're out there on the course and going as hard as you're going. And it's not very long. We're going to probably be maybe 6 laps for this group, depending on how fast they do the first couple laps here. But it certainly seems like forever just because of how hard you're going, how hard that heart rate is having to run. These 15, 16-year-olds probably in that 4-digit heart rate, I was going to say, maybe the upwards of full 4 digits. So these youngins can really get it going like that. But certainly some great bike handlers in here and some athletes that know what this is all about. And we're going to see a real dandy of a race here.
Yeah, this was, looking back at round 1 in Fayetteville a few weeks ago, the 15, 16-year-old short track race may have been my favorite race of the weekend. It was just action-packed and full of just nonstop racing. Speaking of that, looking at it, Isaac Sproul took the win in round 1. Reed Pfeiffer second, Grayson Wimberly third, and Braxton Maybe in fourth. All 4 of those gentlemen back with us here in Southern California for round 2 and the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
I got to say, too, a big hats off to our Insider MTB.com crew. There is not an inch of this course that is not covered by their cameras. Like we're not missing any of the action and can get up close, zoom right in on it. So a great job from that crew setting everything up the way they did.
Yeah, and look at this separation happening. We're about just a little under a lap in, and you can see the leaders already separating from the rest of the pack. You got a baker's dozen up there in the front. We'll let this settle in a couple laps and start picking out who's who and who's doing what. Right now, they're just flying by with a field of 75. Get a good look at the venue here. Speaking of venue, shout out to the venue and our sponsor for this weekend's Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by our friends at Vail-Ocity Bike Park. Vail Lake Resort, home to Vail-Ocity and the Temecula KOA Resort, is the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. Vail-Ocity has over 50 miles of trails for every type of rider. A lot of that on display all weekend long. Today is short track day. Tomorrow we get to showcase what has been a year-over-year investment in Olympic-style cross-country racing, as we'll be showcasing that XCO mountain bike race course for tomorrow's competition.
Good speed being carried all throughout this course here by our lead group. But their lap times are not going to be very far off of any of the age groups above them. Although you notice the younger riders, they tend to look around a little more. The elites, they're not looking around too much. Their heads are pinned down. They kind of know where they're at on the course. They have a feel for where that competition is. These younger riders are always kind of looking around to see who may be coming up and after and what they might have to do to respond to that.
Yeah, that's Hendrik Russo with the Cell Cycling there in the blue kit, riding second wheel. Off to a good start early for the SL Cycling development team. We'll see if we can't pick out some more riders here early on. Again, they come through the start-finish so quick that we can't just blow by, but a chance there to pick out some more of our riders. And that's Kalen Husser with Atlas Racing setting the pace. Callan there. Looks about like 8 riders have made this initial selection, Jim, as they make their way through the start-finish here. Yeah, they're seeing 5 to go now, so leaders are seeing 5 to go. 5 to go, gentlemen. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. And there's still plenty of racing.
Yeah, some reshuffling of the deck there. Some riders reattach, and that now 13 or so strong lead group here, all kind of vying for position as they come back up to the pinch point. And if there's any part on the course other than the finish line on the last lap that you want to be leading, it's going into this pinch point up here, because that really sets the tone for the middle part of the lap.
Well, in that mix was Isaac Sproul running top 5 right now. He won Fayetteville a few weeks ago, representing Team Booger. Jack Abel's in there as well, part of that Bear development team. Bear, a strong showing in that junior men's 17, 18-year-old race. Taking 4 out of 5 of the podium spots for our junior men's 17, 18.
Like a team meeting up on the podium. Always impressive, too, to watch even riders at this age, just how good the bike handling is, how flowy, how smooth they are on the bike. Nothing missed, no power being lost. Everything's going right into the drivetrain to push that bike forward. But just those skills on display, that just tells you they're getting good coaching and the proper development from all of their teams.
Well, we talked about this. It's the accessibility of the sport of mountain biking. And as the venues continue to be invested in, like right here at Vail Lake, I mean, a lot of these kids are growing up within their backyard, just like me and you did with, stick and ball sports.
Yep. I tell you what, though, these kids are riding way better bikes than I got.
Starting to see some, and this is a team tactic. I really like with the Bear national team, race after race, I see this tactic is they may not be at the front. They make that initial selection, and as the action unfolds halfway through, you start to see more and more of those light blue kits start to make their way up and move up, make some passes, and position their team for team wins. And so just I think you could see something similar here in the 15, 16-year-old junior men's race.
Almost like they know the course. They've done their recon. They know when those parts are when they can and should attack. And they wait. They bide their time. They make the move when it's right, and then they just leave everybody else behind them.
It is. Looks like Callan Husser with Atlas Racing still setting the pace though out front. I think some of these riders are comfortable with letting someone else, really be up front and set the pace and burn those extra watts. I mean, there is something to be said about hiding behind a few people and getting that advantage.
Like this move here.
There you go, coming around on the outside. Yep, there you go. Just setting and waiting and making the move around the outside as they're going to come through here. They're going to see 4 to go this time. 4 to go, gentlemen. 4 to go. That's one of our Roller Devo athletes. That's Braxton Mabry now setting the pace, coming around.
I think I saw Reed Piper in there too, being able to make a move to the front of the race with 4 to go.
Hendrick Rousseau also coming around. He was up there early in that blue kit with the Cell Cycling. He answered that call when Mabry made that move. He went with him. See him sitting there on the right-hand side, setting second wheel. But Callan Husser having a strong effort here as he's still up there in the front.
Just an all-out sprint, too. These guys are just digging in, coming up that, one of the punchier climbs on the course. Just no quarter being given to any of their fellow competitors. And now through the whoop section here, they're just full gas all the way.
Shout out to Provello if you're watching in on the live stream on InsiderMTB.com. Scan the QR code, enter to win a free bike. Compliments of Provello.
That's the best kind of bike. Best kind of bike to get.
Free bike? Yep.
Carrying a good turn of speed there, coming through the flatter part of the course before diving back into the climb. And then the big descent back towards the start-finish line here.
I think that's Braxton Mabry there. Roller Devo.
Many, if not all, of these riders going to be duking it out again tomorrow on the longer cross-country course against one another.
Sunday morning for our 15, 16 year olds. There you go. No worries. Yeah, tomorrow's an off day for them, which is nice.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, they get to reset and do it all again on Sunday morning. Be the show on Sunday morning. That does look like your lead group of 3. I think that is Braxton Mabry with Roller Devo, Hendrick Rousseau with the Cell Cycling, and Callan Husser with Atlas Racing. Still early in this race. Leaders are going to see 3 to go next time through. But similar to what we've seen, I mean, short track starts off so fast, Jim. I mean, it's just from the gun. It's how fast can you go. It's so critical to grab that whole shot. But now we're halfway through this race, and I feel like we're starting to set up a little strategy starting to come in. People are starting throwing some darts, starting to test their competition. You got a young rider here now starting to hit the gas. That's the Cell Cycling as he makes his way through. That's Hendrick Rousseau again making a move, seeing who will go with him as he starts to string out this lead pack. Now you're seeing about 5 on your screen, so some separation starting to happen as everyone's seeing 3 to go this time through, gentlemen, 3 to go.
Yeah, Hendrick got a couple of bike links real quick right there, and it caused everybody to have to respond, and that snapped the elastic on the rest of the group now. We got to tighten it up to about a 5 or 6 rider leading group.
I think the red kit we're seeing now, that might be Isaac Sproul with King Booger now. I think he was able to answer that call and cover that move. Once again, Isaac winning in Fayetteville a few weeks ago, so he's no stranger to short track competitions and knows how to cross the finish line in first.
All these riders so well supported, tons of family and friends here on the sidelines cheering them on. They're supporting teammate members of their crews all here, looking after them and making sure they got what they need. And they are now deep into the heart of this race and completely turning themselves inside out as that gap now widens. There's probably now a 2-second, 3-second gap between first and second place.
Yeah, that's a Cell Cycling. That's Hendrick Rousseau. He's been making moves since the beginning of this race. Looks like Isaac Sproul setting second wheel in that red kit. Now leading the chase group. But yeah, separation for the first time between first and second. Now look at this gap, and we'll get a good idea of this gap next time through. This is really the first gap we've seen open up in this 15, 16-year-old short track competition. You see a move happening there on the right, on the climb. As that looked like that was Braxton Mabry with Roller Devo trying to make a move and get around Isaac Sproul. Isaac may now have what it took to go with Hendrick Rousseau, and Braxton maybe wanting to get out in some clean air and see if he can't chase this leader down. But right now, We're going to know here in just a few minutes. He's made his way through that pinch point. You kind of see the chase group there as they came into screen. He's got one big sweeping turn, and then he's got a long straightaway turn come through. I'm going to see, leader's going to see this time. I think they're going to see 2 to go. Yep, leader's seeing 2 to go.
That was a massive gap.
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Look at the effort there being opened up now. That is Hendrick Wasso with the cell cycling. He has blown this up. We'll get an idea of what that is. I'm going to say 7, 8 seconds. 9-second gap. Single lap, opening up a 9-second gap between the chase group, led by Callan Husser now. Isaac Sproul, Reed Pfeiffer, Braxton Maybe, Sean Davies there in that group.
That chase group kind of looking around at each other, trying to determine which one of them is going to take the lead here on trying to pull some of that 9 seconds back. But, man, that's a massive gap to open up in just the course of a half of a lap the way he did.
I know. You're 2.5 laps left, and you make that move like that, or 3 laps to go, you put in that dig. Now you got to hold it. You've opened up this 9-second gap, but you wonder, did he go off too fast? Does he have what it takes to – you see him in the shots up and out of the saddle trying to maintain that lead.
Heart rate just pinned, legs are burning, lungs are absolutely searing. That might have been the race-winning move because he's still holding on to that gap right now, and this group here is not really sorting itself out, and no one taking the impetus to drive a massive chase train the way it is. They seem to be content with just trying to sort out the secondary places.
See the wind now starting to pick up. We're having gusts now upwards of 20 miles per hour out of the southwest, so the wind's definitely picking up. Riders going to feel that here at the venue. I mean, it is so dry and dusty. Looking through the start-finish chute, it's just a cloud of dust. We're covered in the announcer booth, so plenty of dust. A little bit of rain in the forecast this weekend, but we'll be welcoming that as the winds are starting to kind of gust through here at the venue. Beautiful day, 75 degrees, but gusts definitely starting to pick up, and riders are going to feel some of that. There's no real place to hide from the wind out here on this course. No trees to hide in out here in the this desert area of Southern California.
Not at all, and it's directly in their face as they come through the start-finish chute here. They'll be eating it the whole trip down that part of the course. Maybe all for naught, though. Everybody might be just racing for second place. And the other spots on the podium.
Speaking of podiums, a reminder, we're going to move podiums up to 4:30. So for those afternoon block of racing, podiums are going to be at 4:30 this afternoon, originally scheduled for 5. But just coaches out there, family, reminder, those final podiums of the day are going to be at 4:30. Good look at the chase group there, and then the separation. Look at this, up and out. Just, I mean, what a dig, what an effort. 3 laps out. Hendrick Wasso putting in a big dig. Now seeing 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And going solo, Jim. It was 9 seconds last time, and
He might have doubled that.
Here comes, I don't know that I call this a chase anymore. I think this team, they're racing for second at this point. They've all seemed to be setting up and just talking out. Here you go. We got some riders throwing down. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go. It's going to be an all-out effort here by this chase group on the last lap. 1 to go, gentlemen.
I would tell anybody, if you want to see what your limits are, get in a bike race. Go to your local bike race, pin a number on it. If you want to see what your endurance limits are, it looks easy. These guys, these women and men and women that are out here racing with us, they make it look so easy. It's the hardest thing you can possibly do to have to turn yourself in and see if you can close a gap to the rider in front of you.
Turn yourself inside out to do it. Absolutely. 21 seconds the gap over 2 laps that Hendrick Wasso was able to open up with a cell cycling over the rest of the field.
Doubled his advantage in the course of 1 lap.
An impressive effort for sure. Quick shout out to Orange Seal. Not only is they the official sponsor of this weekend's racing, they're also the sponsor of today's live stream. Orange Seal. If you're looking for some sealant, look no further. The official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Stops flats dead in their tracks with Orange Seal. A little fun there being had by our leader.
Why not? Stretch it out.
Extra style points up for grabs.
Tail whips are cool. Wheelies are cool. And showing off your talents like this in an impressive form is even cooler. He's done a great job today. Sat in there the first few laps and then took that race over when there were 4 laps to go and has been out in front ever since.
Yeah, and there you see the chase group now coming into screen. It is a race of 1. Tail whips are fun. That's going to make a good T-shirt, Jim. We should trademark that. I feel like we could make some money at some of these events. I'd wear that T-shirt.
I'm getting online right now. I'm going to lock it up.
Tailwhipsarefun.com. Someone's going to buy that up right now.
Hendrick putting on a show here for us today, coming down racing out of Salt Lake City. So he's got some good high altitude training in his body and his lungs, and put on a show for us here today in a fast 20-minute race in our junior boys 15 to 16. Coming down the chute to the cheers of his family, friends, and friends. Welcome home your champion of the junior boys in 15 and 16, Hendrick Rousseau.
Yeah, strong showing by Cell Cycling. And
well done, young man.
Here comes the chase. They closed the gap a little bit, so they definitely picked up the pace. Look at this. You got 3 athletes now. They're going to sprint it in. It does look like that's going to be Isaac Sproul with Team Booger. Going to find himself in second. Reed Pfeiffer, Bear National in third. Braxton Mabry coming across the line in fourth. And strong showing by Grayson Wimberly with Oz Racing. Find himself in a top 5. Again, everything we say up here is officially unofficial. We'll refer to the race officials for the official results, but that does look like that's going to potentially be your top 5.
We'll let the smart people with the high-speed cameras sort all that out. But, man, that was an impressive effort there. Great job, Hendrick. That was super fun to watch.
Yeah, 3 laps out. Made that big dig, made the move, opened up a 9-second gap. Next lap had a 21-second gap. They were able to close it down a little bit, coming across the line with a 16-second gap, so that, that chase group finally did get up and go, and when they did, they were able to carve back a few seconds, but it was too little too late as Hendrick Rousseau taking the win here today for our junior men's 15-16 short track competition, day 1 of 3 at the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Ossity Bike Park.
And while we still have some riders finishing, we'll make this our first call to staging for the men's open 19 to 39 and 40 plus. First call to staging for the men's open 19 to 39 and 40 plus. You guys can make your way down to the end of the start-finish chute there.
That next race scheduled to start here pretty quick, so we'll get this one done and dusted. And something tells me we'll be calling this next race to the line, so definitely start making your way over there. If you're not already over there, you need to start finding your way into that staging area for our 1939 40 plus open men's categories.
Great job to all of our racers in that 15 to 16 category. Fun race to watch, fun race to call. That's our NICA crowd. A lot of those riders going to be heavy into that NICA traveling circus that goes on all around the country with the various chapters that put on races. And that group travels well thanks to the moms and dads that support that the way you do. The equipment, the travel, the taking care of the needy racers and making sure they're training and getting their sleeping and staying up on their schoolwork. And next up, we're going to have some of the little older age groups involved here. We got a 1939 category and a 40 plus in the men. Following them will be the women's open and the junior women 15 to 16. And then junior boys 11 to 14 at 3:30. And the last race of the day will be the junior girls 11 to 14 at 3:50. And remember, just another reminder, we moved the final podium of the day. We moved that up a half an hour to 4:30. Final podium of the day will be now at 4:30. So top 5 on the box. All the races from this afternoon segment will be podiums at 4:30. Hey, how about this? Speaking of all these categories here, the CUSPO has donated 12 of their CS 600 cycling computers to be handed out to our junior and amateur race winners at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Thank you very much. CUSPO committed to providing every cycling enthusiast with professional, precise, and cost-effective cycling gear. Whether you're a professional rider aiming for the podium or simply enjoying a weekend ride, CUSPO helps you ride more scientifically and clearly witness your progress through reliable data and wireless synchronization with platforms like Strava. Because we all know, it's not on Strava, it didn't happen. Second and final call to staging for our next category of the day. That is the men's open 19 to 39 and 40 plus. Gentlemen, please now report down to staging. Your race is imminent.
All right, we're going to let the officials sort this out and walk these racers up to the start line. You got with our 1939 and our men 40 open 40 plus category races about to unfold. Pretty decent sized fields though, looking at this, so should be some exciting race action. Understanding is the open men 40 plus are going to take to the start line first, and then a few seconds after that we'll get our open men 1939 race underway and get them off the line.
Well, and we do have a national champion in the mix lining it up here. That's none other than... Double check. Yeah, that's my man, Brian McCulloch, on the front line there. his wife Joy racing in Redlands today as part of a team out there. Brian does a great job, too, at coaching him up. Him and his wife, Joy, run big wheel coaching. A lot of those riders represented here today and out at Redlands and all the other races that are going on. But if it has two wheels, Brian wants to race it.
Reminder to those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. If you want to give a shout out to one of these riders or shout out to your development team or your company, just welcome to make a donation there at InsiderMTB.com, and we'll give you a shout out on the live broadcast. That's how that works.
All right, gentlemen, we're about 1 minute to start. There will be two, so if I can have team staff out of the grid, please. We will have two separate starts. The 40 plus will be starting, and then 20 seconds later will be the open men. All riders will finish on the same lap. All riders will finish the race on the leader of the entire race. So if you get lapped, keep going, and all riders will finish on the same lap. We'll give you 30 seconds. Whistle after 15. The open 19 plus, you'll just roll up to the line after the first wave. Otherwise, 15 seconds, and we'll get you started.
There's two starts.
Does that mean two races at once?
All right, back to racing here at the Orangeville Pro Cup. That's the start of our Open Men 1939 group. Right before that was our Open Men 40 Plus race, including, as you mentioned,
I really
Brian
appreciate how the officials did that. They let the age and experience go first, right? Let the 40-plussers get out there first, kick up some dust, and then we send the 19 to 39ers off first. So very, very well done, Blue. A lot of good riders in this field, too. This will be fun to watch. Kind of two different things going on out there on the course. We'll try to do the best we can to make sense of it all, but things will get spread out here pretty quick.
Yeah, Jelani Davis with Dirt Camp Racing. He was there on the front line. Easy to pick out those DCR kids. He actually won the Open 1939 in Fayetteville, so he's out here chasing it down. And so look and see if he can't defend and win race number 2 of the 2026 US XC Open for our Open Men 1939 age group race. Good to see him making the trip.
Traveling. I love that. We got the non-elites traveling all over the country to play bikes. That is fantastic.
DCR part of one of those development teams, and so it sounds like I bet Jelani's a coach and just taking the chance. I don't know this, but I'm going to put 2 and 2 together. And
there's Brian in his Stars and Stripes jersey. Looks like he's taking a little flyer off the front of that 40-plus category. That surprises me, like, not at all.
There you go. So if he's in the Stars and Stripes, that means he's the current national champion, I'm guessing, for short track for his age group, right?
Yes, sir. And he's got a number of other national championships under his belt as well. He's won an endurance national championship, and like I said, a coach of some elite athletes all around the country. And one of the nicest guys you will ever get to meet. Got a BWR win under his belt too. He won the BWR San Diego here in 2019, I think.
There you go. Belgian waffle ride. That's a pretty unique. Is it gravel? Is it mountain bike? Like it's one of those. It's a pretty, I think there's a little bit of everything in their race course by design. As there comes our current leader and our Open 40 plus making his way through. Here comes the chase though. This 40 plus group staying together a little bit. Now I think we'll start to see some of the faster 1939 start to push up as well. But that was Brian McCulloch, followed by Christopher Peck, Kevin Bradford Parrish, Chris Russell, Chris Iamek, Tom Reese, Richard Abbott, Brendan Connolly, and Andy Larrett's rounding out our 40-plus. And now this, I think, may be the pointy end of our 1939 age group race. It is. Here, they're making their way through. In that first.
Aiden Sturgis Melby was leading that group there.
Part of that giant Southwest Racing Development Squad.
8-group pack leading off the front end of that 19 to 39 category that's racing concurrently with the 40-plus.
Marshall Davis with Gravity Collective sitting second, and Michael Matthews with Alto Velo Racing Team in third. Interesting, looking at lap times, the Brian turned to 2:46. That group leading that 1939, a 2:53.
How about that? You like that, right?
Holding it down for the Masters class. Yeah, there you go. Love that.
Let's go.
See why he wears those stars and stripes?
Yeah, Brian is a very astute bike handler and knows how to gauge his effort, and certainly is as trained up and as well educated on bike training philosophy as anybody you're going to find. Got a lot to be proud of in terms of the efforts that his athletes put out and the accolades and finishes that they get consistently. You know, if he's winning national titles and things like that, he's certainly staying on top of it and, you know, doing what he says to do.
I know we kid about that a lot and talking about that's a regular joke of mine, but I will tell you, as you know, these athletes, and here comes our current leader at our 40-plus, seeing the 5 to go on the race card, 5 to go. This whole move to endurance sport, you talked about gravel, we've talked about things like the Lifetime Series and BWR. It's giving a lot of our athletes second careers. I think as they get to the, you know, towards the end of what is this kind of, you know, short twitch, like fast paced, you know, Olympic style cross country racing and short track racing, when they start to turn to that endurance sport, the marathon and the gravel, a lot of them are finding a lot of success there. They're figuring out they have the engines to go farther and push harder for longer, and I think that just comes with time.
Yeah, body learns. The body says, I can do this a little better than I can those really hard, intense efforts. They can take those longer distances. They can certainly have the time to train and be able to build that engine that they need to sustain that. But looks the same here with our 19-plus group, because that's about the same group of 5 guys that came by the first lap.
Look like Cody Iverson now maybe setting the pace there with Team Baghouse.
Baghouse on our list of kind and most generous sponsors. They are a big supporter of the sport here, especially in Southern California. Industrial Sheet and Metal Services built a reputation on the most diverse expertise in dust collecting services, turnkey products, and industrial sheet metal. So thank you, Baghouse. They make a lot of the trophies and things like that we hand out at events here in SoCal, and are big purveyors and sponsors of the sport. So much gratitude to the Baghouse crew over there.
Back to our current leader of our and he's out there getting some style points. He said, I know the young kids can do that. I can too.
Brian's out here just getting a nice hard effort in, maybe opening up the legs to put in another one on Sunday. But no doubt he's thinking about Joy, who's out today on one of the stages of Redlands Classic.
Some great shots of the venue being brought to you by InsiderMTB.com. Shout out to Orange Seal, official sponsor of today's live stream. Need some really cool shots here this afternoon. You can see course conditions just, dry, dusty, sandy. We're covered here in the booth. Everything at the venue is covered in dust at this point. Winds have picked up a little bit. Seem to calm down, but they're gusting upwards around 20 miles per hour this afternoon, but still just a beautiful day, about 75 degrees here in Southern California. Like we said earlier, just a perfect day for a bike race.
Yeah, Brian's not letting up at all. He's going to put out 100% effort the entirety of the race, regardless of the lead that he has, and he keeps padding that lead every lap.
Seeing 4 to go this time through. We'll get an idea of the gap here. We know he's got a pretty significant gap. We don't know what that is yet, Brian, but we'll get you an idea on this gap. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. here comes this. Maybe a chaser right here, or we could be getting into some lap traffic. It's okay. Nope, that is Kevin Parrish, or Bradford Parrish now. 9 seconds, the gap from first to second. 9 seconds. 7 seconds from there back to third, and Christopher Peck. So 9 second, the gap from first to second. So still a lot of racing, too, as the racers see 4 to go this time through.
Things starting to sort themselves out. Water seeks its own level, right? You can only go as hard as you can go for so long as things start to settle in and guys accepting their fate in terms of their body's ability to go as hard as they want to go, maybe, and having to just shuffle in and then just stay at that level for as long as they can.
And here comes the leaders of our 1939. I think that's Aiden Sturgis Melby. It's currently showing setting the pace there, but see if that holds true. Marshall Davis in the mix there. Michael Matthews, Tom Reese with Team Booger.
What's the origin story on Team Booger? Do you have any background on that?
I do not.
We'd like to know. If there's somebody here in the venue that might be able to give us that, I'm keen on knowing. It sounds like a fun group, if anything, and maybe I'm guessing that their end of the year team party's a hoot.
As Andy Loritz makes his way through. Shot back now, if you're on the live stream, looking at our current leader of our men's 40-plus, current national champion, Brian McCulloch.
Really, really glad that, short track is part of the Pro Cup because it's certainly an exciting race to watch. If anything, it gives the spectators something to do. But I know, just talking to the racers, that they like this shorter format. They like this hard effort, go really hard for a shorter period of time. It's fun, it's fast. They really dig it. So I hope more promoters find interest in that and we're able to make multi-day races out of some of these events and introduce the short track element of it to it, because it sure is a lot of fun.
I agree, and that's that's kind of fun. You're making all this time. You're taking the time to travel out here, and the opportunity to mix it up multiple days in a weekend. You're seeing these athletes. We'll see them again on Sunday morning for their final race of the weekend. But this morning we saw our, junior 17-18 and our elite. Tomorrow we'll see our junior 17-18 men's, women's, U23, and elite athletes on this Olympic-style cross-country race course as our race leader comes through with 3 to go.
Ryan's lap times are very consistent. He's got the same speed, same look.
Yep, 2:54 that time through. Now, there was a 9-second gap between first and second last time through. Now there's an 11-second. So Brian able to carve off a couple more seconds. 11 seconds from first to second. That's Kevin Bradford Parrish trying to give chase. Christopher Peck here. 12 seconds back in third and 24 seconds off first place. So, yeah, this race definitely everyone's just starting to settle in and race their own race, it looks like a little bit now, Jim, as Chris Russell with All Mountain Cycling makes his way through. And then here comes the pointy end of our 1939 Open category race as they're all going to come through together with getting 3 to go.
And they're about to attach on to the back end of that 40-plus group, but everybody's going to finish on the same lap today because of the smaller field here, even though it's a mixed category race.
Yeah, Aiden Sturgis Melby, Cody Iverson, Marshall Davis, all mixing it up in there. All came across the line together, turning a 3:04. By comparison, Brian did a 2:54. So 10 seconds faster by your current national champion, and that today racing in that Open 40-plus category race. Think he'll pull a Christopher Blevins. We'll catch him over here on the pump track after this race.
Nothing surprised me. That's the best part of 2 wheels. We get to go just roll around, play in the dirt, jump the bike. Best fun of the day.
There's our Western Colorado University athlete. That's Nico Sikora, making the hop over from Western Colorado. riders starting to get a little arrow as they make their way through the start finish. There really is a headwind
They
along
have
the
to.
start finish. I mean, there's a 20-mile gust coming through as Andy Laretz and James. And now you can really see how this venue tucked down inside the mountains. So quick shout out to Vail Lake Resort and today's presenting sponsor, this weekend's presenting partner for the Orange Seal Pro Cup. Vail Lake Resort, home to Vail Ossity Bike Park and the Temecula KOA Resort, is the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. Over 50 miles of trails of every type of rider. Short track today, Olympic style cross country tomorrow, amateur cross country on Sunday. Do a little bit of everything here. Speaks to the investment that they're making here.
Brian heard that call. He put a few extra seconds in on that lap. These riders now have 2 to go.
16-second gap now from first to second.
Brian's even now making his way through some of the back markers on the course.
Couple more races to go on the day as we got still up next is going to be our Open Women and Junior 15-16. That is going to be a great race. Excited to see that. That should be a decent-sized field in our Junior Women 15-16, all part of this development teams here. As a reminder, if you're here at the venue, maybe put on some sunscreen. UV's out and UV's high today and abundant sunshine. Not a lot of shade to find in this high desert area of Southern California.
Those pasty people got to take care of our skin that way, otherwise we just get eaten alive. Although I feel this fine coating of dirt and dust might do that job, but apparently not. Brian weaving his way through some back markers here. Very comfortable lead right now for him. And when he comes by again, he'll see 1 to go. So get those cowbells ready. Brian, no stranger to hearing cowbells leading a race and getting into his last lap with a comfortable lead.
Attention everyone, may I please have anyone who represents 15 to 16-year-old men please have a chat with your riders. We've had an issue that has affected about 35% of the 15 to 16 men's race. If you think your rider may have broken a rule in the 15-16 race, please have them come chat with me. I do not want to come find them. It affects about 25 kids.
Is that where the
All right, at this time, we're going to do our call to staging for our next race, which is going to be our Open Women in that Junior Women 15, 16-year-old category race, which should be a good-sized field. So still plenty of action-packed racing left here today at the venue. There's more riders coming through, getting the 1 to go, gentlemen, 1 to go. And now we're going to all eyes on our race leader. Here we go. Everyone's going to finish on the lead lap. Getting a shot here at our current race leader of our Open Men's 40+. Picking off the last few racers out there on approach. This is going to be this time through should be for the win. Got about halfway to go. Sorry, I was just getting excited.
No, I feel you. We've seen so much good racing today. It's hard to even pick a favorite of any of these races so far. Everything has been so close, so tight, and in some cases, just a complete domination of the field, like Brian's doing here.
It's going to be the lead group now coming through, seeing 1 to go of our Open 1939. That's going to be Aiden Sturgis-Melby, Cody Iverson, Marshall Davis, Jelani Davis, who took a win in Fayetteville a few weeks ago. Scott Preston there as well. find himself in the top 5 in that men's 40-plus. Devin Granada rounding out the top 5 for our 1939 Open right now. All these athletes getting the 1 to go.
Brian got this one comfortably in hand as he makes the approach to the final few turns.
Yeah, at about 12-second gap between first and second last time through. Is 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Ryder now on approach here pretty quickly. A couple more twists and turns here on this short track course. And welcome Brian back here to the finish line.
Just so smooth with how he takes those corners right on the perfect line, entry and exit. Got this one well in hand. I know the Nugget, his son, will be very happy about this. Usually on hand, he's probably out with mom today. But check it out. Here comes your race winner. Going to take home the title in the 40-plus category here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Park. How about my man, Brian McCulloch, your champion here today. Well done, B-Mac. Nice job, buddy.
And here comes the chase. There was some separation. It had grown to about 12 seconds. We'll see if that was able to carve any of that back. No, it held as Kevin Bradford Parrish with a strong effort, though. 12-second gap back to second place.
All right, now we should have a good race here, finishing up the 19 to 39 category. They were in a bunch of 4 the last time through.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get our eyes on them out there on course. But that race staying all together, as it was last time through, was Aiden Sturgis-Melby, Cody Iverson, Marshall Davis, Jelani Davis, and Scott Preston. Sorry, Devin Granada. There, I see him on the side of, so they're getting close here. They're about to make approach on that final corner. I think they're still all together. We could get a sprint here in our 1939 age group race.
Yeah, keep the chute clear. It's going to be like landing aircraft.
And here they go. Look, they're up and out of the saddle. They're going to sprint it in. And that is going to be taking the win. Looks like unofficially Aiden Sturgis-Melby with Giant Southwest Racing Devo posting up. That's a great post-up pick. He'll be happy about that.
Yeah, he had that very pro post-up like that. Looking good. God, that was fun. 2 categories gave us a great, 2 completely different races.
Yeah, unofficially in second, Marshall Davis was right there in that 2-up sprint. Cody Iverson. And then on back, Devin Granada and looks like Jelani Davis rounding out your top 5 unofficially. Once again, we've done our call to staging for our Junior Girls 15-16 and Women Open 19+. That race scheduled to start here in just a few minutes. So time to, if you're not already, please make your way to that staging area.
This absolutely thrills me. 54 competitors in the Junior Girls 15-16 and Women's Open 19+. 54 women. That is fantastic. That is just such a great sign that the sport is catching on and more women are getting involved and racing. Fantastic. Good luck to all of the next race that is our Junior Girls 15-16 and Women's Open 19+. Final call to staging for all of our women's open and junior women 15-16. Your race is imminent. Please report down to the staging area.
All right, we'll see if we get the thumbs up to start call-ups. Just waiting on our race officials to give us the thumbs up that we can start call-ups here for our junior women 15-16. They're making their way into the start chute now. Just 1 second, waiting to get confirmation that we can get call-ups underway, so appreciate your patience. We'll get confirmation to start call-ups here shortly.
More pro treatment for the 15-16 with all the team umbrellas. There's even a massive team umbrella down there covering up a whole bunch of these young ladies.
All right. This time, are we good for call-ups? Getting a thumbs up on the call-up. So here we go. We're going to get these call-ups underway for our junior girl 15-16 racing for Bear National team, Anna Morzowicz. Roller National, Zoe LeClaire. For the Gravity Academy, Alexander Paswick. Atlas Racing, Harley Dieters. For Cell Cycling, Annabelle Sackett. For Team Bear Devo, Kinley Griffith. For Bear National, Elsie Linton. Also racing for Bear National, Leah Morzowicz.
June Bremner. Addison Green. Ava Silva. Bailey Brown. Addison Fuchs. Mia Troiani. Grace Watkins. Maggie Daly. Paisley Smith. Abby Cole. Lily Cole. Ariel Edens. Malia Gruel. Delilah Sonnenberg Hennings. Anna Kirsch. Anna Strafe. Annika Burns, Amelia Conkle,
Let's see, Pepper Smith, Willa Cromwell, Amelia Fulmer, Hannah Frank, Casey Haynes, Charlie Price, Clancy Stinger, Zara Kush, Arabelle Paulson, Sophia Salazar, Eva Kelsner, Melissa Abbott, Krista Abbott, Mia Baker, Sammy Warnick, Eva Komar, Olive Markman, Maya Feldman Wang, Kyla Walter, Aaliyah Anderson, Pearl Smith, Jane Slavin, and Wesley Name, rounding out just under 50 of our junior women 15-16. At this time, we'll turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Get a little.
All right, ladies, we are inside of 2 minutes to start. Team staff, please exit the grid. This will be a 20-minute race. We will convert to laps after the first 2 full laps. 80% will be in effect. The 80% zone is on riders left just after the finish line. This is a friendly reminder for all riders. The course is the course, and you should not leave the course. That includes going hiking through the bush if people are in front of you and they fall off their bike. Stay on the course and only the course. You are at 1 minute. We'll give you a 30-second, 15-second. Anytime after that, the start will come on the whistle. This is now your 30-second warning. 30 seconds to start, ladies.
All right, and we're back to racing. The start of your junior women 15-16. Points on the line for the 2026 USXC Open Series. We do have a bobble here at the start. Got such a big field here, just under 50 athletes in our junior women 15-16. Looks like everybody's trying to hopefully able to get up and finish under their own power.
Most unfortunate to have a rack up like that at the starting line. We got a chain that cannot be reconnected on the drivetrain here. She's going to try and get that fixed with her pit crew. Happens to be just adjacent there. Now our 19-plus women, a field of 5 strong, heads out on course.
How many laps?
And they are charging from the get-go. Let's see if we can't take a peek here at the pointy end of that junior women's 15-16 field. Just under 50 athletes, Jim. I mean, we talk about this in our junior men 15-16, the size of that field. So many 17, 18-year-olds in our. We had to split them up into heat racing for our junior men. I mean, when we talk about just you look at sport and signs of healthiness, well, just the level of participation for our junior women and junior men. Something tells me the future is bright for the sport of mountain biking here in North America. And here we go, looking at already some clear separation as I'm seeing some of those light blue and pink kits, a lot of them on the front end. It tells me there's probably a lot of our Bear national team riders setting the pace here early for our junior women 15, 16-year-old race.
Go figure, right? They've been a feature of just about every race today in any of the junior categories. And here they are again right at the front end of this packed field. This is probably one of the bigger fields we've had. Certainly the biggest field of female racers that we've had. And they're out here now mixing it up with a 20-minute race time.
Yeah, looking back at Fayetteville, top 5 from Fayetteville, it was Anna Morowicz with, you guessed it, Bear National taking the win in the short track competition a few weeks ago. Zoe Leclerc with Roller Devo, or Roller National team taking second. Leah Morowicz for Bear National taking third. Alexandria Pasowicz with the Gravity Academy in fourth, and Harley Dieters rounded out the top 5 for our junior girls 15, 16-year-old short track race in round 1 of the 2026 USXC Open Series. And here we are for round 2, and here we are as they're already making their way back to the start-finish line.
Fast lap for these young women. A little bit of looking around, kind of sizing everybody up. Everybody comfortable kind of eating some of that headwind, and as a rider takes their charge along the right side, I saw some stars and stripes on her shoulder, so there's some chops in that rider there now trying to assert her authority onto this race.
Yeah, that was Anna Morowicz setting the pace with Zoe Leclerc, Alexandra Pasowicz, Leah Morzowicz, Ava Silva out there, Harley Dieters, very similar to what we saw in Fayetteville round 1. It's more of that large field of junior women 15-16 make their way through. Just kicking up dust. But look here, throwing darts at the front of this race as you've got to say the selection's been made here at the front end of this short track competition. Again, 20 minutes all-out effort, action-packed. We'll get an idea of how many laps they're going to do based on their average lap time after they settle in for a couple laps. Looks like our leaders turn still going sub-3, a 2:58 out there for the leaders lap 1. What a fast start for our junior women 15-16.
That's what the men were doing in the last couple races. That's fantastic. Talented group of racers as you're going to find anywhere. Now starting to stretch it out. The legs starting to burn, the lungs starting to process all that oxygen that's coming in and burning themselves.
Well, we said it earlier today. Today's short track course is a ripper. Just 1.2 kilometers, about 0.7 miles around each and every time. Really favors the athlete with a big engine. Not a lot of technicality to the course. You just really got to be all gas, no brakes all the time.
Yeah, the biggest technical elements here are probably the track itself in terms of its slipperiness. It's that light layer of dust that can often belie what's underneath it, and you can lose traction so quickly, so easily. Just off center, just even a little bit on the bike, and that front wheel can go shooting out from underneath you. So it puts a premium on that bike handling and knowing how well you can angle it into the corners the way these riders are.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of athletes today go across this finish line covered in dust from going down out here and washing out either the front wheel or the back wheel. And so plenty of loose conditions out on course right now, and nice and windy as well. And so this is just what we're in for the rest of the day. There's that tight corner we've seen. Really haven't seen anybody make a move there. I keep thinking I'm going to call it before the weekend's over. Maybe that'll happen, but there's definitely a door open there if somebody wanted to make a move and make a pass there. But most of these races have come down to really this final finish stretch, and we've seen several two-up sprints already today. We saw it in our elite men's race, saw it in our elite women's race, and now we've got 2 women now off the front here in our junior women 15-16. They look over the shoulder there. 577 on the plate. That is Anna Morzowicz. They're going to bring it in. They're seeing 5 to go, and that's Roller Devo. That's going to be Zoe Leclerc there with her, able to answer the call. Here comes the chase, though. Less separation than I thought as the rest of the leaders start to come through. 3 seconds back from third to first, and so and they all came through together there. So pretty impressive chase group now that's formed, and seeing if they can't get back on terms. What I thought might be a race of 2, this race is coming all back together for us, Jim.
Yeah, Zoe Leclerc on that Ruler national team. That's the top tier of the Ruler program. And she's got some of that altitude in her lungs as well, living and racing out of Cottonwood Canyon, Utah.
Yeah, it looks like a group of 7 now as they were able to bridge back up. Well, at least initially, and now Anna Morzowicz turning the cranks and putting the pressure right back on as our leaders coming through, seeing 5 to go, ladies. 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go.
That where Anna did that dig, that seems to be the place to get your space, if you will, to make a move, to make a pass. That's an uphill kicker, one of the few on this course, and she took good advantage of it.
And that's a shot of Ashley Weimer. She's part of our Women's Open 19 Plus, kind of a race within a race. Couple races happening out here on course, but there you get a look at likely leader of our Open Women's category race. Try to keep up with who's who and who's doing what as the action unfolds, but definitely the competition right now is at the pointy end of that junior women's 15, 16-year-old race. Get a great shot there. InsiderMTB.com, the eye in the sky this weekend, shows you the size of this venue and really the intentionality and the investment that's been made here at Velocity Bike Park at Vail Lake Resort. Back to our leader here. There's that move. Look at that dig she's given. Just found a different gear than everybody else.
Yeah, out of the saddle, charging really hard, put 5-6 bike lengths on her in just a few seconds.
And we'll get an idea of the time split next time through to see if she was able to, we talk about this. You throw darts and sometimes you make them stick. We saw this with our junior boys 15, 16-year-old race where with 3 laps to go.
That's part of racing, though. Sometimes you have to just say, you know what if I take a chance here? Well, I feel good, legs are good, bike's running good. Why not just take a chance? And you can see what you got, man. A lot of people have won a lot of races by doing that.
Well, 5 laps is a lot of race left, so we'll see as she looks over her shoulder. Current race leader, that's Anna Morswich with Bear National. It looks like some riders there trying to get back on terms, bridge back up, see if they can't bring this race back together. We've seen it come together a few times. I don't know if this is kind of a tactic here where early in the lap she throws a big effort, tries to spread the field out, wear her competitors down, and then see who's got what it's left to hold on towards the end. But there she is putting in another big dig. Getting low here. We talk about the wind a little bit. Not too bad right now. It is gusting, but it's not too bad right now. But these riders, you see them getting low here through the start finish. It is because that's the wind's coming out of the west, and they're racing due east through this section of the race course. As Anna Morwich comes through there. Zoe Leclerc split 3 seconds now from first, second, and third, and then another 3 seconds back to fourth place. Abby Cole with Competitive Edge Racing, and then the rest of the field starts to filter through. So still plenty of opportunity for several of these athletes to take the top step in this race.
Every little bit of aero helps, no matter where you are on the course. Anything you can do to have that advantage. The wind has been swirling around and mostly pointed down to start-finish you, but you can tuck in and get low, especially if you're leading with no one to block that wind for you. Yeah, you're going to get as low an arrow as you can.
Seeing the 4 to go here as they come through. There's a good look at that separation there. I'd say she's probably got a good it's about a 6-second gap now by my count as she makes her way into the single track section as Anna Morowitz setting the pace early for Bear National. Riders coming through the start finish, seeing 4 to go as we take a peek there at our Open Women's 19 Plus. It was Ashley Weimer in that white kit. Looks to be having a good race out there.
Yeah, rolling along real smooth. It's a smaller field for that group, but she's got it, looks like well in hand and very smoothly navigating this course.
Stacy Nash also out there with Team Baghouse. See if we can't get an eye on her at some point next time through as more riders make their way through here.
Nice smooth acceleration there, never taking the power off the pedals, constantly doing what you can to put pace into that bike. Quick look over there over the shoulders to kind of see how much space she's got.
Marking her competitors, yep, seeing where she's at. Going to see, leader's going to see 3 to go this time through, but size of this field, big field, racers starting to spread out all over this course. Is a couple more athletes coming through here, I think, and so that's Ashley Weedman that just came through the start. She's showing certainly setting in 3rd, and so the race for 1st is actually up the road in that open women's category. That's Stacy Nash, bib 1041, so we'll see if we can pick her out of the crowd at some point, but races happening all over this course. Stacy with a 8-second advantage over second place, at least according to what I'm seeing here, but everything we say is officially unofficial. As Anna Morowitz makes her way through there, setting 1st now. And some more starting to filter through. Alexandra Pasowick in second, 4 seconds. That's the gap back from first to second now for our junior girls 15-16 category race.
And Anna giving up some of that time that she earned back a couple of laps ago.
Yep, seeing 3 to go now as they make their way through. Zoe LeClaire is in the mix as well, just a few seconds off the mark. She came through actually right there with Alexandra. Annabelle Sackett and Abby Cole a few seconds back from that. So still plenty of time as these young women seeing 3 to go this time through, about halfway through this race.
Shows you, too, that sometimes, the body can be feeling really good, and all of a sudden it doesn't feel so good, and that effort starts to have to get measured out because you notice that you've got several more laps to go. You can't go that hard for that many more laps. You've got to back it off a bit. All that does to your competitors is give that chase rabbit a little more distance to crawl, to be able to crawl right back up on top of them.
A lot of racing happening all over this course. There's a nice inside pass there by
every one of these racers, though, giving it everything they got, all their ability being poured out onto this course here.
Look at your current race leader there and your junior women's 15, 16-year-old age group race. Thanks for those tuning in live on InsiderMTB.com. If you missed this morning's action, don't worry. It's all going to be available to go back and watch or rewatch on Insider MTB YouTube channel.
Make sure to tune in tomorrow, too, for the cross-country event, UCI level racing right here at Vail Bike Park. Top professionals, top elites in all of North America.
All right, so I think this gap, it's not opening up anymore. If anything, it's come down a little bit. As there's that corner, they're going to swing around here, and leader's going to see 2 to go. And these chase groups going to have 2 laps to see if they have what it takes to reel Anna Morgwich back in that Bear National team. Get a good look at the split there. And there you go, all tucked down, head down. Anna Morwich coming through, seeing 2 to go. Current leader for our junior women 15-16. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Does look nice and smooth, but mouth even barely open. Doesn't look like she's even breathing all that hard.
Get a good look here, see if this is some of our chase group here. And it is. 10 seconds now the gap back from first to second. 10 seconds now the gap from first to second as Alexandra Pasowicz and Zoe LeClaire made their way through there together.
Still trying to make this a race. This is not over by any stretch. They've been chipping away at that lead that she's had here for the last couple of laps, but time is running out.
Yeah, they filtered in there with Ashley Weimer and Maggie Kemp in that 19-plus category race. So some of these racers coming together and working together from different age groups.
A race like this that's a short amount of time is like it's like a heavyweight fight, right? You have to come in lathered up. You have to be hot and sweaty to be able to put out that effort right away like that. You can't warm up into a race like this and let it come to you. You have to be coming ready to race. So all these riders on the trainers for good half an hour, 45 minutes before their race time and hit the ground just absolutely flying.
As Anna Harrison comes through there. Look back here at our race leader. That's Anna Morwich. Having another strong showing for that Bear National team. Anna took the win in Fayetteville just a few weeks ago. And right now sitting in pretty good position to take race number 2 here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Vail Bike Park.
Nice and smooth across the jumps. Carrying all the speed she can into the berms.
I mean, she made this move with like 5 laps out.
Yeah, impressive.
She's been all in the front, all by herself since then. put in a big dig. We saw that dig on the replay. And she's got a 10-second gap.
Ponytail is tight right there too, man. That's a nice signature move. That signature look.
Shout out to those tuning in on InsiderMTB.com. Reminder to thank you, Maxima Oil. Reminder to grab 20% off. Use code InsiderMTB. Save 20% off of their lubricant products.
Maxima, a good San Diego-based company. Deeply involved in the sport here and around the country. Their kind sponsorship of the coverage here today.
So 10 seconds was the gap last time through. Leader's going to see 1 to go next time through. And that next time through, I think, is going to be right now, Jim, as she looks over her shoulder. This is going to be Anna Morzowicz with Bear National Team. Going to get the bell, get the 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Was 10 seconds. The split was 10 seconds last lap.
She looks very comfortable, very much in control of that machine and her effort. Hold on to that, barring any sort of mechanicals or any sort of unplanned dismounts. This is going to be one that she's going to have control in the race right here for second and third.
15 seconds up the road. Anna's 15 seconds up the road as Alexandra Pasowicz and Zoe Leclerc come through together. And then rounding out your top 5 is Annabelle Sackett and Abby Cole, another 4 seconds back in that battle for 4th and 5th. Annika Burns comes through 10 seconds back off the mark of 5th place, but strong showing for Team Booger. Good race action happening here on course as we got Zoe Leclerc there. And Annabelle Sackett battling out her Alexandria Pasowicz. Last lap, you're just leave it all out on the track. Again, with like 5 laps to go, Anna Morzowicz just putting in a big dig, a big effort, able to create some separation, and has held that throughout. As now that lead has grown to 15 seconds on this final lap. Riders coming through the start-finish, getting the 1 to go.
Love seeing how hard everybody is still going. They're just pushing their machines to the limit here. Really learn a lot about yourself when it comes to how far you can go on a physical effort like this.
I mean, you've talked about it. Anna barely missing a pedal stroke out there, really never stopping. I mean, she's just always on the gas. You know, nice, smooth cadence, but just really not missing the chance to keep that bike moving forward.
Yeah.
Not a lot of coasting out here.
We're going to be calling her name, I think, for a long time to come, my friend.
There's that pinchy corner we talked about, and she's right back on the gas. And there comes that chase group, though. I don't know. They were able to at least keep it competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're at the start-finish line, get your cowbells ready. On approach now. With 5 laps out, she threw a dart and she made it stick. Put your hands together. Racing for Bear National Team and the win for your junior women 15-16, Anna Morzowicz. But good racing happening behind her as coming across the line now. Zoe Leclerc with Roller National taking second. Was able to take that down to a 6 second, so carved back 6 seconds. That's carved back 9 seconds on that lap. And then Alexandra Pasowicz coming across the line in third. Annabelle Sackett in fourth. And Abby Cole officially rounds out your top 5 for our junior women 15, 16-year-old age group race. Annika Burns rolls across the line. Team Booger just on the outside looking in, but still a strong effort by young Annika.
And rounding out the top 10 here, these racers coming through the lines. We're going to look for now the finish of the winner of our 19-plus category.
Points awarded 10 deep for short track racing as part of the US XC Open Series. So there is some points on the line for the short track competition for athletes racing in that series. But Zoe Leclerc putting in a big dig on that last lap to bring back what was a 15-second gap and drew it back to 6 seconds down at on the final lap. So that was a good effort. So coming across the line now, unofficially, that's Maggie Kemp. She might be the first finisher for our female 19-plus age group race.
Nice job, Maggie. Well done. We make a call to staging here now for our junior boys. 11 to 14. Call to staging, please. Junior boys, 11 to 14. Please roll on down to the far end of the start-finish chute.
Something tells me they're already down there ready to race.
Oh, those 11 to 14-year-olds, you know it.
More racers come across the line here. That's going to be, who we got here? Looks like Ashley Weimer coming across the line. Officially finds herself in the top 3 in that Women's Open 19-plus category race. A reminder, as we wrap up our day, y'all, something pretty special going to be happening this afternoon just outside of San Diego. Splashdown of the Artemis 2 going to be happening just about an hour from here, drive time. But something tells me if we look west here in a little bit, that splashdown scheduled for 5:07 p.m., just a few miles from here out in the ocean. We hear they're going to splash down just outside of the Bay of San Diego. So I don't know. So we'd be looking up in the sky. We could see that re-entry right here from the venue. Maybe we'll put a drone up in the air and see if we can't catch that. Who knows? Maybe you catch the re-entry of the Artemis right here live on InsiderMTB.com. I think we'll be done racing for the day by then.
I can get the drone up just for you if you need it.
And don't forget, too, we're going to move that podium up. The podium was scheduled at 5 o'clock. We're now moving it to 4:30. Podiums for all the afternoon races at 4:30. So if that's you, you're in the top 5 of any of the races this afternoon. Plan on that. Get your moment of glory atop the U.S. The Orange Cup U.S. Pro Cup podium. These next 2 races are the youngest group of racers that we'll have on the course today. 11 to 14 junior boys going to take the course first. Then right after them at 3:50.
All right, I think we're it's a category part of the series in the USXC Opens. We do call-ups for them, so we're going to go ahead and get call-ups started right now. We're going to start with racing for the Elkin Brothers Racing, Weston Elkins. Also racing for Elkin Brothers Racing's Nolan Elkins. For Hatch Toyota Racing, Everett Cruz. For Team Stampede, Ryder Lindenberg. Let's see, Connor Rowley. For Thaden School, Reese Stevens. For Oz Racing, Elijah Garrell. For Wild Rockies Racing, Wyatt Yunt. For Durango Devo, Owen Morswich. HB Scott's athlete Sebastian Falk. For Sail Cycling, Raylan Levy. Racing for Tribe, it's Sebastian Garrett. See Malachi Garrell. Race Dieters. Dylan McCollum. Bradley Brown. Ian Barton. Macklin Husser. Liam Crockett. Matthew Russell. John Packer. Will Jupp. Donovan Way. Jagger Idle. Will Benzer. Ledger Edwards. Dash Prieg. Cameron Walker and Oliver Weinert round out just under 30 junior boys 11 to 14. We're going to turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
All right, gentlemen, this is your 1-minute warning. We will be starting in 1 minute. This will be a 15-minute race. We will convert to laps after your first full lap. 80% will be in effect. If you are 80%, that zone will be on riders left just after the finish line. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck, and you are at 30 seconds. We'll give you a 15. Your start will come on the whistle. Anytime in the next 15 seconds on the whistle.
All right, just like that, we're right back to racing. That's why I love short track racing so much. Looking for hopefully a clean start here. We saw some bobbles early in our junior women 15, 16-year-old race that just unfolded. This, our junior boy 11 to 14, also part of the USXC Open Series. This is for points. This race matters. Points awarded to the top 10 athletes in our short track competition.
Keep your eyes and ears open for the sounds and sights of Nolan and Weston Elkins. These two young men, this is their playground. They race here, they ride here all the time. I've seen these young men grow up when they were just little guys, single digits in the age group, racing with us in Quick and Dirty. They were out in Arkansas, did real well out there, and I know they're going to be a factor in the outcome of this race here for sure.
Yeah, should be no surprise. Weston Nolan going 1-2, the Elkin brothers racing in Fayetteville in the short track competition for our junior boys category race. And so, yeah, great to see him back here racing today for round 2 at the Orange Seal Pro Cup.
I've been trying to get an invite to the Elkins Bros Racing team party at the end of the year every year. I can't seem to make that cut, so I'm hoping this year will be the year. It's a good family crew over there, and they do a great job raising those boys, and they are turning out to be some really, really talented racers. But they are up against a very packed field here of 29 fellow competitors in this junior boys 11 to 14 category.
Yeah, there's a lot of strong athletes in this mix. Great to see some athletes making the trip from Fayetteville all the way over to California. I see Elijah Garrell from Oz Racing. Saw one of our Reese Stevens from the Thaden School. They call Northwest Arkansas home. So kind of back and forth here. I'd love to see these junior boys traveling back and forth across the country. Think about that. You're 13, 14 years old, and you're literally getting to travel the country to race your mountain bike. I don't. Jim, that's about as good as it gets.
That wouldn't have flown in my house, that's for sure. Hey, Dad, I want to go to Arkansas to race my bike. I might have given the old guy a heart attack because he would have just died from laughing. Let me ask you this. What's the next stop on this series? Where are we going next?
Well, that's a great question. I know it's a 5-race series.
Put you on the spot there.
Going to put me on the spot? Well, I don't know what's up next. We'll have to get Ty Katie up here. I know that we are going to travel around the country and tie a bow on this later this year.
Then we got Washington and Utah, I think, somewhere along in the cadence of this traveling circus that makes up this dust crowd of bike racers, which we absolutely adore. Racers now starting to sort themselves out on the top positions in a long, thin line, it looks like there, of about 9 riders coming through near the end of the first lap.
Pretty compartmentalized, Jim. I'm just focused on today's race. You know?
We can't look too far ahead. We got 2 more races to yell out here. This is great.
Yeah, I got a little early selection here in this decent-sized field. Like I said, just under 30 riders in our 11, 14-year-old junior boys race here. And here they come, rolling through. Again, 15-minute race, so a little shorter, about 5 minutes shorter than what we've seen. But here we go. They're already picking up the pace. I think they were just kind of marking one another early on, kind of seeing who wanted to do what. And right there, we saw one of our athletes hit the gas pedal right here as they came through after one lap. A lot of riders in that mix here. We'll start calling out who is who, but that was Ryder Lindenberg, Donovan Way, Nolan Elkins, Everett Cruz, Weston Elkins, Ray Stevens, Sebastian Falk, Liam Crockett all up there in that initial selection when they came through for the first time. Again, just 15-minute race format, so a little shorter than what we've seen the rest of the day. So this one's going to be over quick. Is great to see. You know, we've laughed a lot about the future of the sport, but I mean, this is where you start. This is where you get your start. Think about this. I mean, you're 11, 12 years old, and you're coming out here and you're mixing it up and having, what I love about this is, I mean, you're having the same race experience as Christopher Blevins had a few hours ago or Haley Batten had a few hours ago. I mean, it's just incredible, the product and what's being developed here as part of this U.S. Pro Cup Series.
It's everything from how to pin the number on. It's everything from the preparation to the race, to the warm-up, to the cool-down, to the recovery. All these young men and women getting such great and valuable training as they learn and grow, as their bodies develop to be able to be in this next level of elite as they age up into the next category. So all of this so very important, kind of regardless of the finish. I know every single one of them want to win. They're out here to win. But, man, just the training that they're getting in terms of how to be a bike racer is so, so critical.
Well, speaking of winning, we do have one athlete now. Get an idea who that athlete is here shortly, but definitely early on making his presence known. That might be Everett Cruz with Hatch Toyota Racing. Get an idea who that is here shortly as they make their way through. They are approaching here. They're going to see 3 to go. Okay, so again, 15-minute race format. Leader's going to see 3 to go next time through for our junior boys 11 to 14-year-old race here today at round 2 of the 2026 U.S. XC Open Series presented by our friends at Violet Farms. Today's broadcast being presented by our friends at Orange Seal, all part of the 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, presented by Vail Bike Park. Whew, keep up with that. And, yeah, that is our current leader, and that's Donovan Way with the Mafia Moto Group now setting the pace.
Yeah, nice lead there. He broke out on that lap. Probably a 3-second lead, a 3-second gap that he was able to open up just in the course of that one lap.
Yeah, 4 seconds is the mark at the start-finish line as Liam Crockett leading the chase group through of about 4 riders there. In that chase group was Liam Crockett, Ryder Lindenberg, Nolan Elkins, and Everett Cruz.
Great overhead shot there of just how this field is spread out and bundled up together where it is. You can see, too, just from that look, how many options that they have to create different types of courses here. Some of this will be featured in the cross-country course tomorrow, but just myriad ways of being able to construct the different types of courses that makes Vail Bike Park so special. And look at that. That gap got closed down pretty quick there. Wondering if he didn't have a mechanical of some sort, because he's now getting swallowed up by that pack of chasing riders. He just slotted right back into 4th, now 5th place, did Donovan.
Yeah, and that chase group was Nolan Elkins, Everett Cruz, Ryder Lindenberg, and Liam Crockett in that chase group of 4. Reeled him right back in. Hate to see that. Mechanical's part of racing, if that's what it was. We'll see here. He's able to... Now it looks like he was able to pick it back out, but I think that's one of the Elkin brothers now closing up that gap. And so, that happens. You go off start, you get that fast start as a young athlete, you kind of learn that lesson. You're pinning it from the go, and you might have pushed the gas a little too hard. Is now one of our Elkin brothers now riding second wheel and on the hunt.
Only took the inside line there.
We've seen that pass work for other athletes today. Haley Batten made it stick and a few different laps.
Might have been one of those size them up sort of moves, be able to kind of see what kind of speed you can carry through that roller right there and make a plan for later in the race. But that later in the race is about to come because they're going to see 2 to go when they come across the line here.
Yeah, you got another rider now trying to get back up and see if he can't bridge back up and make this a race for 3. Again, our junior boys, 11 and 14-year-old, proving they got what it takes for an exciting short track race here today in Vail Lake Resort. Starting to set up a little bit. This race coming back together. Starting to take a little drink here and look around. And leader's going to see 2 to go, gentlemen. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. And that is Donovan, Nolan, and Everett Cruz there.
Yeah, that's your top 3.
But right there, that the gap back to 3rd and 4th, just 2 seconds, is Liam Crockett and Ryder Lindenberg right there as well.
Oh, I like how this is setting up, man. This looks really fun here for the next lap and a half.
Yeah, it looks like that rider was able to bridge back up. Now we got a race of 3. And here comes the chase. I mean, this thing could group all the way back up with about a lap and a half to go, depending on the pace of the front end of this race. Looks like
nice move by Nolan just to kind of slot in again to make sure he's in a good position.
Good position. About to say the same thing. It seems like he wanted to be seems comfortable chasing that wheel of the leader. Wants to be able to answer any kind of move made by the leader. That's smart to get up there. And you can see right there the pace quickly picked up, and Elkin's able to go with him.
Yeah, they really stepped on it quickly. And that's Everett, too. That's Everett that moved into the lead there.
Yep, Everett jumping up to the lead. Everett Cruz with Hatch Toyota Racing. And now, like you said, Donovan Way starting to go backwards a little bit. As now these two are setting the pace.
So much talent in these younger riders, the way they're handling their bikes and moving around the course like this and putting the power down when they need to stay in contention.
So now Everett Cruz with Hatch Toyota leading Noah Elkins with the Elkin Brothers Racing. About a lap and a half left here. They both take that inside line there. And Donovan Way not even in the screen at this point.
He got tailed off there by a good half dozen bike lengths.
Might have time to bridge back up here. Leader's going to see 1 to go next time through. This is going to get pretty exciting if it hasn't been already.
And Nolan just kind of sizing him up, happy to stay on that rear wheel and just hugging every little corner he can with him. He's got a couple opportunities on this last lap, a couple places where he can put in a big dig to get the lead and carry that speed through some of the tighter corners.
All right, here they come, weaving through a little bit of traffic. They're all back together. 1, 2, 3. This is going to be Everett Cruz, Nolan Elkins, and Donovan Way coming together. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, gentlemen. Oh, and here's the move. Look at the dig being put in by Elkins, leading him up and over. He was setting back and wait. It does look like Donovan Way trying to answer that, but definitely a big dig there by Elkins to see if he could create some separation. He was not able to. Both Everett Cruz and Donovan Way able to answer, and they stay all together.
Might come down to it again like it has in a couple of the earlier races. The last couple of corners, another big effort there being put in by Nolan to see if he can't stretch that elastic a little further.
Yeah, 7 seconds the gap back from 3rd to 4th, so not sure the rest of that chase group going to be able to bridge back up and get back on terms, not with the effort that the leaders are now putting in on this last lap.
There goes Nolan again, another, just a quick snap to, and boom, he's got 5 bike lengths. Donovan Way being gapped off, and Everett being able to cover that and slot into second place as they come into the single track section. Half a lap to go.
Everett trying to cover that move. It doesn't look like Donovan Way's got much left in the tank to go with him at this point, as now Nolan Elkins off the front.
Nice effort there. Timed it out perfectly, knowing what he's got left, knowing how much course is left that he has to race.
Just flying. Little tail whip for the fans right there. Come on.
How pro is that?
Hitting the high point of the course here. Great to see the friends and family out here enjoying this beautiful day of racing. Again, a little windy later in the day. Wind definitely gusting upwards of 20 miles per hour. But for these little kids, they definitely feel that. I don't know that I would as much as they would. And there's the gap here. Get an eye here on our leader. And there's the gap right there. That's what we're looking at. That might be
still charging really hard up and out of the saddle. Not gonna give anything back to the field here.
No, that's Everett Cruz with Hatch Toyota Racing, set in second. But Nolan Elkins putting in a big dig, throwing a dart, and seeing if he can't make it stick. Probably about a half lap of racing left. 0.7 miles each and every time around. They're on their final lap. As he's got this one pinchy turn here to navigate. Does slow down a little bit, but everybody's got to slow down in that corner. Look, he's up out of the saddle, right back on the gas. One big swooping right-hand turns. Going to drop him down here to this finish line stretch.
Yeah, nice race. He timed it out perfectly, measured the effort that all he needed to do, timed it perfectly, and now coming down the start-finish chute is going to be the winner of your junior boys, 11-14. Give it up for Nolan Elkins. How about it? Way to go, young man. A nice race there, too, for Everett Cruz. Nice P2 for you, sir. Well done. And P3 is going to sort out to Donovan Way. Donovan put up a great race today. That was a nice finish for him. I know he was looking for the lead there, but P3 is going to be what he's going to take home today. A great race today for all of our junior boys, 11-14. Good job, young man.
Ryder Lindenberg and Matthew Russell rounding out our top 5 for our junior boy 11 to 14-year-old age group race here. Short track day at the Orange Seal Pro Cup. One more to go. We'll go ahead and do our call to staging for our junior girls 11 to 14. Call to staging for our junior girls 11 to 14. Reminder, we're going to move. Podium awards are going to move up to 4:30. So originally scheduled at 5. Parents, family, friends, coaches. We're going to do that final podium at 4:30. We've been announcing that for a while, but we're going to push it up a little bit by about 30 minutes. Let everybody get this day done and dusted. Dusty indeed. That's been the course conditions report for the day. Is definitely loose out there, and dust continues to kick up. There's more of our young athletes here across the finish line. We'll see them back in action again on Sunday morning. Their race weekend just getting started. Well, how cool is that? Just get to bum around the Southern California, Temecula area for a weekend and race bikes. Man, sign me up.
Not too shabby, as we like to say around here. We don't complain too much. Kept trying to check the weather here just to keep an eye on things, and we had some rain predicted earlier in the week, but it looks like it's going to be, if there is any, it's looking like it's going to be around the 1 or 2 o'clock time on Sunday. So that might occur after we're all done with racing.
I like the way you're talking.
So that's not too bad. I don't think he's going to be bothered with that, even though the rain would do a world of good on some of this dust, but I think the racers aren't going to mind that. Push off the rain to Sunday afternoon as we make our way now. Did we do first and final call for staging for this race?
We've done a call to staging. We need to do one more call. We need another call to staging. If you're in our junior girls 11 to 14, you should be in that staging area now. That race scheduled to start here in just a few minutes as soon as we get this race wrapped up. Once again, we got one more race on the day. Up next going to be our junior girls 11 to 14. We'll let you know. We'll get that race underway here shortly. Again, we're still going to let our junior boys 11 to 14 race wrap up and let everybody on course finish their race. While we wait, quick shout out to some of our partners helping us make this weekend possible. Of course, big thank you to Orange Seal, the official sealant of the U.S. Cup and trusted by more pros than any other brand. Thank you to Violet Farms, the presenting sponsor of the USXC Open Series. Big shout out to Vail Ossity Bike Park and the Temecula KOA. This Vail Lake Resort, home to the bike park and the KOA, is the premier mountain bike destination in Southern California. Over 50 miles of trails for every type of ride. A great place to camp. Man, if you're looking for a place to poke up camp and to post up camp and ride a mountain bike for a weekend, Jim, this is a nice place to do it.
No better place anywhere. Fun for the whole family. They got a mini pitch and putt golf course up there and all kinds of activities for the family.
Big thank you to Cuspo Cycling Computers and Components. Thank you to our partner for this weekend's race, Cuspo Cycling Computers and Components, committed to providing every cycling enthusiast with professional, precise, and cost-effective cycling gear. Whether you're a professional rider aiming for the podium or simply enjoying a weekend ride, Cuspo helps you ride more scientifically and clearly, witness your progress through reliable data and wireless synchronization with platforms like Strava, now available on Amazon. Something pretty cool here. Cuspo's donated 12 of their CS600 cycling computers to be handed out to our junior and amateur race winners here at the Orange Seal Pro Cup this weekend. That is way cool. They're going to be, think about that. You just won a bike race and someone hands you a bike computer on the podium. Pretty cool. Thanks to ESI Grips, the official grip of the U.S. Pro Cup. Shout out to Baghouse Industrial Services. Established in 1984, Baghouse and Industrial Sheet Metal Services built their reputation providing the most diverse expertise and expert baghouse dust collector service, turnkey projects, and industrial sheet metal to a very wide range of industry and applications. No job too small. Thank you to Hammer Nutrition. For over 38 years, Hammer Nutrition has been helping athletes of all kinds fuel right and feel great while performing at their best, no matter how hard the event, guaranteed since 1987. Looks like we're ready for our call-ups for our final race on the day. We'll get those started right now. Ladies and gentlemen, racing for Tribe. Let's welcome Emma Watkins. For Slay Development, Adele Weiner. For Team Booger, Annika Crum. For Beyond Racing, Greta Donaldson. For the Wild Rockies, Pepper Spangenberg. For the Thaden School, Alice Stevens. For Slay Devo, Aspen Ravallo. For Atlas Racing, Adeline Husser. For Kingdom Athletes, Olivia Benzer. Welcome Quim Nelson. Ariel Solner, Juliana Schmuck, and Willow Sonnenberg Hennings to the line. We'll now turn it over to race officials for pre-race announcements.
Good afternoon, ladies. This will be a 15-minute race. We'll give you a 1 minute, 30 seconds. Anytime after 15, your start will come on the whistle. All riders will be finishing, so all riders will finish on the lead lap. If you are in danger of being lapped, just pull off to the side, let the leaders go through, and then just keep on racing. Otherwise, have fun, be safe, good luck. We're at 30 seconds.
Your Arkansas well represented in this field. Alyssa Stevens racing here. So as we kickstart the final race of the day with the youngest group of girls that we've got, 11 to 14. We got 13 competitors in this race. Should be a good one. Looking forward to seeing how it all plays out in just a 15-minute showdown here of our female competitors.
Yeah, looking back at Fayetteville, round one, it was Emma Watkins took the win. She's here with us again this weekend, so seeing if she can't defend that win. She found in round one in Fayetteville. Seeing who else is in this field that was also with us out there. Quinn Kramer was a top 5 finish in Fayetteville. She's out there mixing it up here today. Great to see Adele Weiner. She was also in Fayetteville made the trip over here to California, or vice versa. Pepper Spangerberg with the Wild Rockies. She was at round 1 as well.
Juniors travel, man. How about that?
I mean, all part of these, these get to talk to some of these. If you look at some of the teams they're racing for, I mean, it makes sense. It's Team Booger. We've been calling their names all the way up through that 17, 18. They're introducing this to younger and younger kids. We talked about NICA now introducing, mountain biking to kids as early as 5th grade,
Love it.
12 years old. And so that very much aligns that these development teams are, starting that programming. I have to imagine earlier and earlier age.
I know these families are big into the travel sports these days, and this now fitting right in with that travel baseball, travel volleyball, and whatever else. It's a lot of expense, a lot of effort to get these families and family members all over the country to participate in their sports, but good on the moms and dads and good on the kids for being good students, good community members, and being able to earn the ability to go out and do stuff like this. So keep it up, all of them. It's great. Great for the sport, great for their health, great for their mental and physical fitness.
We're a travel family. We got one playing travel ball, so we know all about that. So we're not out here getting a chance to call some racing. I end up traveling around this time of year to different destinations to watch the kid play ball. So definitely know all about the life of travel athletes at an early age.
If you've ever been in a massive convention center of volleyball players and the sound that you carry with you out of there after a weekend of watching volleyball, I think I'd much rather be out here in the outdoors looking at trees and things like that. So
it can be pretty deafening for sure.
Good luck to all of our athletes here as they're about to make the turn for home after the first of their what will probably be maybe 4 laps. We'll see.
Yeah, again, a 15-minute race, shortened format for the youngest age group racers, shortened down by about 5 minutes, but still 15-minute all-out effort as I see our Stevens with the Thaden School now setting second wheel. See who's leading it in here. Didn't get a chance to see who was sitting there in first, but that's going to be Emma Watkins with Tribe. And then Adele Weiner there was setting third. So that's a pretty good start. I mean, there was a front row call up for all that you're seeing there on the front row, but Allie Stevens with Thaden School. And that blue kit right there, setting second wheel, like you said, making the trip all the way over from Arkansas. Pretty cool to see. She had a teammate in the junior men's category, Gwillem Stevens, also representing the Thaden School. He was here earlier. Oz Devo also made the trip over here. And so, yeah, from that, we built all that, for the last 20 years, there's been a large investment in mountain bike infrastructure in that Northwest Arkansas region, and it's real exciting for us that are, not only has NICA exploded in states like Arkansas, I know it's real big in California, but we're about 10 years into our league in Arkansas. We got 1,000 student athletes. It's absolutely exploded. But then now we're starting to see that next transition as these, some of those kids race out of NICA, right? They're just looking for what's next, and we're starting to see development teams now start to be created there in that Northwest Arkansas area to grab onto that and make sure those kids that are looking to do something at the next level have the opportunity to do so. And here they are doing it this weekend in California.
Yeah, love it. It's fantastic. Good for them. Good for the sport. Continuing to add athletes and grow things out the way we have, very organically. And it actually is. I mean, say what you will. I think it's fantastic family fun. That bonding time that comes from traveling to these events and being together like that is just great family time.
Right now, Emma Watkins, though, she is setting the pace, and she's not doesn't want this group to bond up, Jim. She's looking to create some separation early. She took the win at round 1. Let's see if she can't carry that effort into round 2 here in the short track here today.
Go from the gun. Don't let anybody come around you. Hold that lead as long as you can. They'll see 2 laps to go when they come across here.
There's a lead group of, we got about 4 riders there made that selection, and so still plenty of time. It's a big lap if you think you're in that age group. I mean, 0.7 miles each and every time around, but 15 minutes, that's a big effort.
Yeah, it's an all-out effort for that whole 15 minutes.
Everybody just taking that inside line like it's just the preferred line. I wonder if that just has to do with kind of where you are, and probably a little easier in that group. It is all coming back together now. It's going to be exciting here, as it was last time through. It was Emma Watkins Stevens and Weiner. In fourth place was Greta Donaldson with Beyond Racing. See if that's not her now sitting there. Come into screen here.
Make one more announcement just for everybody to remember that we moved our final podium up to 4:30. So all the afternoon block of races, your podium coming up here at 4:30. That'll be just a few minutes after this race ends. As these riders now make their way down the finish chute. We've got some cross traffic there of an eager photographer looking to get the eagle eye shot of the intrepid racers that are now blasting their way through the finish line with 2 laps to go, racers. 2 laps to go.
2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. That's Adele Weiner now.
Cameron Walker, or if you are the parents of Cameron Walker, if you can report to the finish line, please. Cameron Walker to the finish line, please.
Adele Weiner there leading them through. Stevens with the Thaden School setting second. Emma Watkins now setting third. And Aspen Ravallo has moved up into the mix.
I did get confirmation from race director Ty Katie. The next round is in Virginia, coming up the first weekend of May. So I'm sure we'll see many of these riders on that start list there and traveling out to Virginia for that race. This series growing in popularity and also in prominence in terms of its place on the racing calendar, and that's great to hear.
Back and forth from Arkansas to California to Virginia to then back out here to the West Coast to Washington, and then I think it rounds up in Utah for the final round. So truly a national series, the premier national cross-country series here in the States.
Nice tight race here between these 4 talented racers.
Yeah, leader's going to see 1 to go next time through. This one's staying all together.
Looking for this all-out effort on the last lap to hold these spots. If you have any desire to try and impact the win of this race, now is the time. You got to empty the tank, find your spot to pass, make a clean pass, and then dial into the rider in front of you and go past them.
Well, it came back together. Emma Watkins kind of got gobbled up by the rest of that chase pack, but now she's back out in front as they're clearing that double out there. Amazing to see, just flying through the air, and seems like the pace has picked back up a little bit. Next time through, leader's going to get the 1 to go.
Big props to these young ladies for sticking around all day like this. A lot of them probably been here just playing around with their friends and hanging out and all day long to race for 15 minutes, but they're certainly giving it every bit of effort they can.
Well, if you've seen out there in this kind of Devo Village, we'll call it, I mean, there's just such that camaraderie and team. They're just hanging out with their teammates and cheering them on. And if I had to guess, these ladies have been out all over this course cheering their teammates on all throughout the day. And now if you look around on course, you're going to see, I think, something very similar as the fans now cheering them on for their race, as the race leaders now making that pinchy turn there. That is Emma Watkins with Tribe leading them in. I think also in the mix there is, we know Stevens with Thaden School's in there. I think that's Aspen Ravallo and Adele Weiner also in the top 4.
All right, 1 and 2 now about to make their way across the line. Sign showing them 1 lap to go. 3rd and 4th place, not going to let them get away just yet. 1 lap to go, ladies. 1 lap to go.
And it is. That's Emma Watkins leading them through. Stevens from the Thaden School in 2nd. Aspen Ravallo with Slay Devo in 3rd. And a teammate, Adele Weiner, with Slay in 4th.
Place your bets. This is as wide open as it gets. Any of these riders can take this win at this point.
Pace seems to be picking up a little bit, as I think one of our Slay Devo athletes not able to answer that call, as I do see Emma Watkins still there in the mix. Stevens is there as well. And that's one of our 2 Slay Devo riders that's been able to go with that group.
Fighting their way to that pinch point.
Going to lead him into the single track for a final time. It does look like Emma Watkins is positioned in first. And there's the pace being picked up.
Nice move there to take the inside line on that right turn. And that was the move there to get that space into the single track. You want to lead through there. You want to be the first bike through there. That way you can ride your own line. You can ride your own speed. Not have to worry about closing gaps. Now she picks up an extra few bike lengths just with that move to get her onto the single track.
This is the fast section of the course right here. This is where we've seen riders be able to really carry some speed through this section. The course condition is just dry, dusty, but fast. I mean, this has been a very fast course. They can carry that speed, and they just watch them. They just punch right up to that high point of the course and then drop right back down. Fun little section there. I can navigate a little bit of traffic here, but riders moving over here is Emma Watkins with Tribe. She's been off the front a lot of this race, Jim, and so at this point, I don't know. Still plenty of time. Looks over her shoulder, and Stevens with Thaden School is right there. Just a couple bike lengths separating first to second.
Still got to keep an eye on that front wheel. You can't afford an untimely washout or anything like that right now. Just a few corners left. She can consider herself a race winner.
Here's that pinchy point. So you got about 2 more turns here. She stays on the gas. She's going to fly down here, smash the brakes, and then get right back on the gas.
That was impressive.
And look at that. She's up and out of the saddle, putting in a big final dig right there and leading them around the corner. Going to hit this final stretch. Final race of the day, 2026 Orange Seal Pro Cup, race day number 1. 2 athletes in approach now. There's a sprint happening to see if they can get back on terms, but it looks like it is going to be Emma Watkins with Tribe taking the win. Strong effort by Stevens with the Thaden School.
They say there's no cheering from the press box, but how can you not like that win? That's an impressive ride for that young lady. Very, very well done.
Ravallo with Slay Devo coming across the line in third. She's going to be happy about that. Podium's going to be 5 deep. Reminder, we're going to be podiums right at 4:30 as our next athlete comes through. It's going to be Adele Weiner. She, too, having a strong showing out there. Finished in the top 5.
I sure hope these riders are tired, because I'm whooped. This was some fun energy all day long, my friend. This was really, really cool. So impressive to see these athletes go as hard as they do all day long, regardless of the age, regardless of the category. This has been just a fantastic way to kick off what is going to be 3 great days of racing.
I say, Jim, you know what we get to do tomorrow?
Let's wind it up again,
bro.
bro.
We get to do it again, man. Yeah, there's something to be said about just I will tell you, make it being an announcer and keeping this energy up. I mean, I know we're not out there riding a bike, but you'll sleep well tonight, my friend.
Let's run it back, man. We got the best seat in the house. I got every angle of this course covered by the great Insider MTB.com crew. And, man, we got a front row seat to the best action in town. So.
Yeah, and I'm excited about tomorrow. They've got new sections of the UCI XCO course this year. That trail crew here at Velocity Bike Park worked all winter making improvements to take this course to the next level, really put it on the map as one of the best XCO courses in the United States. Just over 3 miles, nearly 425 feet of climbing per lap. Course has a bit of everything, longer sustained climbs, a bunch of steep off-camber descents, rock drops, doubles, jumps. There's a little bit of everything out here. You got the power climb, you got that over-under, you got that really cool Connex box. It creates that figure 8 out on course. If you're not tuned in tomorrow, this is a place to be. InsiderMTB.com. We'll be bringing you Race Action Live tomorrow. I'll run down the schedule for those at home. Kick things off tomorrow on Saturday. First race of the day going to be 8:30, going to be our UCI Junior Women's race. 10:15 going to be our UCI Junior Men's competition, part of that XC National Qualifier. At noon is going to be the UCI Elite Women and our U23 race. We'll see the likes of Haley Batten, Gwendolyn Gibson, Sophia Blanc. They'll all be back tomorrow racing. And then at 2 p.m., the Elite Men take to this race course here. Chris Blevins will be back. Riley Amos back in action. Carter Woods. I mean, just it's a stacked field. Then we'll tie a bow on race day number 2 with the U23 Elite Men's Competition. All these are UCI C1 level events. A lot of early season UCI points up for grabs. A lot of the athletes you see racing tomorrow when you tune in to InsiderMTB.com. They're all going to be traveling over to Europe to race that UCI World Cup calendar.
Yeah, and we get to see them here up close and personal at this great park, and you can pretty much carve a spot and see the majority of the course from just about everywhere here. I know it's going to be a real spectator treat, but I know too the racers absolutely love it. What a great way to wrap up the first day. I'm so looking forward to tomorrow, and it's been a lot of fun. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you and call all the great action, and we're going to go over and give away some podium goodies.
Yeah, that's right. The final podium of the day coming up in 20 minutes. Once again, we want to thank everybody for joining us that tuned in live on InsiderMTB.com. We will be back. We will see you tomorrow. Orange Seal Pro Cup presented by Velocity Bike Park. And just a reminder, the course is open for pre-ride. Course is open for pre-ride. It's going to be from 4:45 till, well, it gets dark, but of course, it's going to go ahead and open it up for pre-ride. But reminder, there's no medical, so it is ride at your own risk. So if you're out there riding, just maybe keep it at that, you know.
You don't need to win.
You're not going to win. You can't win the race out there in a pre-ride, but you can lose it. So just ride within your abilities and enjoy the evening. All right, we're going to do our call to podiums. Call to podiums in 10 minutes. So we're going to do that final podium of the day at 4:30. So it's time to start making your way over to the podiums. Again, top 5. Going to be our top 5. We've been announcing this all afternoon. We don't want people to have to hang out here until 5 o'clock now that racing's done. So we're going to move that final podium up to 4:30. So we need the top 5 for our Open Men 1939, 40 plus, our Junior Girls Competition 11-14 that just wrapped up. Going to need the top 5 for our Junior Boys 11-14, top 5 for our Open Women 19 plus, top 5 for our Junior Girls 15-16, and top 5 for our Junior Boys 15-16 short track competitions. All those podiums coming up right at 4:30. Reminder, course is open for pre-ride. It is ride at your own risk. We don't have medical out here any longer, so just make sure you're riding within your own abilities. And we will see you at the podiums here shortly.